Well, unhinged messages. Unhinged. Stream announcement. Oh. Live at 3:30 PTSD. Aww. Whoa. Write to me. Liar. I knew it. Anybody here? I know fake Alec Hal Parker won't be here today because of the fires. Oh boy. I'm just gonna use the Old Bay. Oof. Wow. Whoa. Oh my gosh. I almost fell and killed myself. Did you know? Did you know that I almost fell on my butt? Wick is discussing incels. What it's like to be an incel man. Very sad. Very sad. Okay, if nobody's here, then I'm gonna start the stream with a game. I have to have an audience for Elon Musk. Oh my gosh. I cannot wait for people to come in. We're gonna be able to do some Elon Musk. But until then, I'm gonna show you what it's like to what should I do? Oh yeah, there's this game. It's called Oh, I have to install it. No, I don't want to install it. Jesus. Never mind. I thought I had it. I don't, clearly. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh my god. You want this? You want this? No, that won't bring me the viewers. What game do people like the most? Fez? Space Marine! Marine! Space Marine! Mm-hmm. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Shogo. Saga Frontier. Project. The Path of Exile. I've always wanted to play the. Oh, we have to play this. Onimusha. Warlords. There's a new Onimusha game on the way. Did you know? Onimusha Warlords. Hmm. The Layers of Fear. I know what I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play the favorite genre of all the people that are not watching. Hello there. I'm at work, so a little chatting, but have a nice one. Thank you. I'm waiting for people to come so that I can talk about Elon Musk. There's a lot of Elon Musk things tonight. I cannot wait. Oh my god, I cannot wait. Did you know that Hitler was a communist? Did you know that Hitler was a communist? But did you know that Hitler was a communist? Wow. You did not even know that Hitler was a communist. I cannot believe you. You'll learn. We're gonna learn it from the Germans. Obviously, all the communists love privatization. What do you mean privatization? Hitler nationalized everything in his path. Wow. You need to be educated. Don't worry. I'll provide the education tonight. AFD education. I cannot wait. The thumbnail for that one is going to be glorious. It's going to be great. All right. I wanted to show you Guilty Girl, but I cannot. Anybody here? Anybody watching the stream? Great Torrent is not here, even. Oh wow. I feel so lonely on this enormous cool stream. I'm supposed to be talking about Elon Trump, about AFD. Elon Trump. And fires, of course. Wait, hold on. What happened? Hearts of Iron 4. Wait, hold on. What's happening? Even Dr. Johns is not here. They've all betrayed me. Hold on. Dr. Johns! Oh my gosh, you're here. Hello. Hello. I want to show you Guilty Girl, but Dr. Johns, have you ever heard of Grandia? Dr. Johns, do you know Grandia? Sorry for betraying you. It's okay. It's okay. You've untraded me. Are you here to listen about Elon Musk? Are you here to listen to Elon Musk talk to AFD? Are you here to learn why Hitler was a communist? That's right. Hitler was a communist. Yeah, that's right. Hitler was a communist. That's why AFD cannot be like Hitler, because they're not communists. Oh, I've listened to some of it. It's amazing. It's a great talk. It met all of my expectations, to be quite honest with you. That conversation. I don't want to spoil anything, but it's the best thing in the world and beyond. Do you know Grandia, Dr. Johns? Have you heard of Grandia? Nope? Oh, I'm gonna show you. Oh my god, okay, it's time for some Grandia before we do... Okay, before we do Elon Musk, we're gonna do some Grandia. Ooh. This is gonna be your favorite game in the world. I'm gonna showcase a bunch of games to people. Wait, what? Hold on, I have to watch this news. Attention Grandia fans, the Lunar Remastered Collection is heading to Steam. Lunar! Lunar is heading to Steam. Oh my god. Lunar. Yeah, that's right. That's the music from Lunar. Let's see if it has a page. Does it have like some sort of a trailer or whatever? But now let's watch Grandia, okay? Okay, let's not get overexcited. Isn't that right, Dr. Johns? Oh, here it is. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. It's gonna be your favorite game, Dr. Johns, before you know it. You've never heard of Grandia? I cannot believe you have never heard of the grand adventure that is Grandia. Okay, let's see. Prepare yourself for your life. Okay? Prepare. Entertainment Benter Bay. I'm here. Hello, Greater Ain't. Have you ever seen Grandia? I'm gonna show you the best game ever. Maybe this is my favorite game. Look. Oh my god. It's Grandia. Maybe this is my favorite game. Wow. Bam, ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. Grandia, that is what's up. And Elon Musk. But that's gonna come later. We're gonna be watching Elon Musk talk to AFD. Oh my gosh. New game. I'm gonna show you the new game, okay? Are you ready? You ready, Dr. Johns? You ready, Greater Ed? You ready, Jack? Don't do it. And lettuce, of course. You're gonna love this game, just like I do. You're gonna love it. This game was made to be direct competition to Final Fantasy VII, by the way. But I think it's better. Hot take. This game is better than Final Fantasy VII. It's a timeless classic of optimism and adventure. Look at those flying hot dogs. Literally flying hot dogs. Mulen Lean. Wow. This is great. Red Dead. Which one? The first or the second? Mulen Lean.
どうやら少し眠ってしまったようだ。またあの夢を見たか。あやつめ、せかしおる。ミオレンよ、今どのあたりだ？
先ほどからまだ半時も経っておりませんよ。
Polish dinner with
お疲れのよ
Old
う
Bay.
ですな、バール将軍。
How do you like the game?
いつも言っておるだろう、ミオレン。
I'm always telling you, Mulen.
周りに兵士がおらぬときは父と呼ぶがい
You
い。
can call me Demon Daddy when
お言葉
nobody's
です。
around.
ここにはまだリーン注意が控えております。
お前らしいな、その答え。だが、我が軍の計画にとってリーンが特別なのは
The army is
言う
evil,
まで
as
もない
always.
こと。そうであろう。サルト遺跡での第三次発掘調査もいよいよ終わる。わしはお前たちの働きに期待しているのだよ、ミューレン・リーン。
Evil Dad, Demon Daddy.
今回のサルト遺跡の調査には我々ガーライル軍の誇る精鋭部隊を当てておきました。必ずや良い報告ができるものと信じております。
Yeah.
現在の時刻1340パーム上空を通過中。
I haven't
目
played
的地へは
Red Dead Redemption yet, actually.
1530
I've never
到着
played
予
it.
定。
I should.
リーン、バール将軍に窓を開けて差し上げろ。
はい、ミューレン大佐。
She likes him. Not the bearded one, the blonde one. You can tell by the portrait. Best game ever made? Or maybe I should play it on stream. This is the best game ever made. Grandia. Wait till you hear the amazing city music. Oh, you'll be like, oh my god. Boop. Wait till you meet our heroes. This game originally came out on the Sega Saturn, a 32-bit console, a direct competition to the Sony PlayStation 1. I love how the buildings look like cardboard cutouts. Oh yeah, it's a very good game. It is genuinely one of my favorite games. They don't even speak English, can't be. I mean, I could change the dubbing to English, but... This game does have English dubbing. You can switch it. This is our protagonist.
またお前かジャスティン。証拠りもなくわしの物置を荒らしよって。
荒らしてない。なんで俺の話聞いてくれねえんだ。この宝探しには男の意地と冒険者の魂がかかってんだぜ。
何言っとる。お宝なんぞこんなガラクタの中にあるものが。あんなに散らかしやがって。とにかく。
I have.
物置でお宝探し
I
なんか
keep
二
playing
度とする
it.
な。わかったかこら。
I'm gonna load my save. I just wanted to show the beginning again because people said that they haven't seen it ever, and you need to see the beginning.
いつも遠慮なくぶん殴りやがって。ジャスティ
I have played this before.
ジャスティン大丈夫？すごい音したよ。
なんだよス、見てたのか。心配すんなって。あんなげんこつ全然平気さ。一流の冒険者なら当然だろ。
で、どうだったの？あの物置で何か見つかった？
いやダメダメ。本当にガラクタばっかりで勘が外れたか。スー、そっちは？
見つけたわよ、もちろん。じゃじゃーん、ほら、伝説の鎧。ちゃんと私一人で見つけてきたの。
Awesome.
そうそう、ルイも手伝ってくれたのね。はい、ジャスティン、伝説の鎧。
やったなスー。まずは1個目。あとは光の盾と勇者の兜、それに精霊の剣だ。
日が暮れたら私たちの負けなのよ。私嫌だからね、ガンツのお嫁さんなんて。だいたいガンツの口車に乗せられてあんな約束したジャスティンがいけないのよ。ちゃんと責任取ってよね。
わかってるって。
Sue.
よーし、ガンツのやつ見てろよ。
私たちも行こう。ブイ
見つけてきたぞガンツ。最初の宝物。
I really like the music of this city. How do you like the music in this game? Is this not your favorite game now? Boosted is Justine. We're gonna load a save now. Where's the... see? Audio, English or Japanese. We have a save to load. I've been to many places so far. I've studied their local culture. Now I'm studying New Parm. But what surprises me about this town is that none of my knowledge from past trips seem to mean anything here. But that's a good thing. After all, it's fun to learn about things that I don't understand yet. So where shall I start? I've got so much material to go through, it's a bit confusing. I heard about the Turkey camels they have here in New Parm, and so I came here from far away. I came to see how they run. Boy, they are fast. I guess they really are like camels. I never thought those creatures could be so useful to people, but they could be a real gold mine. I'm thinking of betting everything I've got to see if I can make money off of them. What do you think? Wait, hold on. Really? I didn't save? since I've played last. I guess I never saved. Welcome to the Adventurers Society. What kind of adventure would you like? At the Adventurers Society, we've set all kinds of adventures to meet the needs of our dear customers. Set of adventures? I'm not sure what you mean. Well, anyway, we'd like to go to Alent and see the Angelo civilization. Alent. For the Angelo civilization, I'm afraid we haven't prepared any tours for that area. But if you'd like to see some ruins from Angelo, you can go to the Dome ruins south of New Parm. That's fine, we're sure to find something good if you go to the Dome ruins. How do we get there? Unfortunately, we found that the Dome ruins tour is kind of dangerous, so we don't send tourists there anymore. You don't go because it's dangerous? An adventure should be dangerous. Sounds like you want to be an adventurer. Is that right? Come on, is that right or not? Then you need to be a member of the society. You need the president's okay. He's back there in the office. If we become members, will they guide us to the Dome ruins? I'm afraid no one goes there now. Once you're a member, you get a map or Elencia. You can go on your own. Oh, one more thing. If he asks for a password, it's I'm Mr. Pacon's servant. Yup, got it. Perfect. Mr. Pacon, my mother's letter is addressed to a Mr. Gauss. The president's office is back there. Please be honest and polite with the president, okay? To enter, you must say the password. Say it right or I won't let you in. I'm Mr. Pacon's servant. Yup. Ding dong. Okay, you can come in. Yup. I'm Mr. Pacon, president of the Adventurers Society. Yup. You need my help with something? Huh? You are the president? You must be joking. I thought the Adventurers Society president was a Mr. Gauss. Gauss was my daddy, Demon Daddy. He died a long time ago. Now I am the president. Really? I mean, so you are. Justin, don't forget to ask about joining. Right, well, since Gauss is dead, I have no choice but to deal with this bozo. Anyway, we'd like to join the society. How do we do that? Our membership's already full. You gotta get some adventurers to lend you their adventurous passes. Yep. Now wait just a minute. Look here, I've got a letter of introductions from my mother. My father was an adventurer. He knew Mr. Gauss. So I see. So, you thought this piece of paper would get you an adventurer's pass? I'm the one who decides who gets to have a pass. Yep. Just toss that piece of garbage. I made up some new adventurer's passes when I became the president. Clever, huh? What is this? It's got Fina's picture on the cover and this kitschy pink color. Yeah, her picture looks horrible. Fina's on the cover because she's cute, babe. She's a cute babe. Fina's also our #1 adventurer. And she's my fiancée. We're a real lovely-dovely couple and we're getting married soon. No kidding, but why would Fina want to marry some clown like you? What? Hey, that's rude. I'm never gonna let you into my adventurous society. Don't act so big, dude. You're just my servant. What? Your servant? Since when did I become your servant? Since before you came in here, remember? You said I'm Mr. Pacon's servant. So there. Your taste in games and taste in books seem very different. That's not true. It's a very cool game. Listen, sometimes you just need a bit of positivity in your life, okay? And this game provides it. Yeah, but I'm never gonna let rude people like you into my adventurous society. Now go home. Wow, looks like we hit a snag here. Forget the adventurous society. I can go on an adventure by myself. I didn't know the adventurous society had a new president. But anyway, why would Fina get engaged to someone like him? What do you think, Sue? Well, it's hard to understand, but I think Fina's got bad taste. Even so, we don't have other plans. Let's go see Fina at her house, huh? I'm sure she'd at least lend us a map. To get there, we just have to leave New Parm and take the Merrill Road. Come on, Justin, let's go. That's true. Like many of the games you play have a wholesome and nostalgic feel, but you seem to prefer to read non-fiction about dense and harsh topics. That's true. That is true. Whoa. It's a great game. It's a great game, okay? Whoa. And it's better than Final Fantasy VII. There, I said it. I know people will hate me for this opinion, but yes, that's right. This game is better than Final Fantasy VII. And this game does not have a crappy compilation of games, unlike 7. Meryl Road. I have no opinion on literally any of Final Fantasy games. Wait, haven't you seen me stream them? Uh-oh, ambush. This game is great because whatever you do in this game, you feel like you are leveling up something. You know? When you use the sword, your sword level powers up. When you use a spell, that spell sort of powers up. When you use a special move, that move levels up. Oh, I don't have anything to... Huh. I don't have anything to revive Sue with. Oh my. Oh, okay. She resurrected herself. Sue resurrected herself. Wait, what? Ambushed again? I've never been ambushed so many times in this game. Jesus. You cannot hear the beautiful battle music that way. There we go. Counter. Now we just finished. By the way, just want to tell you, unfortunately, unfortunately, fake Alec Parker might not join us on this stream because of what the hell happened, Justin? Uh-oh.
Повітряна тривога. Пройдіть найближче укриття.
Uh-oh.
Увага! Повітряна тривога. Пройдіть найближче
Wow,
укриття.
this is serious. This is serious. Oh, drones. A drone alarm. How do you like this music? It's cool, isn't it? Look at this special attack.
行くよプイやった元気出してこう
Sword level up. See, I told you. I think I still might be poisoned. Yeah. I've got an antidote. Oh yeah, you can use the spirit stone. You can use the spirit stone. Earrings. Oh. Let's give earrings to Sue. What the hell is this? Oh, Mama Amulet. Mother's Amulet. Plus defense, plus 2 defense, Sue's emotional support. Wow. But we need the poison resist. Justin's gonna level up. Sue keeps dying. Sue's weak. Or I'm just... Oh wait, I can use the spirit stone. That's right. Wait, that's it? Oh my god, the spirit stone sucks. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. I should probably retreat or something. Right now. Oh my god, those big birds. You canceled the snake, I did. Is there a safe haven for me? This game's English translation has a character say the R slur, by the way. Which I find very silly. Where's the inn? House number 6. Pawn shop. I think New Parm's food is delicious, don't you, Justin? Yep, the steamer had only canned food. I'm just glad the food is hot here. Right. Sometimes the captain gave us some nice fresh baked bread though. Fresh baked bread? Huh? How come I never got any? I didn't know there was fresh bread. Yes, of course you didn't, Justin. That's cause you slept in too late. By the time you got up, Justin, the bread was already cold. So why didn't you wake me up? I didn't know. Okay, that's it. Those little conversations over meals are a big thing in this game. Yeah, but if I ask you to wake me, I'd have to hear your can't do anything without me speech again. Anyway, that's water under the bridge. Nothing we can do about it now. See, this game is full of optimism. We got weapons here that you won't find any on the old continent. Come this way if you have something to sell. We're gonna buy. You can buy spells. Hatchet. Great sword. I'm gonna buy the great sword. We have so much gold as well. Oh my gosh. For sure. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What else? What else? Alright, let's do this. Look at this, huh? Cowboy hat. Hunt shoes. Uncomfortable. Dry fish. Alright, now let's go back again. How do you like the game? Rate it. Rate it on the scale of from 1 to 10. Okay, we're gonna get ambushed again. Rate the game. Come on. Lucy, I sent you something on Discord. 5 out of 10? Oh my god. Holy crap. Really? Oh my god. I hope you're gonna be... Oh. Holy crap. They call it Carl Parker. How to say? Jesus. Yeah, I can see. I mean, you just to stay put for now, but it's getting close, isn't it? Jesus, you might get it. Wow. Oh my god. This is... Wow. I assume you don't want me to mention this, or... Look, he smiles when he levels up. Let me look at it again. Wow. Holy crap. I didn't think actually that would happen. How did you like the level up? Potentially, yeah. Potentially. Potentially. They don't harm me anymore. They don't harm me much anymore. Look, they barely harm me anymore. I'll show you something cool. I can't believe you scored this game to be 5 out of 10. The best game ever. Look at these birds. The bird is the word. Wait, maybe I have a spell. Oh, I don't have any spells. What? Hope everything will be okay. Otherwise, we will have to. I don't know what. I don't even know. It's not that right, Greater Ain't. Fighting those big caterpillars. I still cannot believe that you think this game is Oh. Wait, really? Still cannot believe you think this game is 5 out of... It sucks when you can help someone that is Yeah, it is. I did not expect these fires to get so bad. Entire city is devastated. And they keep spreading. We're gonna be talking about this because, well, let's just say that a lot of blame has been tossed around. There's a lot of blame to throw around for the fire. Yeah, people know the cause, but it doesn't stop them from blaming people or countries even. In fact, one person even blamed Ukraine for these fires, believe it or not, which I'm gonna explain when we get to it. Yeah, that's right. The cause is the dry weather combined with the winds. Global warming basically is the cause. For the most part. But no, it's actually Ukraine is to blame. I forgot, sorry. Ukraine is to blame. Actually. I forgot. Let's go to Fina's house. It is weird, but people are gonna do what they're gonna do, especially from the Republican side. So this is Fina's house, eh? Looks like a really well-built house. I wonder if she built it herself. Cool! This furniture looks like it was handmade by Fina. I'd like her to show me around here. Oh, I can get him. I have to check. I have to change the weapon at some point. Underwear. Ah, look, Justin. Oh, how cute. I'd like to have one of these. Sue, don't go around touching stuff. Fina might get mad at you. These are, panties. Oh, Justin and Sue, you've come to visit. I'm so glad you came, and so soon, too. Huh? Well, I mean, it's just that, well, Sue. Hi, Fina. Justin, what have you got in your hand? Oh, Justin, what are you doing? Those are mine. Oh dear, I usually don't leave this place in such a mess. No, it's fine, Fina, really. What's wrong with you two? You're both blushing. I was just showing him something, that's all. Well, hey, are either of you hungry? Let's have something to eat. That was delicious. I hadn't expected you to be such an accomplished cook. Hold on. I'm gonna show you another game in a moment. I'm gonna be impressed. Let me see. Alright. That was delicious. I hadn't expected you to be such an accomplished dude. This mint tea is really good. Seems like Fina can do everything. Everything that I should, I could, and will do. Yes. Brb. Yeah, but Fina, you're just living here all by yourself, right? Don't you get lonely sometimes? Oh, I guess so. But I wouldn't ever be lonely if you lived here too, Justin. Wow. Who, me? But I've got adventures. Ahaha, I was just kidding. Justin, you thought I was serious? Yeah, well, of course. But I was just joking. Well, anyway, Justin, was there something else you wanted to talk about? So what is it you wanted to talk about, Justin? May I borrow your new world map? I want to go to the Dome Ruins. Would it be okay if I borrowed your map of the new world? Didn't you join the Adventurers Society? They should give you an adventurous map when you join. Join the Adventurers Society? Never. That dude is no adventurer. He's just a lousy tour guide. That president is a blubbering idiot. How did a fool like him get to be president of the Adventurers Society? Fina, you're different, right? You're a real adventurer. Still, I'm at a loss. The Adventurers Society rules say I'm not supposed to lend the Adventurers map to non-members. Also, if I lend my map to you, Justin, I can continue with my own work. So Justin, is that all you wanted to ask? Are you engaged to Pakon? That reminds me, President Pakon said something really weird. He said you and he are engaged. No, really? Engaged? That's Pakon for you, spreading nonsense like that. No matter what I said, Pakon just wouldn't listen to me. What a nuisance. That's why I came here right away. I didn't want to run into Pakon. I really wanted to show you around. Aha, now I understand. I thought that was kinda strange. Now I get it. Hi, Justin. We get it. So, Justin, is that all you wanted to ask? Why don't you go on an adventure with us? Fina, why don't you come adventuring with us to search for the legendary Angelo? You said it was the Salt Ruins on the continent of Messina, right? It would be incredible if the ancient ruins really did work. They do work, they do, Fina. A girl named Liette told me so. She told us to head for Ellen. Really? Is it true? That the Spirit Stone is real? I thought Justin was dreaming. But that's great. That is quite a discovery. Anyway, I'm sure some secrets of Angelo are hidden in the Dome Ruins. So come with us to find them, Fina. Thank you for inviting me, Justin. But I just can't. I'm afraid the Adventurers Society rules say I'm not allowed to go there. Really now, Fina? All I hear from you is rules, rules. Should there be any places anywhere where adventurers can't go? Justin, don't confuse pros with amateurs. Pros must follow the rules. That's the way it is for us pros. If an adventurer breaks the rules, his pass gets taken away and he's out. Justin, you must understand how hard it would be for an adventurer to be unable to go on any adventures, so I need to hold on to this pass. That's where you're wrong. No adventures without a pass. No choice of destination without an okay. What kind of adventure is that? No one decides where the wind blows. Only the wind can determine that. A true adventure is like the wind. Why are you so quiet now, Fina? You're not like those nerds in the Adventurers Society, are you, Fina? No, but... Huh? What's that music? My dearest Fina, I've come for you. Yup. I heard someone say, yup. Justin, that voice. Wait here, Justin. I'll take a look outside. Yeah. Justin, that was Fina. Hey. Oh my god. Elon Musk. Hee. Dr. Johns, how do you like the game? Tell me, Dr. Johns. Tell me everything, okay? Hey, Dr. Johns. Hey. Hey, where's Fina? Justin, look over there. Go on home, Pakon. I told you to never come here again, remember? Welcome back, Raider, and look, a situation. Ah, but tonight's the night when your hearts will be united. Yep. Once you and I are married, Fina, we can wash our underwear together as a couple. Yep. Go wash your own underwear, Pakon. I've no intention of marrying you. How many times must I tell you? Oh my gosh. Oh, don't be so shy. I know that you're really crazy about me, Fina. Anyway, if you don't marry me, I'm gonna take away your adventurous past, so there. Yep. And if I do that, you can't go on any more adventures. Yep. Yeah. Spaghetti, nice. Pakon. That should have nothing to do with whether or not we get married. Pakon, you're such a sleazebag. Fina just plain hates your guts. Can't you get that into your head? What are you doing here at Fina's house? Are you her boyfriend or what? Me? I'm just, well, I'm her friend, I suppose. No, wait a minute. Actually, Justin is my fiancé. We're getting married. Huh? Fina? Look, we've got to coordinate our stories. If we don't, we'll never get Pakon to give up, will we? I'm in love with him, Pakon. He proposed to me a year ago, so I'm afraid I can't marry you. Yeah, she's right. Keep your paws off my girl. Sorry I never mentioned it to you, Pakon, but I'm sure you'll find someone else and you'll be very happy. That's too bad, my dear Fina. You've been claimed by that silly boy. You know what? I'll help you. This is the kind of thing I have my bodyguard along for. Master Chang, come on. Justin. Ouch. What's this? Alright, Justin. You came too. Did that guy Chang beat me up? Sue, where's Fina? Those guys took her with them, said they're gonna have a wedding, so Justin, what should we do? I've got it, Sue. We're going to go save Fina. I won't let Pakon have his way. That's just what I was thinking. Let's go. We're off to New Parm. How do you like the game, Greater 8C? Did it elevate itself from 5 out of 10 to a glorious 10 out of 10? Are you not yet convinced that this is a glorious game? Let's go, save Fina. If this did not elevate this game at least a couple of points, then I don't know. I don't know what will. Where's the church? Or whatever. Mansion number 3. Wow, nobody's saying anything about the game. You're not impressed. There are bad doctors in this world. Their treatments are doubtful. Everyone avoids using them. None of them are a new harm, but a few people got caught by bad doctors elsewhere. Too bad. Where's the... Wait, where's the church? Ah, another beautiful day outside. And suspicious day. I have happy. Oh my gosh. No, it's not your imagination. Where's the church? Have you heard Fina is getting married? I've always thought of her as my own daughter, so I'm especially happy. But I wonder who she's marrying. Pakon, it's Pakon, but look, she's kidnapping Fina and forcing her to marry him. What? Really? You must be joking. After all, she did pick Pakon. No, you don't understand. Fina is being abducted by him. It's really none of my business who she marries as long as Fina is happy. Oh, forget it. She's totally clueless. Wait, where's the... I'm looking for the church. Or whatever. The Mary thing place. Not house number 7. What? I heard that Mr. Pakon is marrying a girl named Fina. It's such a shame. Fact is, I wanted to marry Mr. Pakon to be the wife of the Adventurous Society president. I'd marry a donkey. What? I'd marry a donkey. Oh, I love this game. To be the wife of the president of the Adventurous Society, I'd marry a donkey. I would marry a donkey. Wait, where's the place? Come on. Show me the place. We got a marriage to destroy. Don't we? House 2. Am I stuck in the game because I cannot find the big wedding? Cannot be, I cannot find the wedding. Oh, where's the church? I am, but I played it like many years ago. Okay, where's the church? Oh, there we go. Is this the basement? Divido. Wow. Alright. How much experience have we gotten out of this mess? 10. Only 10. Measly 10 points. We found the treasure vent for sure. Oh my god, wait, what? What happened? I didn't know the enemies could do that. Oh, that's 20 XP. Isn't that great? Oh my gosh. Oh! What the hell, Dr. Johns? Look at this, level up. Smiled. Oh my god, Dr. Johns. You bully me again. I'm an excellent Grandia player. Okay? I'll prove it to you right now by earning a perfect victory. There's gonna be a special music, wait for it. Okay? See? Special music. That's right. Ooh. There you go. Perfect victory. And you called me a bad Grandia player. I cannot believe you. The blasphemy of your statement. I'm a great Grandia player. You don't even know my power. 1% of my power.
ちょろいちょろい
Again. Perfect victory. Hmm? I want a mana egg. I'm a professional. Burp. I'm a real pro. Yes, say. I have to get that egg. And money. Have you ever heard of Blade Runner? Oh wow, there's more. There's more water in here. I don't think we have to use our special skills. We would be leveling them up though. Whoa. Wait, hold on. Where am I? What is happening here? Gold. Iron mace. Nice. Is it better than what I've got now? It is, actually. Wow, why is everybody so quiet? Are you so mesmerized by this awesome game? You never answered my question. Have you ever heard of Blade Runner? Alright. 28. None of you ever heard of Blade Runner? It's a very famous movie, you know. Have you heard of the game Blade Runner? The game Blade Runner. Oof, what is this? Wait, did I... Oh wow. Yeah, that's right. Hey, this is where we go in. Look, Justin. Uh-oh, looks like they've started it already. Do you pack on take Fina as your lovely wedded wife? to love and to cherish in sickness and in health, for as long as you both shall live. Oh yeah, oh yeah, you betcha. Now, if anyone objects to this wedding, let them speak now or forever hold their peace. What's going on here, father? This isn't right. And now the groom may kiss the bride, and be forever united and holy. What? Kiss the bride? Okay, Fina, here's where we kiss. I'll do the kissing. All you have to do is pucker up. Hey, it's okay. I'll kiss you gently. Look, I'm holding back. That creep, Pakon. I'm putting a stop to this right now. Justin, we can go this way. Let's hurry. Let's go, Sue. Let's go, Fina, right now. If you get even one drop of your snot on her, I'll beat you to a pulp. Oh, yup, oh, yup. Let Fina go, Pakon. I'll bust up this whole wedding. That's right, Pakons. A wedding should be a prize dream come true. This is a sham, and we won't allow it. Yup, I'm not gonna let you ruin my wedding. Master Chang, come get them, come on. Boss fight. Ha, I invited Master Chang just in case something like this came up. Oh, it's you. I'm not letting you get me again. Fight. Vegas wedding. He's not that strong. Uh-oh. Cancel. Wait. I cannot believe she missed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't have a revival thing. Dynamite. Take this dynamite. And die. Oh my god, am I about to lose? If I lose, we quit. I'm just saying, I'm a quitter. I lost! Wow. I lost. Oh. Well, that's it. That's it for this game. Lucy failed to hold the arranged marriage and now some poor girl is stuck with Mr. Boogers. That's right. For today, at least. We'll save her next time. I'm sure. Did I save the game? Ah, don't worry about it. We'll save her next time. Exit Grandia, yes. Okay, now you have a choice. Oh my god, do we have a choice now? So, do you wanna another game, or do you wish to listen to some amazing discussion by Elon Musk? We have this choice. This choice is now before you. This choice stands now before you. Elon Musk or game? I want to listen to Elon Musk actually. This is great. I've been waiting for this all week. Game? But I've been waiting all week for Elon Musk, whatever. Okay, I'll show you. Just a little bit of game, okay? And then we're gonna where's the I must have set this game up. Over. Interesting. There you go. You said all my games are optimistic and nostalgia driven. Now you're gonna see a depressing game. You wanted it. You begged me for it. And now I'm here to deliver, I guess. Early in the 21st century, the Tyrell Corporation advanced robot evolution into the Nexus phase, a being virtually identical to a human known as a replicant. The Nexus 6 replicants were superior in strength and agility, and at least equal in intelligence to the genetic engineers who created them. Replicants were used off-world as slave labor in the hazardous exploration and colonization of other planets. After a bloody mutiny by Nexus 6 combat team in an off-world colony, replicants were declared illegal on Earth under penalty of death. Special police squads, Blade Runner units, had orders to shoot to kill upon detection any trespassing replicant. It was not called execution, it was called retirement. Los Angeles, November. Oh, Los Angeles, of all places, today. And fire. Jesus. It's awful. Los Angeles, huh?
I'm leaving now.
Lucy, my sweet.
I cleaned out the tiger cage and sorted all the meal bins. So, if it's all right, it's my turn to fix dinner.
Haven't you forgotten something, little one? Just one little thing.
Mr. Runcer, please.
It's been a very long day.
I don't want to.
Now, Lucy, I thought we'd settled this last week. Don't let's forget who pays your salary. We're closed. Come back tomorrow. Wait! I haven't finished with you. I told you we're closed.
We're not here to buy, little man. We've come to sell.
You can't possibly have anything to interest me. These are extremely rare animals of the highest quality.
What a coincidence. So am I. That is the price for humility.
Oh, please, don't.
And what else might we interest you in today, sir? Perhaps some virtue?
Not my animals, please. I'm begging you.
But what of honor, little man? At what price? Honor.
Oh my God, no! That tiger is the rarest specimen ever seen.
Tiger, tiger, burning bright. The forest of the night.
VR 61661, report to precinct headquarters, code 3. Repeat, code 3.
I was just finishing up my 12 out on patrol when I got the call. Welcome relief, considering that the most action I'd seen all night was a schizoid grandmother doing the shimmy in her underwear in the second sector.
VR 61661, report to division headquarters, code 3. Repeat, code 3.
Last time I had a 3 was when some hooker vomited Thunderbird on Bryant's desk, and yours truly led the cleanup crew. Year and a half on the job, it was still the dirtiest work I'd seen. Where's Captain Bryant?
Took a sick day. Got himself a heinous case of ptomaine poisoning. He asked me personally to run the unit in his absence.
Gouza was one of the old-time guys who took their knocks in the streets. He had a friendly way about him, but you didn't want to turn your back on him if you were less than a friend.
Hope you've been enjoying your leisure time, kid, because it's time to take that thumb out of your ass.
Hallelujah.
Don't get too excited. The other Blade Runners are all jammed up. Holden's sucking dinner through a straw. Gaff's working the Tyrell break-in, and Steele's working special undercover. Looks like you got this one by default.
You really know how to make a girl feel wanted.
Animal murder done at Runciter Zoological. Probably just be a schizoid glitz, but we got the call. Old man Runciter lost something like 1 billion chinions worth.
10 to 1, this ain't a job for Rep Detect.
You got something better to do? Perfect your French cooking, maybe?
Cool game.
Slumming tonight, Slim?
I thought you were on special assignment.
Wasn't too damn special after I had the suckers out.
What happened?
Couple of fours were masquerading as fibroplast insulators down at Kaiser. I dressed up like a nurse. They never had a chance.
I'll bet. You put him on the machine?
Hell no. There's a beautiful little thing in here called the magic, and it ain't ever been wrong. You develop it, you got a brilliant career ahead of you.
I'm working on it.
What's Gouza got you doing tonight?
AM at Runciter's.
Animal murder. Oh, those skin jobs got no respect for anything that truly lives and breathes. And that goddamn Eldon Tyrell ought to be zipped into a body bag and flushed into deep space.
Get rid of him, we'd be out of a job.
I think we're all overdue for a little off-road paid vacation. You can stop staring at my ass now.
You got eyes in the back of your head?
All you gotta do is ask, Slim.
Animal sales was a profitable and prestigious business since most real animals had died out after the Terran War. There were plenty of electric ones, though, powered by rechargeable batteries. No self-respecting human would own one of those frauds.
The game is so loud now.
Canvass the area. Maybe somebody had his eyes open.
I'm on it.
What do you know?
About 30 counts of animal murder and 1 of aggravated assault. The shop's been thrashed. You ought to see this tiger cub they got in there. It's a goddamn tragedy.
How's old man Runciter holding up?
State of shock. He's been moaning and complaining about his world caving in.
You'd feel the same way if they were your animals. How many perps?
At least 2. Bloody footprints all over the scene.
Must be a delightful sight. Canvass the area. Maybe somebody had his eyes open.
I'm on it.
How do you like the game?
Judging from the distance between the prints, I was looking for 2 very big men. One dragged his right foot, indicating a possible injury or lameness. The other appeared a lot more controlled, graceful even. Quite a pair. Big caliber, possibly off-world combat weaponry. Ballistics might give me a fix on it. McCoy, LPD.
I'm absolutely certain Lucy Devlin was involved in this heinous act.
Lucy?
She's the young girl who works for me.
She's responsible for all this mayhem?
No, of course not. It was 2 men acting in concert with her, obviously.
Obviously. What'd they look like?
Big and scary and absolutely malevolent.
Oh no.
My precious one. She was my baby.
Can you think of anything they might have been after?
First I thought they wanted money, but I don't keep any in the shop. Then I thought they wanted to steal my animals, but they started executing them.
Could they have been replicants?
Who else would be capable of such barbaric acts?
Why do I have to keep clicking to
Do
continue?
you ever do any business with the replicant manufacturers, Tyrell Corporation?
I resent that accusation.
Just wondering.
Officer, last May I personally sold Governor Colvig an exquisite Bergeron coat. I have been a guest at his house on 3 separate occasions. Do I look like I need to carry artificial product? My precious one. She was my baby.
Tell me about this Lucy.
There's not a lot I can tell you. She's only worked for me for a short while. She's about 14 years old with pink hair. A very attractive young thing.
How'd you find her?
Ew.
She came to me with a reference from Ogilvy's in the Northwest Zone. And he's a very reputable wholesaler.
You treat her well?
As well as any young tot should be treated.
She got a desk? Or someplace where she worked?
She used to eat over there.
Jesus. Awful.
You got any discs from that camera?
It's irrelevant. Those murderers also destroyed the camera. Thousands of Jinyens worth.
Maybe it photographed them before they shot it out.
I guess you've got a point at that.
13-year-old Lucy with pink hair. True.
I believe this is the disc from last night.
Peachy. See if you can dig up that reference from Ogilvy's.
Yes, it's somewhere here. Just a moment.
Where is he going? Where are you going? What the hell? What are you doing? What?
Here you are.
What? What was that?
Stick around. I may not be finished with you.
I'm ruined. Totally ruined.
What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm investigating.
Howie Lee's in Chinatown. I'd eaten there myself. A toy dog. Well, isn't that cute?
31 Sector 3 LA.
A candy bar. Yuck.
A candy bar. Yuck. Candy bar. Candy bar.
My precious one.
Okay, don't stop whining.
She was
Jesus.
my baby.
We all lost things in life. What a whiner, little.
All my animals. I'm ruined. Totally ruined.
Blade Runner. It's in the same world as in the movie. Blade Runner. Oh, it was definitely made before 9/11. You're right. You're definitely right about that.
All my animals.
It didn't add up. Animal murders, the lack of any theft, the small animals alone were worth a good chunk of change on the street. It seemed more like an act of vengeance. Find anything else out here?
This guy lives across the street. Says he heard a crash late last night. Looked out his window and saw a black sedan speeding away from the scene.
Oh.
Canvass the area. Maybe somebody had his eyes open.
What guy?
I'm on it.
Where's the guy?
Find anything else out here?
Zilcho. Row actions inside. Abstract art. All over the walls and ceiling.
I never did appreciate art.
Oh, well, you should watch the old Blade Runner.
Mấy giờ tôi phải tới đó đó? Xin hỏi cái chỗ cảnh sát ở đâu ạ?
I'm gonna save the game.
Scratches and paint flecks, and I knew what they meant. Unless the city had bought a jet black fire truck, somebody had a big fat traffic ticket coming. Nothing even remotely interesting, but hell, if I was going to root through trash, my expectations weren't too high.
Find something?
Piece of chrome.
From a car?
No, I think it's horse chrome. Bag it and tag it.
See? And this is the game.
Mấy giờ tôi phải tới đó đó? Tôi rất mong anh đang nằm nhanh. Cái đồ ăn ở đó rất là ngon. Tôi rất mong anh đang nằm nhanh đi. Ông đó đang nhìn mình. Cái đồ ăn ở đó rất là ngon.
Shall we go home? And by home I mean to the precinct? Or is there anything else that we could find here?
Find anything else out here?
Zilcho. Row actions inside. Abstract art. All over the walls and ceiling.
How cute.
Mấy giờ tôi phải tới đó đó?
I already checked for a crowbar, some kind of tool. No luck, but it looks like we've got some latents.
Make sure the lab boys run them through the mainframe,
no.
human and rep.
Hey Doreen. Why you like this to me?
Cái đồ ăn ở đó rất là ngon. Xin hỏi cái chỗ cảnh sát ở đâu ạ? Mấy giờ tôi phải tới đó đó?
I'm about to have a conversation with a guest.
Ông đó đang nhìn mình.
That's right, I'm about to have a guest.
Xin hỏi cái chỗ cảnh sát đồ ăn ở đó rất là ngon.
Police station. McCoy's apartment. Chinatown. Rosita's animals. Oh, let's go to Chinatown. Flying cars, just like it's supposed to be. Alright.
Real sushi was a luxury reserved only for the elite, since most sea life had become radioactive after the Third Terran War. The rest of us had to eat new sushi, soya mixed with off-world lichen.
Wow, that's depressing. Okay, let's click to menu. And let's call our guest. Hello? Ugh. Hello? I'm gonna discuss nerdy things. Let me try to set up a nerdy background.
Hello.
Hello. I'm gonna set up a nerdy background. Oh yeah, that's right. Never mind. We're not doing that. We're doing something completely different. You're right. Wait, you're not saying anything? Did you know that what I felt has actually gone insane?
Yes. Yeah, I know that.
How did you know?
I mean, I watched some of his stuff, yeah.
Oh my god. 2.6. What the hell? Jesus Christ. How? Well, whatever. What was I about to tell you? With Karasu Kafka. I'm gonna write your thing. Should I?
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, let's go and add you as a guest, okay? What are your preferred pronouns?
Yeah, I have none.
So should I write none?
It doesn't matter, really. Any.
Any.
She, her, any.
Any all. Okay. Wait, what the hell? Why isn't it visible? Have I made... Oh! I keep making the same mistake. Okay. Welcome. Welcome to this beautiful, wonderful stream. Can you tell us a bit about yourself and your whole everything?
No, I can't. It's too late for that. But we should go through the D&D thing, right?
But what if nobody knows who you are? Out of the 4 people watching.
And that's fine.
Are you
That's
sure?
fine. I'm happy that they don't know me. Yeah.
All right. There's
I mean, they will know something about me when I'm listening what we are talking about, right?
maybe.
If they can understand me at all.
There's a stream right now that Wick is doing. It's called "What Does It Mean to Be a Man?"
Yeah, but I think let's stick with the other stream because I'm more prepared for that.
You don't know what it means to be a man?
I don't care about what he thinks about it means to be a man. I think it will pop up everything in through the D&D because I don't think so when he's talking about D&D, he's only talking about
It's a
like
panel.
last time we were talking about the orcs, right?
Wait, hold
And
on. I forgot he
that's a
doesn't do VODs.
lot of essentialism came out of his prescription when you were debating with him.
Wait, what? Colonialism and Dungeons and Dragons,
Yeah,
storytelling, goblin men's rights, activists, gatekeeping, and more. All right.
let's do that. So though I don't know the concrete problem, but I think it's completely
Also,
insane to me.
it changes a lot, Moho. Having expensive sushi and not being able to get real sushi at all changes quite a lot. All right. I should share it with you, right? So that you don't have a
Yes,
delay.
please. Yeah, that would be better. I'm not listening to the stream because I know there is a delay.
Okay, go live. All right. Ready? It's
Yeah,
2 hours
let's do
42
it.
minutes, so we're not gonna go
Yeah,
through
probably we not
the
go
whole
through
thing.
everything.
You wanna watch? Do you also wanna listen to Elon Musk talking to AFD with me?
Maybe, but not today. It's
But I
enough for
wanna,
me.
I
One.
wanna, I wanna, I wanna do this. Okay, let's go.
Does the
List
guy who
today.
was last time with us or with you? You know when?
Which one?
Does the guy who was phoning in last time
Which
with the
one?
orcs?
Which
Is
one?
he there?
I don't see
I
him.
don't know.
Well, you can see it. I shared this screen with
Yeah,
you.
yeah, but I don't know if the left side.
I don't remember.
Me neither. That's the problem. We know the names, right? What's the names
I
of
don't
the
know.
guys?
As always, they're not.
Oh, he's not writing down. He's lazy bugger.
I don't see names.
He's a lazy bugger.
All
He
right, we'll
doesn't.
see. We'll see. We'll see the. Let's not assume anything. Let's just listen to the arguments, okay? Let's not
Yeah, I'm
pick
not assuming
favorites.
that he's a lazy bugger. I can see that there is no names written down. I don't need to assume that he's lazy.
Let's not assume anything about any one of these people. Let's just listen to
Hmm?
their argument.
No, no, no. But I can assume about Vic that he's lazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't write down the names of the guys.
He
What
does.
kind of host he is?
True.
That's
Smelly.
I can assume.
Ready to start?
Yeah.
And a great topic. So welcome, 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 one and all.
Oh boy.
Yet another episode
I'm
of
excited.
WIC TV.
TV.
A cross-ideological space where we come together, talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today, we are going to be discussing something that we came across earlier in this week. Attention has been drawn to a third-party supplement for D&D called Forge of Foes. In this, there are several controversial articles and discussions, such as anti-colonialism in a D&D setting, as well as talk of such things as
can we
goblins,
stop?
men.
Of course. Yes.
He has a problem of a third-party publication, right?
Why?
He explained he has a problem with the third-party publication.
What's wrong with third-party publications?
No, this kind of third-party publication, this specific.
Oh.
They stumble upon a book where there is colonialism, where there is goblins, and it's a third-party product, right? So that means it's not the. So let's make it clear, because whoever is a role player might know it, but a lot of you might not. So the D&D publisher Wizard of the Coast in early 2000s opened up the license for other companies and people to publish in their system.
Mm-hmm.
This is the OGL, the original gaming license, something like that. And what meant that you can use their system. In that time, that was the third edition, and you don't need to pay anything extra, or you just need to put it down that it's based on that, and you can do whatsoever you wanted. So
Right.
hundreds of different role-playing game came up after that, which used the D20 system. That was like the one of the version of the D&D or the D&D system itself. There are 3.0 or 3.5 edition. So their problem now, they're making a roundabout problem, a panel that the third edition publication has these topics in it, right? This is the most serious problem around D&D at the moment, or
Yeah,
role-playing game,
yeah,
right?
and well, a few. There's also goblins and men rights activists.
Yeah, in this publication, it was in both of these publication these issues which I
Nice.
assume is too vogue for them,
We'll
or we
see.
want
We'll
it.
see. I
And
mean, for
okay,
some of them, there, I assume
but
some of them will not agree since it's a panel.
but let's ground it a little bit, okay? So what else happening with D&D at the moment with Wizard of the Coast? Because we watched something uh, together with you, right?
Yeah.
So at the moment, Wizard of the Coast, Hasbro, licensed out or made a contract with the gambling company to sell off the D&D brand, right? So
Yeah.
which means that probably there will be gambling addictive marketing involved to sell the product for children.
Yeah,
To
but you don't understand. Wokeness is bad, and gambling brings more company, which means that they're just
yeah,
gonna create better
it,
quality products for real fans.
it's the wokeness which destroying the hobby, not a bad company, not bad practices, and not making no space for people to play the game uh,
What do
with
you,
digitalization,
hold on.
right?
What do you
It's
mean
not.
bad practices? Where has gambling ever ruined a company? Have you not seen what happened to company? It did wonders for it.
Yeah, yeah, probably. Yeah. Anyway, just to make it sure that how important this panel related to the hobby itself, because okay, hobby is also not the most important thing in the life, the role playing gaming, right? But
Yeah.
even in this little part of the world, how important is what they're talking about, and how important this topic what we put together.
I mean, I'm gonna tie it to us to something a little bit more important. I've watched a little bit of the Elon Musk talk with the AFD, and of course, it was filled with talk about how we must do away with communism, woke, gender stuff, and it's just part of it. It's like about like it's part of the
Yeah,
culture war. It's part of the
yeah.
role
I
playing. Is
mean, this
part of
is this
our
is this is what Vic is. Vic is a anti-SJW culture warrior at the moment, making the same, and he's claiming that he's on the left, right? But
right.
he's not talking, not making any important. But anyway, so
Like when
when we
it's.
listening, what I will try to prove to you all
Mhm.
that colonialism came up way earlier in the role playing game industry, in
Yeah.
specifically D&D, and not by third party product, but before it was even owned by uh, Wizard of the Coast. TSR, the former company, itself published a topic which is was centered around colonialism.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we will try to prove, and we can talk about the orcs a little bit as well because he makes the same mistake. He was scaremongering with the orcs as well. If yeah.
So I think
Anyway, let's
I
continue.
think this just is a part of a broader thing that people make a claim that the evil wokeism enters all of our aspects of life, from serious topics like politics to simple topics like entertainment.
Yeah.
And that is why our civilization is in decline, and that is why strong
In
parties
this case,
like.
it's not the full civilization. Let's not make weak black pigeons
I'm
speak.
not. I'm not talking about Wick. I'm just talking
Yeah,
about a
yeah, yeah. But
broader
let's be fair with
thing.
Vic here. He's not as bad as like Sargon of Akkad or Black Pigeon
No, no,
speak.
no. I'm not making a claim about.
Yeah, I'm making this difference. It's not about you. That he is not talking that the whole culture will be destroyed because the wokeism is in role
Yeah, of
playing
course.
game. He's just telling that the role playing game destroyed, the hobby destroyed because
Although
of
it
woke.
does play into it a bit, in my opinion. But yeah,
Yeah, of course. I mean the same logic. He's just a little bit less, you know.
all right. Let's let them speak. Let's let the man speak and these fine people. All right, ready?
Rights
Yeah.
activists. Is this sort of thing appropriate for the D&D hobby? And by this
What
sort
a weird question, by the way. If something is appropriate for D&D. Sounds so. I
There
don't
was
know.
so silly modules, so silly
That
topics
sounds
through
so
the D&D.
prudish. Sounds so
There
prudish.
there was, I don't know if it's third edition publication or TSR itself. There was uh, kind of modules where you played goblins or kobolds and raiding humans, and it was the kobold perspective, and it was kind of jokey game, right? So
Yes.
when they probably broke the goblin men's right activist, that's a kind of joke, like comic.
Ah,
And these people should understand this kind of stuff, right? Because they are very proud and claiming that the left is silencing comics and comical things.
but it's
Uh,
not appropriate.
oh yeah, in this case probably it's not appropriate to be in a third party edition which you can use or not use it depending on how you want to do it. You shouldn't make a joke. You shouldn't make a
True. I assume so. I assume they're not all on the same page since it's a panel.
okay. I don't know any other's opinion about this. I'm just commenting about weak choice of this whole topic.
Right. Alrighty, let's go. Let's hear about.
sort of thing, I mean articles such as this, supplements such as this. Does this help expand people's ability to play the game? Or is it acting as a spoiler, as a ruination of the TTRPG, a corrupting influence, if you will? We're going to get into
That is a weird premise as well. That something just adding some element can either expand or limit people's ability to play the game. The only like isn't the only limit the imagination? You just discard what you don't like and put in what you like.
Yeah, I mean,
What does
we
that
can
even mean?
we,
Does
we
it
can go back
expand your ability to play the game?
we can go back the real problem that Wizard of the Coast started to push for digitalized products
Right.
and gatekeeping some of the stuff, and their publications are not really good anymore. It's not about woke because of wokeism that doesn't hold any information. So, for example, they came up with a game, with a very old game, re-edition of Spelljammer. That was the 90s brand, or even started the early 80s in Dragon magazine. And they published it. It's about kind of ships, animal kind of ships. It looks like animals, most of the design. So if somebody played with the Baldur's Gate 3, they could see this nautiloid ship in the start, which living ship like a squid-like
Mm-hmm.
ship. That was from Spelljammer. They redesigned it. Very good redesign. I really loved it. But anyway, they came up with this new production, and they forgot to put rules there about the ship-to-ship combat. And it's very expensive. So it's a very expensive product to sell. And they probably thought that if somebody is interested, if we hit enough, we might publish it in digital form or extra, you know. So
DLC.
yeah, DLC, but you couldn't. The basic promise of this setting is that you are captain of a ship, so you're serving in the ships, and you might do pirating. and they didn't put it there. So this limits the capacity to able to play that game what they're promising, right? And they're selling like really expensive. A lot of teenagers, a lot of young people can't buy it.
Right.
That's not a problem. That's not limiting. What limiting is that the third party product, which is probably very cheap compared to the Wizard of the Coast edition, that's the problem
Of
because
course.
they're talking about colonialism.
I don't even know if Wick talked about the Wick didn't. I even added him on Discord. He never answered me about the whole gambling thing. It's strange that you would not do a panel about that.
Well, that's I think that's telling what his position are about these issues, right? Or let's be fair with him, he might be just very lazy and thinks that he gets enough clicks and gets enough money with this, and to talk about the gambling side of the D&D, that would need a little bit of research, right? I
Yeah.
mean, you seen that how much research he done with the orcs? None,
That's
because
because
he
he
didn't
has
know
all
it.
the knowledge in his head.
But he didn't know it. Nothing. He didn't know about the orcs.
Yeah, but
The orcs are not evil
he
race.
had a special summon item which he used to summon a person, so it's okay.
Yes, but
Like
that person
in
was wasn't really agreeing with him totally
like
either.
in it's like in Elden Ring. He summoned a person to help.
Yeah, could be, could
To it.
be.
But
Okay.
first, we got lovely guests to introduce.
All right.
And I want to give them each space and a spot to kind of tell people who they are, where you can find them, and most importantly, what are their thoughts on the subject at hand. We're going to start with Harmony. Go ahead, please.
And pronouns,
me
please. Please, Harmony.
Right. So first, my name is Harmony Ginger. I am Harmony_Ginger on YouTube, at GingerBlast on Twitter. First of all, I want to say that I have nothing against the lazy DM. I don't really know much about him. I don't wish to impugn his character, though I do disagree with the 4-page blurb about colonialism in his supplement. I believe that human history is full of war and horrors from the very beginning, and goblins, gnolls, orcs, and demons are not intended to represent real people, and they are representative of existential chaos and evil. Evil that inspires fear in people so that they watch over their children and tell them to stay out of the woods at night. Evils exist in literature and folklore, and they represent the oldest fantasy tropes that
Are
speak
we
to the
going
human
back to the
condition and the fear
topic
of.
of intrinsic evil again?
Yes, I thought that we will do, and we will go back to orcs. And I think this
Oh
person is
boy.
very Petersonian, Jordan Peterson. Okay, but if she would be a real role player, she really would care the hobby. She would know that everything she talks about now is a lie, because goblins, orcs, all appeared in the gaming history of D&D as potential even good people, but
I feel
she
like
doesn't
a
care about it.
I feel like a radical. I'm like a radical rebel that says orcs and goblins at the end of the day can be whatever the hell the game master decides them
Okay,
to be.
absolutely, you are right. So let's stick with the first statement. What you said, that every kind of game, it doesn't matter what's happening. It's between whoever telling the story. Okay, let's maybe people doesn't even know how role playing game goes, right? So tabletop role playing game is usually, not always, but usually there is one game master, storyteller, referee, whatever the name they come up, who runs the game for friends, for people, and they usually, I mean, there is many forms how they can run it even, but they usually tell us stories, and they sometimes roll dice to restore conflict with the, and other people around the table play one or more character of theirs in the story, right? And they buy the books that helps to talk about the setting, talk about the rules they're using. But from the start there was a lot of house rules because I mean the slang usually called it house rules. So every table came up with their own version of D&D, their own version of Forgotten Realms, their
Yeah.
own version of Cyberpunk, whatever they wanted to make, right?
I mean, it's
So the,
inevitable. It's inevitable. Even if you have a
of
set of
course,
rules, you will
but
have
this
your
is
own
what the
interpretation of these rules, of these
yes,
worlds, etc.
but this is what Wizard of the Coast want to change, because if there would be one official thing, and these guys, I mean, Vic, probably this lady, absolutely, uh, is in a service of the company interpreting to
Yeah.
you what you should play because then you pay right
Yeah,
in
right.
digital form you buy
Also,
the correct goblin in the digital download.
I agree with Moho from YouTube. I also feel like making a race like ontologically evil kind of makes them boring and limits creativity. Like, I don't mind a race being usually evil because they are sociopaths that eat like people or something. But if there is nothing to explain their behavior, it's just boring writing.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's go back a little bit about Spelljammer, right? And people who have seen Baldur's Gate 3, there is these creatures in the beginning with the squid head and humanoid body. They are mind flayers or elitids, and they are eating human brains or sentient brains. When you are exploring the ship in the game, whoever played it, I mean, we played it in the stream together,
A bit, yeah.
and we were exploring the ship. If you remember, we were picking up jars with brains.
Yeah.
These creatures are sl- keeping people slaves. They reproduce through parasites, putting a parasite in people's brain, and they will overtake, and that's how they develop. So one, you can say that they are very intrinsically evil, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
they eating. And in the 90s, one of the Spelljammer novel, one of the mind flayer in this novel wasn't an evil, or wasn't was a friend or ally of the main character in the story.
Right. I mean, they're as evil as humans are for eating cows.
Yeah. So it's already complicated, and it's the 90s. So if it came to be woke one time, the TSR or the D&D, it came to woke way earlier. I mean, we were running through the first edition of the box set, right? The white
Yeah.
D&D.
The character from your
The,
book just happened to go vegan.
yeah, yeah. I mean, no, I think he was eating still sentient creatures.
Oh, vegetarian then, sorry.
Yeah, but he was selective.
Yeah,
Yeah,
vegetarian instead of
yeah.
vegan.
Yeah, I think they were eating enemies, like enemy's
Okay.
brain or something like that. But anyway, and I haven't read it totally. I know about it because I love Spelljammer. But the drow, or I think in English you pronounce it drow.
Yeah.
The dark elves is a very good example that one of the main character, which is they try to make it now the D and the main uh, um, like mascot, the Drizzt like
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah. For a
two
long time
scimitars,
because he was cool and everybody loved him. Yeah.
because it's a very good book. And why it's very good book? Why people loved it? Because it's about the struggle of a child growing up in a society which he rebels against, right?
Yeah. And also he was
Because
strong and cool, had a very
yeah,
nice
but
panther.
he became strong and cool through a struggle against his own society. So
True.
the first three episodes of that was really amazing because it was so deeply went through his life from childhood uh, that I think everybody, especially if you are a kid in the 90s, uh, you could find something in this character which relates to you, like how you fight against what you see as a problem in your own society in the 90s, for example,
I
right?
think you could meet him in Neverwinter Nights. I think you could meet him in Neverwinter Nights.
We could meet him.
Yeah, Dries Doordan was an NPC in Neverwinter
Oh yeah,
Nights. I
yeah,
think.
yeah. Probably. I mean, probably it came up in some of the games. Yes, I mean the some of the modules referred to him as well, new modules. So of course he's and I think the writer is one of the best TS
Salvador, right?
D&D. Yes, I think he really was exploring some deep themes. Like I think the whole Drow society he was talking, he was trying to model it from the Keresztapa. Nobody will know what I said. I talk about Hungarian. What's the name? Um, what's that mafia Italian mafia movie name in English?
Oh, The
The
Godfather.
famous Godfather. Yeah, the Godfather. He was modeling the from the Godfather that the
Yeah, The
Drow
Godfather.
family, one Drow family should be like a mafia, right? So
Yeah.
so that was one of
But
the
run by
inspiration.
women, so pretty woke. If you think about it.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, damn it. So woke. They destroyed everything. How can they make?
They're
Okay.
women,
Anyway.
of course. It's woke.
Yeah.
So what
So I think
happens when you allow
this
women to run
lady should
society?
should go back in time in the 90s and fight against the woke mind virus from
Well,
there
we
because
were.
they going.
They saw they sown the seeds, and so we're here. Thanks 90s. All right, let's listen
But
to.
I think they are not so smart to make this argument because
I am smart.
they don't care about the hobby itself and yeah. I'm calling them false pretenders. They are not really role playing game, and they don't care about this history of role playing game.
There's
Okay.
that dog here.
Of the unknown. This is not to say that you can't have an RPG campaign where goblins are good or gnolls only want pets and hugs. No one is stopping you from doing so. My contention is not that in every setting these monsters must be evil. However, there is nothing morally wrong with portraying monsters, even those vaguely shaped as humans, as evil creatures of the darkness.
My God, like this is such a
Okay, but
recycled topic. I should have been
and
invited to this.
this is the
I had a
word
whole
topic.
debate. Yeah, it is. It is again.
Absolutely. I mean that, but first of all, it's a very lazy.
Why would Wig do this? Why would Wig revive this topic from the dead?
Because they find something new and they can argue about it. Okay, but who the hell was talking about a third party product? That talking about colonialism in this product, does it stop any other role playing game to create some creatures that is inherently evil? And I will give you an example which, in my opinion, in a setting which use relatively good to create a kind of semi-sentient or sentient creatures which were essentially have this role that they never really became good. They were like foot soldiers, like the stormtroopers in Star Wars, to
Yeah.
have a mask to not humanize them, but they were like something which you can destroy.
Yeah.
And this is in the 80s or 90s TSR Dragonlance, and they had a golem like, which in golem like in the way that they are artificially created creatures from dragon eggs, and they spawn a full army of these dragon spawn. So this is like a dragonkin later on, but dragonkin became totally something different. But this kind of dragonkin kind of look appeared in first in the Dragonlance. But they were controlled. They were really creatures of the war, like machines almost, but
Well,
like biological machines,
since
right?
this topic came up, like of the evil creatures of darkness, There's nothing wrong with having evil creatures of darkness. And this is about goblins. Goblin men's rights activists. So probably if I were to be in this panel, I would have responded, well, have you considered that men's rights activists perhaps are just intrinsically evil creatures of the darkness?
I mean, that argument is very valid, especially how some of them argue. Yeah,
Have you
yeah.
considered that maybe that's on,
Yeah, but that to me talks about that they are kind of making a joke about political comment in a comical way of the recent things, right?
Ugh.
Okay,
There's a new
let's
monsters
continue.
manual, by the way.
But
I
you see
heard.
that she make an argument that all these in traditionally they're supposed to be this and this, right? So
Yeah.
she made this argument, but in the later on from this third party product, she ended up with the argument that because this appears in a book, they are targeting this traditional explanation of the
Yeah. Of course.
creatures, and they are no longer you could do that.
Yeah.
No, because it's published in one product, which is not even the official D&D,
Yeah,
right?
I'm gonna hit you with an official product. Are you ready? I've received news. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
There's a new monster manual I've heard. And all ancient dragons are now spellcasters. Is the hobby ruined?
I mean, that was always dragons could always cast spells some kind. So
Oh, that
that's
makes
what. Okay,
sense.
but I think this is the monster manual, but this is not official. It's a third party. And they, by the way, they changed a lot. So I've just talked today with one of my childhood friends who wants to run Forgotten Realms campaign. Okay,
Yeah.
and because we started in second edition and we played some third edition Forgotten Realms in the 90s, for us the Forgotten Realms is not the same as for many youngsters because a lot of youngsters started.
Youngsters.
I mean, I'm old, okay.
Old.
So
You're not even that much older than me.
I'm older than you.
Not
But
that much older.
anyway, a lot of people came with the fifth edition only, okay? And in fourth edition, they started to create in Forgotten Realms something called the spell surge. And it's not against the setting because the setting already had problems with magic in the story, even in the second edition. But for me, if I want to tell a story, if I would run a game, I would run before this spell surge. Because I don't know the correct name of this. The spellcasters couldn't cast spells, and there was massive problems. The goddess of spell was having issues, blah blah blah. So something like this, and a lot of things changed in the setting that time. And yeah, they could do that. They could change the game, and who cares? If I want to run the old one, I will pick up the old books and I will tell that look, I want to run like this. Are you ready to play with me?
No,
Do you
because
want
it's
to play?
irrelevant. It's old. Now we have to play the woke thing. It's law.
Yeah,
And the hobby's ruined.
yeah.
We're
It's like
trapped.
yeah,
We don't
it's
have a
insane.
choice.
They don't engage that. What is this hobby about even? Okay, but she's snaky. Just if you listen back, if everybody wants to go back, listen to her again. Uh, I don't think so. We should, but you can listen again how sneaky she is with this kind. So she is first stating that everything is this in the archetypical way, in Jordan Petersonian way. The
Yeah.
correct folklore is like
Chaos
this.
Dragon.
By the way, the folklore is very complicated as well. Maybe she doesn't know because she doesn't care about folklore.
You
But
mean real life
folklore,
folklore or?
yes, so the real life folklore.
Oh, yeah, of
Folklores
course.
were folklores were collected through the time, put in books. Okay, so in the 19th century was the surge of interest about folklores. Maybe in England and Wales maybe a little bit earlier,
Like
but with
Eastern
the
European folklore gets a little bit
yes,
complicated because a lot
because
of it comes from oral tradition rather than.
yes, and they wanted to collect these oral traditions to start to write down. later on the recordings, like the folk songs, right? In folk, they went out recording old people singing folk songs. So in British Empire in this time, 19th century, early 20th century, it was uh, Cecil something his name. He was a folk song collector. So when going out collecting in Hungary, it was Bartók Béla, much better character by the way, and Kodály Zoltán was the two person who goes around and collecting folk songs. Uh, but this is important that the folklore itself and the kind of science around it is emerging because of nationalism,
Uh,
right? So like there is an
well,
interest suddenly.
interpretations of it sort of emerged due to nationalism.
Yeah, no. The interest emerging with the nationalism,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
the
Oh, yes, 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 yes,
the
yes.
suddenly there is a surge of interest. What is the character of
Of
this
our
kind of
nation.
people?
Yeah.
What is the character of the true Japanese? What is the character of the true Hungarianness? And not all of the collector like this, because for example, Kodály Zoltán and Bartók Béla was interested in any
Which,
kind of thing.
to
They were
with
quite leftist, wokist,
like
communist,
like
by
like
the way.
like to a degree that's okay, sure. Like we have these songs that are taken from the past, and us using them, or they're being part of our present, sort of creates a part of our identity now. But then what I have a problem is taking that idea, looking to the past and saying, oh yeah, these people from the past that sang these songs, that did these things, were basically proto us. So we can just look at the past and
Yes,
they
and
were
then
us.
we have to keep that. Okay, absolutely
Yeah.
right what you are saying. So this is one of the problem. But the second problem, there was a lot of erasure through these processes.
Of
Okay,
course, because it's not
a lot
it
because
would
they
not fit
selected a
the
certain kind of.
yeah, it would not fit the national narrative.
Yeah.
Not everything
So,
fits.
and this is a process that is going on today as well. So, for example, in Hungary, wood carving. Okay, because my brother doing wood carving, and my one of my teacher was doing wood carvings in the 90s. Actually, both of my teacher and my brother teacher was the same person, same elementary school,
Mm-hmm.
and he there was emerging in already in the 90s of a certain kind of wood carving style. It's the Székely, kind of people in Transylvania, who is now emerged as the best example of Hungarianness in the new right wing. So in the 90s, it's emerging that they kept their Hungarianness despite of the Romanian oppression, and there was Romanian oppression, by the way, like state oppression against Hungarians. So this is true. But this Székelyness, that the Székely kept, and by the way, Székelys themselves wasn't part of the Hungarian tribes. They were a kind of newcomers, or so a different people. If you want to be specific about where they come from, they are not really the seven Magyar tribes, the Hungarian tribes who came first in Pannonia.
It is said
And
that some of the Hungarian tribes, quote unquote, came from the steppe.
yes, so they're not the same. But even the Hungarian tribes themselves were quite mixed up. So let's not go. So it's the argument that one of them is representing the true Hungarian,
Right.
is especially modern Hungarian, is stupid. But that's what they do
Yeah, that's why I'm
because
so critical of the book that I'm reading right now. But I don't think we should get into it. I think we
yeah.
would like
So
go off
but
topic far
this
too
lady
much
doing
if I.
yeah, but this lady doing exactly the same. She's talking that she's taking the folklore uncritically, that the folklore was, and what if the local folklore about similar creatures as goblins, maybe they don't even call it goblins, maybe they called it something different,
Yeah.
but the root is the same, and they modified it because that's
Let's
about
just say that
storytelling.
there's this platonic cave.
Yes, yes, they are. They
And
are very.
there's the light, which is the pure version of D&D, and people can only see the shadow, and the more they deform it from the light, the worse it becomes for the hobby.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Next up, no stranger to my show, Staxiums. What you got for us? Who are you? What are
Hello.
your thoughts?
Hi. So I am here as part of the Woke Warriors. Here we are defending the Goblin rights activists, Goblin men's rights activists. Okay, so here's, I think, my main argument. I think that when people see arguments like this, when they see the Goblin men's rights activists, what they're really frustrated with isn't that politics isn't being brought into an RPG. What they're really frustrated with is shoehorning and not integrating your subject material into the world building writ large. Like essentially,
Is that a game master's job?
Let's listen. I'm interested about their argument because I don't understand his argument yet.
It's me neither.
It feels out of place. It's not because it's woke. It's not because it's not political or dialectic or anything of the sort. It's simply just because it feels a little out of place. And if you just tweaked it so it fit the environment a little bit better, it could still be woke and you guys would have far less complaints. And I have numerous examples.
I think he's
to
right.
show you guys why that
So
would be.
basically, you see what he's saying is, yeah.
His argument that the gut reaction of people in the hobby comes up because they don't feel integrated to some setting or some larger story, and this is why they have an issue. And they wouldn't have an issue if this was integrated better in a setting of it. But my argument is that who cares? It's a third-party product, so it's like it doesn't need to be. I don't think so. He's arguing against the product itself. He's just describing here
I think he's just talking
that
about the idea itself.
that why people are angry. It's not even about wokeism. It's not even about politics because these people weaken the lady bringing politics into the hobby.
It's like,
That's why, right?
I guess the example here with the men's activists would be, why would there be men's rights activists in the setting? Why would there be a need for men's rights
Yeah,
activists
why
in
in
that setting?
Forgotten Realms in Faerun, where exactly it emerged? But I don't think so. A third-party product should have this. But I think this is the problem. So this is one of the problem of the new D&D editions. Okay, so I like the old settings like Spelljammer, Planescape. If any of you people are interested, two of the greatest, in my opinion, greatest setting of D&D. Planescape is worthy to check out. There is a Planescape Torment game. Maybe you people heard about it.
You people.
It's a really good one.
Racism
You
has
people.
entered the chat.
And okay, folk.
You
Well, how you?
people.
No, it's not
You're
a racist.
kind.
No.
I'm not
Okay.
sure if
Okay,
this sort of
I'm
games are
old.
familiar to your
I'm
kind.
grew up in 90s and I'm not speaking English properly anyway. So
You're from
and
the 90s. You're not woke.
and the other one is Dark Sun. It's a really good setting. I really love it. Forgotten Realms is one of the main setting nowadays because most of the computer game is based on that. So the argument would be if it would be part of these settings, right? Then people would have less issue. And I think he's right because one of the issue with the Wizard of the Coast new publications that they don't really integrate well the new ideas they had. So they published one of the setting book and they kind of ignore it. So why it's a setting then? Why you are selling it as a setting if there's nothing there about the setting itself? You don't want to be even coherent within the book, not with the old publication because let's be honest, none of this publication or old publication was coherent to each other. So sometimes the Forgotten Realms they published two different books which had contradiction within itself, right?
Yeah, Like the Bible.
Yeah. Or not one book, but like two different books had contradicted each
Yeah,
other.
like the Bible.
Okay, Bible is categorically two books as well, right? Old and New Testament. But even I think in Bible, even within one testament, you might have contradiction.
That's true. So yeah. Okay, let's go. Continue.
Be the case.
Okay,
Who's
we'll
next?
get into it, and I'm sure we'll get to those examples. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Next up, first time on my show. Hopefully not the last, but we'll see. Richard
We'll see.
Witters, please tell people who you are and what are your thoughts here.
I'm Richard Witters. If you know me on Twitter
Richard Twitter
or Instagram, I am a Zvart. I'm a small blue person.
No
I
one
worked
knows what that
on.
means.
I know. That's okay. They'll look it up. Yeah, I worked on Magic for about 7 years, D&D for about 7 years. I was concept artist, art director, world builder on both those brands to different degrees.
See? Wick brought in a heavy hitter. What do you think his opinion is gonna be?
Based on that, there was a lot of problematic people working in TSR before. I have no idea. It can go either way.
We'll see. We'll see. We're about to find out.
So a lot of this stuff, when people were talking about it, I was kind of like, okay. I've obviously thought about this for a long time because I've had to put out products to like a very wide audience. So you think about this stuff. You try to figure out what you're going to do. How does it interact with the audience? How does the audience react to it? What kind of stuff do you want to do? So now I've heard a lot of people say, hey, stop the debate. Just have fun. Forget this stuff. And I totally get you. That's player perspective. I'm coming at it from like a creator perspective of like, I think these things are good to discuss to make the products that we hope that the most people can be entertained by. So I'm kind of coming from a creator perspective in all this.
Okay, and we're going to be very...
So he didn't give an opinion at all. He just said, I'm having an opinion.
Yeah, but maybe we'll get an opinion.
Maybe,
don't
but
know. I think he might,
we'll
but
see.
I don't think so. He's right about it. Okay. So first of all, TSR itself was running very different settings for the exactly reason because D&D was not one brand. Okay. And people forget it nowadays because Wizard of the Coast want to turn D&D into one brand, like one coherent brand. It wasn't. In fact, when the Dark Sun came out, I was listening to some podcast about the designers of the time, trying to remember how they created it. And one of the way they created it, that they sat down and they decided that let's do all of these species, all of these traditional elves, dwarves, whatsoever, and turn it upside down, make them something totally different. So in
Make
Dark
them
Sun,
great again.
or very much not great again.
Great
so
again.
The halflings became hunter gatherers, and some of them was cannibals. Okay, they eat sentient beings. So maybe they were intrinsically evil. Maybe. Of course they wasn't. And you could play a good halfling in this setting, but yeah, they turned around. The elves became nomadic desert dwellers who was running around in these desert places.
So
and
they became the people of the Black Sea steppe.
Kind of, not totally, but yeah. So they and this was part of the TSR brand. So okay, he might
Right.
explain it what's the plan of the Wizard of the Coast today, but the Wizard of the Coast today is very different than previous companies or previous game designers. So he might argue that for best of a company to get a lot of money, profit out of the gamers is to stick with one brand trying to be very strict about what the design is. Maybe that will be his argument, right?
Yeah.
And that's what Wizard
Oh,
of the Coast want to do.
I hope to I hope to have heard any argument besides I'm a creator
Yeah.
and you're players.
Yeah. But if he argues that that the Wizard of the in creator perspective, it's better to have one kind of narrative, then he agrees with the Wizard of the Coast or Hasbro, the today Wizard of the Coast, which is really a problematic, which is really the one who is killing the hobby,
Oh,
in
we'll
my
see, we'll
opinion.
see. He said he used to do these things, so maybe he doesn't anymore. So he might have a much different. We don't. He didn't specify at which point he was working as well. He just gave.
I
He
think
said
I
he
think he
was
said
working
he was
7 years
working in
on Magic and Magic the
Magic the
Gathering.
Gathering, but Magic
7
the
years.
Gathering is very different.
Yeah, it's
So well,
different, but and
because
then
if
7 years in this as well.
okay, if he worked in Magic the Gathering, he needs to understand it that there is a difference about how
Yeah,
you
but he worked
play.
in both. He named 7 in Magic and then 7 in D&D.
Yes, but if he came from one to another, then he might be clouded of how they did Magic the Gathering, right? Because Magic the Gathering was one card game, right?
Yeah.
So in there you want to have a coherence. But even in 7 years ago, 7 years ago, what was it? It's the fifth edition, right? So in
Yeah.
fifth edition D&D, you still have the republishing of old settings like Eberron, and Eberron is very different than Forgotten Realms. And then you had the Sword
I
Coast
mean, from what I
come out.
heard, Magic used to want to be coherent, and then it just started throwing in cards from many different universes and treating them
I mean, that was always the case in a way. So
in a way,
obviously,
but now it sort of just became like
yeah,
a
but that's fine. I
free-for-all.
mean, they have this plane shift things going on, and I kind of like the idea. I'm not a card gamer. I played some cards. Magic the Gathering was never interest
I
me as
played a
much.
little bit
So,
of what was that game? I actually had even had figurines. Warzone.
no, I haven't.
Have you heard of it?
No,
There
no,
was
no,
even a
no.
battle game with figurines.
The TSR had the battle game system back in the days, so they had the mass combat. And by the way, I will talk about one setting which have mass combat system and was talking about colonialism back in the 90s. And it was the Forgotten Realms at the setting.
Yeah, the 90s were woke. That's why we don't like them. At
Yes.
least in here in Eastern Europe, the 90s were not woke because we were still unshackling from glorious communism.
I mean,
We didn't have time to be woke.
us in Hungary, we like that setting even. So it doesn't. We were already
I was just
infected with
some
the woke
sort of
mind
like
virus, I believe.
I was just some sort of like a blinded curiosity of the exotic West. Yeah. Alrighty, let's continue.
Very curious to hear what you think of some of these things, but we'll get into it, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up, another first-time guest, Jack, Chronicler of the Northlands, the Lost
Ooh.
Lore Scholar himself. Tell people who you are, what you do, and why you're here.
Well, I chronicle the Northlands. It says it on the tin. No, my name's Jack. I like fantasy. I play a lot of Dungeons and Dragons. I talk on the internet about the hobby, about the genre. Fantasy in general is more my cup of tea. And I, for quite a while now, have been banging the drum of apolitical fantasy because I'm just sick and tired of the politics.
Apolitical fantasy
This is so
myth.
stupid. This is so
Apolitical
exactly.
fantasy
It's
is
a
a
myth. It's absolutely a myth.
The mythical
I'm so angry.
unicorn of the.
If Dark Sun would came up now today, they would attack that it's a lot of work is going on. How the elves became like almost like Roma people.
Like fine, You can do
or
a political tabletop. Just throw away all the world building, setting, political systems
I
existing
mean,
in the world.
the dark sun of the 90s was heavily inspired by the
Gosh.
environmental activists. The dark sun world of Athos is destroyed by the new technology called magic, which is sucking away the life force of living creatures. So each time you cast a spell, you're taking away the life force of the
No.
neighboring
It's fine to like have your a political tabletop. You just need to throw away game building,
everything. You need to throw
world
away
building.
everything.
Just throw away the world
Yeah,
building and make
yeah.
it like
But
like go
if
back
he
to the
has,
basics. Just go to a
I
dungeon, kill a bunch of monsters, and the end.
but that's all. You already have politics even in there, probably, in to a degree, right? Because if you
Well,
started to think,
pick your
if you started
poison.
to think how the conflict emerged,
Oh, no. There's no how the conflict emerged. You go into a dungeon and you have enemies, enemy 1, enemy 2, and you just kill them.
anyway, this person would be if with the same kind of uh, position he has, he would have a lot of problem of all the 80s and 90s settings. Lot of problems because already very political, very interesting opinions in there. Uh, but probably in that time he would be perhaps scaremongering about satanism in
True.
role-playing games.
Oh my god. Just like in Pokemon. Alrighty. I'm ready. Continue. I love this. A political tabletop.
Yeah, let's go.
When we just recently went through the enemy within, when you go into a corrupt empire in which the
Oh,
emperor.
did the video goes on? It stopped for me.
What?
Are we watching the video? Continue. Oh.
No, it's paused.
Okay, sorry. I thought that it froze in my side.
No,
It
it's
didn't.
paused. I said that we just went through the enemy within with a corrupt empire, with the whole mutant thing, with the whole discrimination angle, and all that goes with it. And
Oh, the
this,
Warhammer Fantasy,
yeah,
right?
and this person
Warhammer
just
Fantasy was absolutely political from the start. Very, very grounded in 80s um, British politics.
yeah, and this
They were
person
even
tells
mocking
me that he
in Forgot
wants, yeah,
uh, in the Warhammer Fantasy, one of the Warhammer Fantasy campaign, one of the enemy there is from Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady. They made her as a enemy.
like come on, a political tabletop. I'm so tired of these politics. Just come on. It's like it's like hearing like I don't mean to be insulting, but it's like hearing a 7-year-old talk. I don't get it. It's stupid. It's too complicated.
It's worming its way into my hobbies and my stories where they don't belong. That's as succinct as I can get it.
You
I
don't
don't
need to
even know
tell these
what
stories.
I don't
Who
even know
told you
what he
to?
means by that. I don't know what that means. Like I
uh,
don't
be-
know what
Okay,
the
that could be two options here. Okay, what he said about this is sweeping or this is pouring into my stories. Two versions of this, what he said, two interpretation. One of that the entire hobby, whoever sits down anywhere in the world, plays somehow opposite of his view, is ruining his game, right? So
yeah.
he possessing
It's
everybody's
like with
game in the
cartoons
world.
when a new cartoon comes out and ruins the cartoon from your childhood.
Yes, either this or let's be fair to him. He might be a person. Whenever there is a new edition, he's like need to run it that way. It's written down. He can't do it. And whenever they publish something which is too woke for him, he's struggling in the table as a storyteller and telling the players, "Oh, I need to run like this. It's in the book, but I hate this. They're ruining my game, and I can't run it anywhere else. It's in the book. I need to run it. I need to tell the story this way, right?" Maybe he's that kind of person, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Either way, in either way, don't play this hobby. It's not for you. If any of these option is you,
Jesus
it's
Christ.
probably the hobby is not for you.
And this is some sort of lore gatherer. Has he not encountered any politics while gathering all the lore knowledge?
I think let's be fair again. Maybe the politics means to these people
Anything
is
that I don't
anything you
like,
don't like.
yes, I know.
Yes.
I know. Any topic I don't like is the politics.
We will get into it when we get into it. Tyler, please.
All right, so average debate enjoyer, YouTube,
Northside Tyler. No, I'm not good. Let's not slander.
Twitter, Twitch.
Nice dogs.
Follow me on all that because I'm right about everything. So the monolithic entities to just that represent this evil that we're talking about here is just this kind of outdated modern black and white us versus them, good versus evil storytelling, and that's the argument.
Look, the person's shaking his head with disappointment. Do you see?
Who was
The
doing
lore
that?
master is shaking his head.
The North Head, yeah.
Yeah, you wanna see
The
again?
Northlands. Yeah.
For colonial us versus them about here is just this kind of outdated modern black and white us versus them, good versus evil storytelling, and that's the argument for colonialism essentially is when we view ourselves as the good and the others as this monolithic bad, it allows us to justify bad actions against them, going and killing them, stealing their things. It's kind of the inherent.
I don't know what's so ridiculous about this. It's pretty.
Yeah,
it's pretty basic dehumanization.
Pretty basic. Pretty basic. It's about how propaganda works. It's describing and
Like,
describing
come
a real
on.
world.
Like even in Warhammer, the mutants are supposed I treated as evil, but we encountered one that were not even so dangerous or bad, and we were made to think about the whole angle.
Yeah. But it's by the way, the same about. You remember when I prepared you for the orc debate?
Of course.
I sent you a snippet about Dragonland, the continent of Taladas,
Yeah.
about goblins, and there was a creation myth there, how the goblins were created. You remember that?
Of course.
That the goblins were created by punishing humans who were straying away the religion.
Yeah.
That was in quotes in there, and in the rule book after that, without quotes started to talk, and this
They're
is
a pretty
a nice moral.
sophisticated.
It's a nice moral tale told by humans, or maybe they didn't say that humans, but it's a nice moral tale. But the goblins would tell something else, right?
Yeah.
This already is addressing this, and it's a early 90s publication.
Yeah.
Because people were trying to do complex storytelling that
Yeah.
time already.
Yeah. There's a difference between how something is perceived and how something is, which is a very interesting thing to explore.
And even role-playing games address this, that maybe there is a propaganda going on inside of the setting, right?
Yeah.
And that's making it interesting. And this person, I don't know, Northlander or whatever.
Just laughing
Yeah,
his ass off. It's like, this it's so basic.
So, okay, I'm not well versed. So whoever is watching these D&D, I'm watching like 2 or 3 D&D YouTubers, and very occasionally, okay, or maybe 4. But if this is the wide range of the new emerging YouTubers or content creators that are targeting D&D, what is this? Honestly, what is this? The quality that they engaging with the hobby is really low so far.
To be fair, we have this person. I don't know if they're creators that talk about.
Yeah, I like the two persons opinion. Yeah, yeah. So that's fine. But it's if he calls himself as a lore master,
Lore
uh,
master.
lore master who collects the story, he's not. He's not
Yeah,
doing that.
he's not. I know. Very selectively he is.
Evil is the idea of colonialism as we are the good guys going to wrong the injustices in the world. Instead, from a storytelling perspective, I think we can look at it as like more to what society really is. We talked about the wars in society and whatnot being the precedent. People have always been fighting. We're not saying stop doing that. Look at these two civilizations. In almost every war, both sides envisioned themselves as the good guys. Both sides had nuance to their society where there were women and children and people that disagreed with the war and protested it. And I think carrying over that to have a fictional world that mirrors what the reality does includes your immersiveness, the diversity of thought, individualism within different cultures. It immerses you into this more. Also, like Staxium said, I think this has a lot to do with the bad writing, like men's rights activist thing with the Goblin, cringy because of the bad writing. If it wasn't so politically infused and injected full of those things with I think that, really at the end of the day, also that a lot of this comes down to the bad writing from the DM. When you have these monoliths of good versus evil, usually it's just this simplistic story told by somebody that's not that good at storytelling. If you take a look at other examples of fantasy like World of Warcraft, even before you could play the Death Knights and the Goblins and different things in there, they were factions within these different species. Some were good, some were bad, some you had to fight against because of X, Y, and Z. Some were on your side because of different reasons. Having that nuance mirrors reality and gives you a better immersive storytelling atmosphere.
Okay. Again, we've drawn the lines. Okay, we're gonna get into it, but we got one more guest that must have his say. Confluence.
I
Take us away.
must. I am Confluence358 on YouTube. I make political videos. Made a great video on Sam Hyde that you should all go and watch. My main argument is twofold. Firstly, there's undeniable racism and colonialist ideas that form the origins of modern day fantasy, the reverberations of which can be felt to the current day. There are harmful stereotypes and consequences from those stereotypes, both individually and culturally. And secondly, I'll be arguing practically. Adding nuance and depth to your games will just lead to better games. If you eschew the typical all orcs are evil stereotypes, then you're forced to give motivations and nuance.
Oh my, I should have been invited to this. Wouldn't you agree? Had a whole debate. What happened,
So
Wick?
and we prepared for that, right?
Yeah.
And all of them are wrong. Orcs were not all evil in the
Damn.
and to go back because you misrepresented a little bit because you didn't remember and Vic was misrepresenting that the playable, right?
Yeah.
It's the
That you can
second
choose
edition
any.
humanoid.
You can choose any
Yeah.
alignment. Yeah.
So in the second edition humanoid handbook, there
I
was
should
no
tell
Alex.
it. Actually, add it. I should add Wick and tell him that.
The second edition humanoid handbook you can play orcs. This is not setting specific. The humanoid handbooks were like the D&D brand, like you could use any kind of other settings, and orcs were specifically could be selected any alignment. You read it fine, and you represented well, but it's also that it's a second edition. So he was kind of arguing that it's changed. So what I don't know. He had a strange argument. I don't remember exactly, but he was pushing back against your argument there. Yeah, and orcs were in other settings like Mistara. Mistara is one of the earliest D&D settings, and there was a specific colonial setting within Mistara called Restil. It's a late 90s book of this area of the Mistara, and it was based on Mesoamerican culture, and especially Mesoamerican after the colonialism of Spanish culture. So all of the art is going back to this kind of little bit of Mexican,
Mexican? Oh no.
We can't do that. And the
Oh, no,
orcs and goblins were Mesoamerican and sometimes a
Immigrants
little bit Spanish
to
coded
storm the
in the
wall,
art.
huh? I
Ooh,
get it.
this is we can't do that. This is wokeism, right? Because this
True.
was a big argument in the art, and this was already and Mistra is one of the earliest setting. It's
Yeah, it's just I mean we could just maybe that just means that the hobby was doomed from the start. Have you considered
maybe
that?
maybe, but you know, if they would do this argument, that would be better because you already can see that where they really coming from, right?
Yeah.
That would be much more finer because okay, these people are just having problems that the hobby is not racist enough for them.
I have a feeling the lore master is gonna be the most embarrassing in this, but we'll see.
I
Is it
mean,
life
he
to
already is.
Yeah?
He already is.
Yeah.
world? Cartoonishly evil villains are fine for a children's game, but D&D is played by adults who can simply do better. Fighting against this, I think, is a fight for lazy DMs, unthinking players, and hackneyed storylines that follow the same tired tropes. And so I think we can make this not in a moral sense, but we can actually just imbue our games with more life and more realism to make them just simply better and have more fun doing it.
Okay,
Very
and with
good,
that,
very good arguments. Let me add
Although
something
I'm
here.
not a big fan of the word realism. I like the word. I
Um,
like more the word. It goes back to my animation roots. My roots as an animator. In animation, you don't go for realism. You go for believability. You don't want to
Okay,
make
I
something
think
realistic.
he kind of wanted to use that. So realism
Yeah,
for him is not.
like
So
believability. You want to make it believable because to make it realistic, you'd have to cut out a lot of things that are
yeah.
present.
So what I think was good argument is about the lazy DMing. Okay,
Yeah.
and let me tell you why it worked like this. So how the D&D or AD&D, because I started with the first edition of AD&D or the second edition, it kind of mixed between the two because there was a Hungarian translation which kind of used both first edition and second edition publications. It was an illegal edition, by the way, and we had it photocopies. And later on, we know the books later on, right?
Hmm.
But anyway, uh, that time the system looked like this. You were starting a character and you had levels. You have a cost. You have some kind of strict role. Like you are a mage, you are a fighter, you are a paladin, you are something, right? And you are progressing in strength through gathering XP, like your basic Japanese style role-playing games, computer games, in a sense. So you needed to do an action to gather XP. And
Yeah.
usually, how you gather XP is killing enemies, defeating them. So it's very rare. There was tables that explained how else you can gather XP. A lot of them was related to your uh, class. So, for example, if you were a thief, if you stole enough gold, depending on the value, you gathered XP.
Yeah.
And to understand what was the role within this system of how you progress your character, what was the role of orcs or this kind of evil enemies which you can kill without a problem, they were a tool to gather XP,
Yeah, of course.
nothing else.
Just like
So the
slimes
lazy,
in Dragon Quest.
yeah. So like I have to go and do enough killing to
Yeah, you
level up
grind.
to level 2. You grind it, and that was the lazy kind of storytelling. So when we gathered in the club in 90s, and nobody had an idea what to kind of story they want to tell, they were opening up the monster manual and selecting a monster and playing combat, and that
Oh.
was all.
Oh,
That
when
and
I gathered with my sophisticated groups, they always wanted to tell some sort of intrinsic storyline.
yeah, I mean for us too as well, but there was a lot of club, so that need a preparation, right? So
Yeah.
we prepared. We had stories when we were prepared, but
Sometimes it's just winged.
But
by
okay,
complicated
there is
stories.
there is there is something else to talk about the 90s, which is different nowadays. Okay, totally different. There was no mass communication in the same form as today. So there
It's
was
true.
the cell phones, the
But
mobile phones
I had
wasn't there.
ways to go around that.
So what often happened with these role playing clubs is people came down and didn't even know who will be there, because your friends might be not coming down that week because they are sick, and you
Yeah.
didn't know it because you didn't have internet, you didn't have something. So sometimes you are sitting there without your regular DM, regular storyteller,
Yeah.
or even the friends you really wanted to play. And
Yeah.
sometimes you sit down and try to pressure somebody to run a story, or maybe somebody was brave enough to run a story.
Yeah.
So that's how it looks like, and this was the laziness of the what he is telling, laziness of many storytellers,
True.
that they use these monsters as a simple combat emulator.
Yeah.
Like I'm
Yeah.
rolling the dice, they attacking, they don't even describe anything. And to be honest, it was very boring. I hated when it happened. I always wanted to go to a story
Yeah,
or play.
because if you want that, you can just play even a simple 8-bit video game and you'd get a bit
Yes,
more.
yeah. To be fair, some of us didn't even have the computer that time in the
Yeah, sure,
90s.
but you can go to a friend's place or something.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. But yeah, yeah. So it's like a laziness, a lot of laziness involving in here.
Yeah.
And the
Thank you for
reason why orcs became inherently evil is not about because of some grand storytelling narrative, is because how people use them in
Yeah.
within the system.
Yeah.
for all being here. I'm really
Excited.
excited to have this discussion because I think there's a lot of different threads. One of the problems I had with coming up with the prompts and some of the questions is there are so many different layers to this that we can just touch on. But I wanted to start with something that you guys mentioned, that strictly good and evil and having
Oh
all good and
my
all evil
god.
is lazy or bad storytelling. Is that actually true? Let's start there.
Yes.
Staxium says yes. Well, it's open discussion, so
Demonstrably
just
not true.
go in.
I sorry.
Demonstrably not true.
Okay, let's give it to Staxiums first to explain why, and then Jack can respond, and then again, if you want in.
I'm gonna it's not straw man. I'm gonna steal man the argument about having intrinsically
Stillman
evil
is
things. Sorry? Yeah.
Stillman is
Chaos from Warhammer. Isn't that an intrinsically evil force? Sort of? From the perspective of the world that you inhabit, at least? Like, basically only
yes,
existing to
yeah. I mean,
corrupt,
it's
only
bringing
existing
and
to...
bringing the destruction, right? So yeah, there are some setting where you have some kind of force, which is so. For example, one of my favorite '90s role-playing game and very good, also talked about colonialism, by the way, is Earthdown. I sent you pictures about the orcs, how the orcs were represented
Yeah.
there, and in there there is kind of Lovecraftian horrors in the game. Not necessarily evil in or not talking about not branding them evil. There is no alignment in that game, right? There
Yeah.
is no good, no evil. You haven't need to select any of these as
Yeah.
a statistic in your character sheet. But these horrors are destroying. When they appeared, they were destroying the uh, everything alive. The people had to hide in kind of bunkers, magical bunkers called cairns, and that's how they survived. So in that setting, that kind of force, the horrors are a cosmic evil kind of thing, cosmic destroyer of everything alive.
Right.
Aside of them, you might
Because
interpret them
I
as
guess
a living
chaos is a bit
being.
different. Because chaos is not a race per se. Chaos is more like a force that
Okay,
is...
but these horrors were not a race. It's not a species. They were kind of entities beyond your understanding.
Yeah.
So the entities which almost like godlike
Yeah.
or maybe lesser than godlike.
Well, they
Uh,
sort of corrupt races. The chaos from Warhammer.
I mean that they
It corrupt
definitely not
races.
definitely had some kind of similar concept as corruption here as well. So they possess uh, people, and when they possessing people, they kill the creativity in people. So they no longer could think in the same way as before. They became part of these entities. So
Right.
yeah, you can have settings where you have such things, but the alignment system of D&D was always having a little bit of problem.
Right.
So it started. You seen that it started kind of low,
Because I
neutral, and chaos. That was the first
right.
D&D edition, right?
Yeah.
So then they started to introduce one of somebody was sending us a magazine in the 70s that started to introduce the good and evil axis to
I
this.
know that. Like, I know more about Warhammer actually. When I play Warhammer, I always had this feeling that the word, the world of Warhammer, and I only also played the fantasy roleplay. I did not play much of the war figurine thing. I played the tabletop role playing game, not the army game. I always had this feeling that it was a world always on the brink of collapse, barely um, holding itself together from chaos, and that chaos is basically set up in a way that eventually it will win, which turned out to be sort of true in the
I
thing
mean, they
where they
they
moved.
rebranded, right? So they
Yeah,
have this new Age of Sigmar or
Sigmar,
what?
yeah, but
Yeah.
it ended up that the old world was destroyed by chaos.
Okay, but let's go back to the concept of alignment because they were
Yeah,
talking that how important to D&D probably, right?
yeah,
But to D&D, it was not one system. It was starting as something different, the low, neutral, chaos, right?
yeah,
Then it became something more complex. You appeared the nine alignment. So in
yeah,
one axis, you had this relationship to low and chaos.
yeah,
So you had low, neutral, chaos. And then you had the relationship of kind of morality, uh, how kind you are, how caring you are. So you good, neutral, and evil.
yeah,
But what people forget, even this system is a little bit of very narrow-minded and very limiting how you can play characters. But
yeah,
character alignment could change within the game.
yeah,
So I can start with something and I can act against what I write it down. And eventually, maybe my storyteller tells that, oh, you are playing this character too much of a good or too much of an evil. Change the alignment.
yeah,
So if there was a possibility to change, there was no inherently, especially for characters, right?
yeah,
And even for species that they describe, like orcs, we read it. Second edition humanoid handbooks said that orcs became good as well. They
yeah,
became any alignment.
yeah. Although we super disagreed. All right, let's continue.
Just let me know.
I mean, I think pretty clearly. I don't think that. I mean, I think that fantasy's world is usually a good. It's a good way to view the current world that you're in, and you can't relate to characters that don't make sense to you. And I think that if you look around, you don't see evil people. You see people with different motivations that conflict with each other, and sometimes those motivations end up with murder or death or you know destruction. But I think that those people are internally motivated in a way that makes sense to them, that counters other people. And that is the root of kind of almost all civilizations that go against each other. I think that if you are world building, you should mimic the way that people actually interact with the world. And real people aren't
Okay, let's
evil,
let's
they
disagree with
are
him now.
misinformed.
Yeah,
I don't think so that you necessarily need to do like this way, right?
yeah,
So you can, I think you can, as you explained, Warhammer using something there as a chaos, as something which is inherently destructive, and it still works. You don't need to, and this is the force outside of the civilized civilizations there, right? Outside of the social. This is beyond that. This is like a prime elemental thing inside of the universe, which brings the destruction of the world eventually, right?
Yeah.
So this is not a political. This is beyond anything that is political in the world itself. This is like a element. This is like a nature of the thing, nature of the universe, like an antimatter, right? You
Yeah.
have the matter, which is the world itself, and you have the antimatter, and the antimatter will destroy the world if it needs, right?
Yeah.
So something like this. It can work.
Yeah.
But the most interesting part of the Warhammer fantasy setting is not the nature of the chaos itself. It's how they use this narrative of the chaos there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how the Iron Lady, Margaret Thatcher, became serving the chaos because she's kind of nasty with commoners, right?
Right.
Or nasty with mutants, or nasty with, and they became corrupted through this action.
Yeah. Yeah.
Formed, they're in whatever, they're misinformed, and they work against each other, and that makes
This is
for
a
a lot
very
more
big red herring.
understanding evil characters, antagonists that you can understand rather than just point at,
I want to hear the lore master speak.
call bad, and then kill. I
Okay.
think that's lazy.
Jack, go ahead. You have some thoughts.
Well, firstly, before we continue, out of the three of you on that side, so to speak, which of you actually read or play fantasy, or read fantasy, play fantasy on a regular basis? Like, you all play D&D, or you all...
How I love this. How condescending right off the bat. How many of you are familiar with the lore as much as I am? Raise your hands.
Okay,
Alright.
let me to be fair with him. Okay, I'm kind of trying to represent him in a
Yeah.
to tell that he's comes from a long tradition of such
Douchebags.
kind of storytellers who is sitting in the clubs and defining that this is the only way you can play. And this existed in this kind of figures existed in the hobby in the 90s as well. We hated them. We hated them. We
Well,
avoid them.
cool.
Because this is the only way you can. This is the only way you can.
Well, yeah, but it's like, how many of you are familiar with the lore? The vast amount
I'm
of...
the holder of the lore. I all have these books. I know exactly how to play.
I told you, it's like a thing to a 7-year-old. Oh gosh.
part
Yes,
of the hobby, TTRPGs.
I play like 3 times a week for like the last 10 years. Yeah.
Nice. I'm just seeing where we're at, because a lot of the times I get into these discussions and it's from people that don't.
Sure. I will say, I don't know anything about the lore.
You played once.
Yeah.
Bro, I love hentai.
Okay, okay.
So
So,
my
fair enough.
look, you
As always, typical Wick panel in it.
you can say, oh, we need to do this, we need to do that, this, that, and the other. That's all assertions, but you didn't really provide basis. I'm going to give you a concrete example.
I mean, he didn't say you need to do this, you need to do that. He said it's richer to do this, you know? Nobody
agree.
said you need to do this or you need to do that.
I mean,
Most of them said it's preferable to do
except
this.
those who are in the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of good versus evil fantasy, that's the most successful fantasy ever written, is the
Lord of the Rings.
beginning of fantasy. Exactly.
Sure.
And as soon as they started trying to do all of this nuance, etc., etc.,
what the hell? As long as you start to inject this nuance mambo jumbo into, like, holy crap. You're right. If some of the people would have their way, we'd still be playing the first edition of D&D as it was released without any change.
And we know that already the first edition of D&D, the orcs wasn't only evil.
Yeah, but still, like,
So it wasn't only serving the force of chaos.
the
right?
moment you try
So
to
that
introduce.
already betrayed
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings.
True.
With it and trying trying their best to bring
Okay,
in
but
the
let's go a little bit step back. So people might not understand where the role playing game come from. Okay, as the idea. It's not whoever talks about that role playing game is the or fantasy role playing game comes from Lord of the Rings is a little bit lying because it's not. It's a mixture of already separate things like wargaming. Specifically, there was people who play historical war games like Napoleonic War whatsoever, and they bought these toy soldiers like
Oh, I
tin
remember
soldiers,
these.
right?
Yeah.
And these are adult people painting their army, setting up, and very similar way they playing like modern uh, Warhammer Fantasy or Warhammer 40k. So they
Right.
have a table, they have props there. But what started to appear
Although
that
40k, as far as I understand it, differs greatly from
yes,
fantasy.
but okay, but what happened with this hobby? These people sitting
It
down.
was ruined by wokeism.
No.
Ah, okay.
They started to develop some kind of role playing elements into these games. Okay,
Oh
so
yeah.
they started to interested. What if this officer story, or maybe they developing some new skills? How can we enrich the game to tell our own
Yeah. Or
story
why
of
did
this
this battle
regiment?
happen? Or
Yes.
um,
So this wasn't related at all to Lords of the Rings. This was a relationship how the hobby develops as a and the people who started to found the
yeah.
D&D were both exposed to wargaming. That became the chainmail, right?
Right.
They created a fantasy wargaming similar to these war games,
Yeah.
and this is you can't say this is came from Lord of the Rings. Yes, there is Lord of the Rings role playing game, which is specifically about that setting. So
Yeah.
that was in 80s. The Role Master system published MERP,
Yeah. And
the Middle Age or Middle Earth role playing game. And now there is the One Ring, the new edition of. So if he has a problem that how they misrepresent Lord of the Rings setting, there are specific role playing games for that. Buy that one. Run that game.
yeah. I think there was this board game that was like a predecessor to Warhammer.
I mean, the oldest wargaming was Chainmail, which is role playing game heavy. So and that's how the Dungeon and Dragons became because they were thinking that what these leaders will do between the war. So they're going down to explore dungeons, and that's why it became Dungeons and Dragons. They they gathered the weapons that they used in the war gaming part later on.
Yeah, exactly.
Magic weapons.
Hero Quest. That's the board game that they made before Warhammer.
Yes, and Hero Quest is kind of little bit based, I think, in the. Okay, this I can't talk a lot. I'm not expert of the Hero Quest, so I don't want to tell something which is not true.
Right. All right. Let's continue.
The character nuance, or what you are putting forward as character nuance, but what I actually call slop.
Slop.
It failed in the Rings of Power because you took away what the mythology.
It failed in the Rings of Power.
Because
It
fantasy
failed
is a
in the ring.
It
failed in Lord of the Rings. It failed. But not all of the role playing game is Lord of the Rings.
True.
Not even the start. And let's go back from the beginning. What they arguing? What this comes from? A third party publication that is not even related to Lord of the Rings, not even related to official D&D.
D&D
And this
is
is
not
what the
related
outrage.
to Lord of the Rings at
Yes,
this point.
D&D is already not related to Lord of the Rings, but this third edition publication is not even the official D&D, right? Because it's
Yeah.
not So they making a claim about how this ruins the hobby.
Yeah, it's weird. It's very strange. Well, it happens. It happens to the best of us. Injecting nuance is slop. Storytelling is slop.
Representation of all of the world's mythology packaged for a modern audience. And it just so happens that mythology is good versus evil.
That's not
Which
even.
which mythology
It's not
exactly?
even true.
Which mythology?
Exactly. That's not even true for all mythology.
Yeah,
Like
some mythology is not.
even Greek mythology. Which ones are supposed to be good in Greek mythology? They're all selfish assholes.
Oh, I think Zeus is really good when he turns into a bull and
Yeah, and gets
kidnap Europe.
a woman preggers.
Europe, yeah.
Like, come
He
on.
was really good there, right?
Yeah,
Obviously.
who are supposed to be the good guys in Greek
Poseidon,
mythology?
Poseidon when he Poseidon and Zeus when they sentenced Odysseus to wandering for
Or this
many
goddess
years.
that was just jealous of some woman's beauty and decided to curse her forever.
Yeah, obviously these were really good. Yeah, this mythology is all about good and evil.
Yeah, of course. Duh. All Norse mythology is about that. What?
And this goes back to this kind of Jordan Peterson and other kind of who else was the hero's journey, who wrote the hero's journey, Campbell. And everything now is based on the Campbell understanding that how these grand narratives have to look like, how you
And
tell a story.
like I'm not so versed, embarrassingly enough, with Eastern European mythology, although a lot of it is sort of obscure. But I'm pretty sure that the whole evil and good thing does not even feature that much in it. It's more about cycles of nature and how life flows.
Yeah, I mean, in the Hungarian, whatever we know about it, though, the Hungarian nomadic mythologies are not about evil or good. They're not talking about this way. So it's like,
This is just silly.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, let's continue.
Let me jump in
I
here
knew
real
it'd get a. I knew we'd get something out of this guy.
quick too. I just want to jump in about Lord of the Rings. So if you look if you go past Lord of the Rings into more some of all of Tolkien's other writings, you find evil bands of dwarves, evil bands of elves. Even in Lord of the Rings, in particular, the movies and the books, you have evil bands of men. This diversity, where we show that these races aren't a monolithic entity similar to a Sega Genesis game where you just get a swapped color palette and the same exact moveset.
So you don't need to go past Lord of the Rings. All you need to do is go to the part where Faramir explains that, Faramir or Sam. I'm conflating books and films, where they look at the dead Haradrim boy and say, "Would he not much rather have stayed home, living in peace?" But the whole point, the main thrust, and again, if you go into the minutia there, you will.
Okay, come on. Are they discussing tabletop or are they debating Lord of the Rings lore now? Because those are two very different topics.
Yes, but the claim of this guy that the role-playing game is Lord of the Rings.
This is stupid.
So if somebody is not representing Lord of the Ring as it's supposed to be in his understanding,
A lot of the
right?
races don't even exist in Lord of the Rings from tabletop
Yes,
games.
of course. I mean, we can talk later about Dragonlance a little bit because Dragonlance was TSR version of Lord of the Rings.
Dark elves don't exist in Lord of the Rings,
Yes.
do they?
So they don't. In my knowledge, they don't. And I'm not a big Lord of the Rings fan. I actually don't like Lord of the Rings as much. Maybe because it's for me there is not a lot of interesting female characters in it.
Oh.
Simply, Dragonlance for me
Plus,
when I was
there's a bit of a. I guess I'm not an expert either, but isn't there like a lot of ambiguity about even Lord of the Rings if we're gonna debate that? Like, doesn't Lord of the Rings happen in a very
I mean this
isolated
guy
part
was,
of the world?
and no, this guy was the top of this with the American flag there.
Yeah.
He was arguing that that was band of kind of
Yeah, but I mean,
destructive
Lord of the Rings,
dwarves,
sort
right?
of. Lord of the Rings
In Lord of
happens
the Rings.
in the Middle Earth, and there's a whole world outside of that, right?
Okay, but I think this is kind of that was a evil force here, right? And
Yeah.
that was a little bit like a chaos in my understanding. So it
Yeah,
was
yeah.
the Mordor.
I mean,
What's
wasn't
the
it
name
the
of the?
whole point of the rings that took them over and made the kings evil?
Yes, and this is what I'm talking about. That the guy was telling, right? So the conflict was between human groups, dwarf groups, and some of them became kind of corrupted. Some of them
Yeah.
became fighting against the heroes. I think that is true. I don't know much about Lord of the Rings, but I know this at least. So the idea that something is inherently evil, uh, aside of this force of nature kind of stuff, right? The
Right.
chaos.
Like a lot of
Definitely.
there's a lot of ambiguity sort of left to the story, right? Even the beginning lore, quote unquote, with the Sauron person crafting the rings, it is implied that for a time he was trusted and considered a decent fellow, and then he crafted the rings and deceived everybody. No.
If and I don't know a lot, so I'm not a Tolkien fan, and I'm not. But if Tolkien is inspired by Christianity, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, he would talk about how the Satan corrupting, right?
True, but Satan started as an angel, no?
Yeah, but okay, but it's kind of nature of I'm not making the argument. What I'm arguing here that the chaos here there is
Yeah.
a force of nature or force of
Right. Yeah.
something evil, and all of the other different figures became corrupted through not making the right choices,
Yeah.
making morally bad choices, right?
Yeah.
And that's a way to tell the story and to link it about the Christian morality, right? Because you
Yeah.
can be corrupted if you don't do the right thing.
True.
So even there,
But
it's not like a football game where you dressed up in the beginning that you have
But
you know
listen,
these colors.
have you considered that you can then go to a little wooden box and confess your sins to a priest and then it's all fine again?
See, you can even change towards the good, even in these kind of mythological
I mean
Christian whatsoever.
that was the point of
Yeah,
the guy from the first book that
confession.
be the guy from
That
the
I
first book.
confess and I'm making
Oh.
amendments to against my
My
sins. What
mom
I
always had an alternative theory about confession. You know what it is?
not yet.
My mom would always tell me that in her opinion, confession was a form of psychotherapy before it existed for people. They would go, they would tell the priest all the things that were on their mind, and they would feel better afterwards.
I mean, it's not totally wrong. So usually you have in a lot of societies you find some kind of people who serve like similar function that you go towards and talk about stuff what relates what bothers you, right?
Yeah.
So you walk to a spiritual guide or somebody and you talk about your dreams and whatsoever what was bothering you. So it's in many cultures you have some kind of similar function of emerging some person who helps you to guide you through life, your life challenges.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think so. She is totally wrong about this idea that what is the function, what is the role. If he, but this is only one explanation why what kind of help it provided
Yeah, of
to
course.
communities. Obviously, the Catholic priest was not made for therapeutics,
No.
right?
No,
It
no. But
that
what
the
she
reason they
didn't
created this
say it
type of.
was. She just said that the act of saying the things acted as
Yeah, yeah,
sort
yeah.
of.
So it was helpful for people to go to confess, similar way as it today it helps for people to go to therapeutist. Yeah. So that's the claim, and I think that's something in it. Yeah.
It's the wood for the trees. The main thrust is good versus evil, the return of the king, and that is exactly what Tolkien wanted it to be. It is Eru winning over evil.
Sure. Could I jump in?
Sure, you can jump in, but I want to hear from the other
Okay.
people too. So I want to
Totally.
give it to Harmony after you, and then
Sure.
Richard, and then Conflict. But
So
go ahead.
I don't actually disagree. I do think that, and I am not a Lord of the Rings fan buff at all. Sorry. Like I don't think it's for me. But as far as I'm aware, I
We're
think
not
the
all
orcs were meant to be the evil race that like go against the other people. I hear that, and I don't think that I'm saying that you can't or shouldn't be able to have a campaign that's about good versus evil. I think if you want to do that, that's fine, and that's where you genuinely get your thrill. Okay, but I think
But
that these
I
guides.
think it's not very. The interesting thing is you're saying nuance, but the nuance in good versus evil is still there. To say
No,
that good versus evil
sure.
lacks nuance is actually a very unnuanced view.
That's fine. That's fine. If you want to say that yours.
You want nuance? Well, you know what? My lack of nuance is actually more nuanced than your nuance, okay? This is what I'm hearing. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's just pissed off that he is called unsophisticated. Yeah. I mean, and I think you can have a very complex storytelling within a place where you have this kind of force of nature kind of evilness, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
in Dragonlance, this Dragon King is really created like automatons, like machines. And despite of this, the story is really good.
Right.
I really enjoyed it. By the way, there is also colonialist there
Right.
because there are kind of groups of elf in Dragonlance, and there are two main kind of civilized quotes uh, elf groups. One of them is the Sylvanesti, and Sylvanesti is very narrow-minded, very enclosing, doesn't want to interact with other people, other species, other groups. And then Kalaneste, the Kalanesti is, and probably they don't pronounce it very well.
Yeah.
They are became more open-minded, more liberal, if you like, and they merged with humans, more interacted. But all of the two groups then went to a continent or a small, large island called Ergot, and there is another elf group there called Kagonesti, White Elves, and they are kind of Native American coded elves,
Yeah.
and they occupy them almost like in a colonial way.
I think there's a story which sort of explores this idea of interesting evil of being intrinsically flawed or lesser in an interesting way. And that's the story of the game that I just played for a couple of minutes. A movie, Blade Runner. What do you think?
How?
With the replicants, that it's treated as so obvious that they're basically just bad things that need to be killed on sight. It's treated like the
But they
norm.
are not.
They're not, but I know, but that's the unnerving thing that the
Yes.
story sort
Yeah.
of keeps presenting it as a like the most obvious fact of the world that they are such,
Yeah.
but they're actually
Yeah.
not, and it creates this unnerving feeling in the viewer. At least it
Yeah.
created this feeling in me when I was.
So in Dragonlance, these was the creatures of created from dragon eggs, right? They were the kind of inherently uh, evil. Or
Yeah.
not. They wasn't really thinking. They were created for war, right? In the sheet, in the character sheet, it was put down. I think mostly lawful evil. Uh, but they were like creatures of war. These dragon armies, they used them for foot soldiers.
Yeah.
I wanted to read the later edition of Dragonlance, how they depicted them later of the game lore.
Probably woke.
Maybe I can't tell you at the moment.
Ruined.
I don't think so. It was playable still because they were kind of still created by artificially. But I don't think so that they started to serve the same kind of goddess, because Takizis was the evil
I think
god.
it's
She was kind of force of nature. She was kind of the rebel against the god, right?
yeah.
So like a satanic figure, and she was leading the, because this Dragonlance setting was created by Mormons, by the way,
Oh.
but they were already woke. So even the Mormons were woke enough that they had Native American
Well,
coded
of course
people there.
Mormons would be woke. What do you mean?
Yeah.
All right, let's listen more.
This is actually more nuanced and more interesting and artistic. That's fine. Like I think this is a subjective view, but I think people are a little tired of it, and I think that that's fine as well. People saying, "Hey, I actually don't like the good versus evil dichotomy.
Which people?
I would rather have a selfish villain."
Oh, that's, come on. Which people? Which people don't like it? Everybody likes it, and you like it too. Like, come on. Come on, dude. He's throwing him a bone. He's throwing him several bones. He's throwing him a whole doghouse with the whole thing. You can play it your way. We can play it our way. Both can coexist. No. Which people don't like it? Name them. Give me their address so that I can end this menace once and for all.
I mean, this statement inherently was. I mean, that the meaning of this statement is the three people in the panel who doesn't agree are not people.
Which, yeah, of course, they don't
They
exist.
are not people.
Which people? Who?
Apparently, they are not part of the people. They are some. I don't know what they are.
They're just contrarians. Have you considered that?
No, they are lesser than people, right? That's the argument, kind of. They are lesser than people, or they are lying to themselves.
True. Or they're contrarians. They're just here to argue for the sake of arguing. Hmm?
Yeah, maybe.
Who kind of misunderstands the population and due to things outside of his control accidentally creates chaos, and you have to stop it even though he's kind of sympathetic. That I think is a little bit more interesting, and that's fine that you don't. I do. Okay, so that's how I'm going to pivot all of my stories that I write. So when I do that and I get a
How naive. How naive.
DM guy that's like, oh, hey, here's a better way to facilitate it, and you guys are like, shut it down. That doesn't make sense to me because I don't know if
shut it down. We just laughed at it.
No.
Well,
What the oh my god, lore master. We just laughed at the idea, we scoffed at the idea of playing this game in any other way than how tradition dictates. What?
So, and okay, if this third, that, because let's go back. This is a third party publication, right?
Yeah.
Which tries to be comical because it's Goblin man right activist, right? I don't think so. You can interpret it any other way. That it's a comical, jokey remark about people, current politics, right?
Yeah.
So,
but now they're making a broader point. They're not even just talking about the third party thing anymore.
I understand. I understand, but we need to go back because the whole panic came from this, right?
Yeah.
So whole panic came from one book now at the moment,
Yeah.
and they're using this, which is, by the way, comical. There is comical writing in this setting, which you're supposed to laugh. And he's saying, "Oh, I'm laughing about you." Yeah, you're supposed to laugh, perhaps, right? That's the meaning of it.
Yeah.
You might want to create a comical setting sometimes, where you play goblins to store your Christmas presents, or kobolds to store your Christmas present. There was such kind of games, and it's fine.
Yeah.
And but he's so stupid that he's not laughing about the joke it's made in the game, but he's laughing that, oh, these people are so silly. They are doing comedy. Oh, these people. Oh, I can't. So he's the person how they present the anti or the SJW, right?
I know.
So they present the SJW who doesn't understand comedy, who is trying to police the others, and you have to laugh about them, or yeah. I mean, it's just, yeah.
It's
I don't know.
just silly. We laughed at it.
Evil.
To be clear, I want to read a quote real quick, just real quick. I'll read this. Gatekeeping is good. Limp-wristed permissiveness is what got us to this point.
What does that even mean?
This is so stupid. This is so stupid comment. Sorry,
my God.
but this is the whole situation where we are in it. It's about business models. These publishers are there to create profit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to criticize, please criticize the system, the how the hobby is in right now.
Excuse me, they're bigger. I don't know. They're
Yes, like
bigger.
Goblin Man right activist in a book,
Yeah,
which is not even official book. That's more serious than.
Yeah, they're bigger fish too.
That's more serious than robbing
Yeah.
young teenagers and
Yeah.
making them addicted to
And
gambling,
now you
right?
get it. Now you get it. Yes, there's bigger prey to hunt.
Weed them out table by table, make them uncomfortable, take away their fun, and above all, prevent items like this from being profitable. This is someone who's pretty big in the nerd community, if you will.
God, I feel so
Do
bad for
we
the
know who
nerd
made
community.
this comment? Can we check out who made this comment? I'm curious that who is this?
Maybe it's on Twitch because I don't see it on the. I don't see it.
I would be really curious that who makes this
I
comment,
don't
because
see
if
it on YouTube.
maybe the same person I was trying to talk about you. You know, this person who worked in the what's that World of Warcraft or Warcraft games?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
You know who is doing this anti-woke stuff all the time. Maybe it was the Twitter comment of theirs.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, they are trying to stop this,
Like
right?
you would obviously advocate.
No,
for
I want Jack to
change.
Jack to respond to this, right? Like, this is something that, like you say, no one's trying to stop you. Like, I don't know. That sounds like they're trying to stop you.
I would be interested to know who that was from, because I think I can probably tell you.
Go guess.
No,
let's see.
No, I won't.
Fair enough.
Why? This is so stupid. I'm sorry. I hate to be this person, but at the end of the day, we're talking about a hobby, a game. Oh no, I cannot say. I cannot even speculate who said this. I have to protect their identity. Like, what? Come on. This is silly, isn't it?
Yeah.
That
seems like a trap. But I will say, yeah, there are people who chaps. What you need to remember is there are people other than me who are much more frustrated and a lot more passionate.
I don't care. I don't care about your frustrations or the frustration of some other nerds. I don't know. Like, if you're frustrated about how other people spend their free time enjoying a hobby, then that's a you problem, it seems, no?
And you don't need to engage with these publications.
Am I ridiculous for saying that?
Yeah, you don't need to engage these publications. You absolutely don't need to implement it in your game.
Yeah.
If you are frustrated about this, it's not.
When you bring in, this is better, that's better, blah, 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 and you start talking down to people who have played the game a certain way for, well, in my case, about
That's
15,
you.
20 years.
That's you who done that.
What about other people
That's
that played it
exactly you.
differently for longer than you? What then? This is so silly. That's just, come on. Oh my gosh. So silly. Silly Billy.
It's a little bit, well, fuck you then.
Okay then.
But I've spoken enough. Let
I
somebody else.
want to jump in on
Go ahead.
this.
Spoken so much and said so little, by the way.
Confluence, and then I want to
thing.
hear from Harmony and Richard. But
Because
go ahead.
Lord of the Rings is obviously the progenitor of modern fantasy, and
The
I
single
give
most
it
successful fantasy property.
yeah, I
still
give
to
it
this
all
day.
the credit. But I feel like to me it's similar in some ways to like looking at like Hitchcock and his like horror movies. It's like, yes, they're good at the time and they are still good, but if you tried to do that now, it would come across as hackneyed. It wasn't hackneyed when Tolkien did it because it was a novel thing. But so if we have these simplistic storylines, that might work for back then, but I think our postmodern society, we crave nuance. We want
I
details.
think this misses the point a little bit. You know?
Yeah, might be.
I think this misses the point a little bit. This was good for the time, but we need new things for the new time. I think it misses like we don't have to discard one thing to have the other thing. That's the whole crux of my argument. You can have all the things that you want. The end, I guess, of my long,
Yeah,
terribly
like
complicated argument.
for example, going back to how we done the hobby, right? So I just talked with my friend childhood friend who was running us Forgotten Realms games,
Yeah.
and he wants to run again in Hungary to my friends in live.
Right.
And we were talking about the difference between D&D editions, and he likes the second edition. So
Right.
he collects that, and he will run that. You don't need to
Right.
run the fifth
Yeah.
edition.
Yeah, exactly.
And I enjoyed both of the editions. Both of them
Also,
have
we've
friends
discussed which
for me.
Warhammer to run, so
Yeah, and I can select it. I can make a choice when I'm running the game.
Yeah.
I don't need to make like this kind of statements about the status of the hobby because there is fifth edition now. No, if I want to analyze that, what is what's the status of the hobby? I need to understand how it works.
I still have
How
to. I've been
do people?
scolded by Origin of Logos for not reacting to Zelensky Friedman conversation yet.
Oh, so we should
on
move
YouTube.
on.
No. Let's continue. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it at my own pace, Origin of Logos. If you want me to do it, donate $100. Okay? This is not right.
Oh, yeah, 50 is enough.
Okay, 50 is enough. I always throw 100 for some reason.
Okay, yeah, that's good. 100 as well.
There's the reason why things like Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones are so popular, right? Walt
both-
Whitman in Breaking Bad isn't
well,
just like
Game
some
of
evil
Thrones-
guy. You
Okay,
can see him, it's believable.
may I make a comment
Right?
for Origin of Logos?
Game of
And,
Thrones.
may I will make a comment for Origin of Logos about the interview of Zelensky
Yeah.
and Lex Friedman.
Yeah.
How evil you have to be to dunk on your own interpreter.
Oh
You
yeah.
invite an interpreter
yeah.
there,
Yeah.
and you start your video about talking that this person didn't do their job properly.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a very
How-
basic principle in
It's
business.
your own person. You asked, you paid for help, and you dunk on them.
Yeah, it's like
What kind of
like
personality is that doing that?
there's a really basic principle when it comes to working with people, especially when they are under you. You praise them in public and you scold them in private.
Yeah, but obviously, he was trying to save his hide because of the criticism, very
Yeah.
good criticism, why he wanted to push for Russian,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So anyway, that's for Origin of Logos for his own little demand of commenting about that. We can go back for
True,
Orcs
yeah.
and role-playing game.
True. I bet Origin of Logos is a huge role-playing nerd.
I don't think so, but probably he's with the guys who want to control of the hobby and doesn't care about the hobby, but the mythology, the evil and good.
Origin of Logos is welcome to join the global voice, and we can discuss it. Would you be okay with discussing this with Origin of Logos? If he's still even here?
Yeah, why not? But
Alright.
probably he won't understand me anyway because of my English. But yeah.
It's fine. We all speak in a in the language of the Slavs?
Sorry, I'm speaking Hungarian. I'm not a Slav.
Everyone's a Slav. All right.
No, I'm not even. It's not even an Indo-European language. You are closer to speak with English than Hungarian to Polish. Por favor.
As if that mattered to me. As
It
if that
is. It
mattered.
is really. It's matter to me because it's so hard to
Yeah,
learn
because you're dogmatic.
Indo-European language
Everybody's a
because all
spiritual.
of you Indo-European languages using gendered pronouns. Okay.
Everybody's a spiritual Slav in my mind.
You are evil.
I am.
You are
Intrinsically evil.
inherently.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. Because I make the world interesting that way. All right, we can continue.
Man, in Breaking Bad, is
Well,
it just like
Game
some
of
evil
Thrones-
guy? You can see him.
Game
It's
of
believable.
Thrones
Whitman.
Hold on. Just let.
Game of Thrones flopped. I would, well, maybe, but as far as I'm aware, the Song of Ice and Fire never flopped. Actually, I'm gonna be honest. This person just shot himself in the foot. You know why? Do you know why?
Listening.
Because Game of Thrones was very popular. As long as it was political intrigue, everybody betrays everybody, no one's blah blah blah, nobody's safe, you don't know what's going on, and then it became a good versus evil story, and it flopped. You can actually make that argument that the moment that it became a good versus evil story, it
yes,
flopped.
but I haven't followed it, so there might be a valid criticism
I
about.
watched it. I watched it to the end.
Yeah, but
It's sort of it's straight from
that
the
might,
books. Well, there's a couple of things here, right?
Hmm.
The books are still being written because the author is very slow, so the show just didn't have any material to go with to make the show, so they just continued making their own story, and that's where it flopped. Oh.
Yeah. But what I'm telling you, might be critical of these shows, okay? And you might have valid criticism that sometimes they're trying to represent complexity about politics, and they are not really doing a good job, or not even making it more interesting,
Yeah.
right?
So like
And
there's like the reasons. Yeah. Sorry.
But sometimes using the simple good versus evil kind of setting, that there is a chaos force, you might tell a really complex and nice story.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Can you entertain the audience?
Yeah.
Also,
What
before I go,
I have to read probably
the point is the reason why Lord of the Rings, the reason why Game of Thrones flopped. The reason why Game of Thrones flopped has many reasons, and it's not because it injected nuance. What were you asking, Origin of Logos? Karasu, could you ask me in this chat? I'm sorry, I can't tell through the accent. Okay, I'll be right back.
Now I have to entertain you all. I need to read the chat, right?
Hello, are you here? Hello? Karasu? Where did you go?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Did you write The Origin of Logos?
Yeah, I was talking to him about because I think he was asking about
Oh,
Zelensky.
did you DM him?
No. I was talking in the stream.
Oh, I didn't see you in the stream talking to him.
Here, I was talking
Oh,
as a
because he
voice.
write, could you ask me this in the chat? I'm sorry I can't tell through the accent. He wrote.
Yeah, I was telling that I was exactly telling the same. I have an accent and he won't understand me.
Oh. You should
Yeah, so I
call
was saying
in
that
Origin of Logos and talk to us.
because apparently educated people is so educated that they no longer can understand anything beyond there. But I was good at making parlor tricks to translate meridian, blood meridian for him in Hungarian, right? I was good
Right.
for that.
True.
Anyway, doesn't matter.
True. There's a whole interesting discussion in linguistics about accents, about how many different people speak English, and that how all of this creates the legitimate landscape of the English language as a whole. But I think that's a discussion for a different day. But that's been a
Yeah,
topic that's been
and we can
heavily
also talk,
discussed when
and
I've
we
been
can
trying to
also
be a
probably
teacher.
talk about one day that how limited sometimes people understanding or
Yeah.
will to understand a foreigner
Random free PO said I
as
have
part of the racism.
Random free PO says I have no trouble understanding what's being said. I actually have zero problems understanding you when you speak. So
Yeah, but look, let's be fair with Logos. He's an English teacher, if I remember correctly.
wait, really?
Maybe
Are you
that.
really?
I think he's a teacher.
But he's a teacher of like different subjects, no, not just the English language. I think
Maybe literature as
and
well.
also I think he's a teacher to English speakers, not to foreigners.
Yeah, which means that he's trained to not to understand foreigners speaking English, right?
I guess so. Yeah, I suppose so. All right. Whew. Origin should call in, but won't. Origin's afraid of us. I fear. It's tragic, but you know it happens. It happens to the best of us. All right, let's continue. The panel. Fascinating.
I think we won't.
Also,
I think we won't finish it. I need to go to sleep
oh, you want to
a
go
little
to
bit
sleep
later.
now?
Not now, but
Yeah.
don't think so.
Okay.
We will finish this so
Also, welcome to
so
the
we can
stream,
skip
Random
it.
Free PO. Origin, are you going to call in? You can message me privately, Karasu. Well, call in. Don't be a coward. Isn't that right, Karasu? Like, what the hell?
Yeah. Why should I
pay
message?
you paid
Look,
President Sunday to call into his show.
the only reason why I addressed Logos because he was in the stream. Why should I message him?
Exactly. Call in.
I'm not interested to persuade him about Zelensky and Lex Friedman.
True.
I have my own opinion, and now it was addressed. So why we are not talking about it? And I entertained people
I mean, I
about.
will talk about it. I
Yeah.
will talk about it. It's okay. At some point, I definitely will talk about it. All right.
Let him finish. Like,
oh, did I say Walt Whitman?
You did.
Think about the poet Walter White.
Yeah.
Okay, you said hold on. Game of Thrones flopped?
Yeah, it flopped hard on the last season. Everyone hated it.
They might not like the last season.
Flop.
It was a
Hold on, let's
massive
give it to
success.
Harmony. Go ahead,
Flopped
Harmony.
isn't the right
Yeah.
word.
Harmony.
Flops might not be
Okay.
the right word, but the storytelling was awful.
I have a lot to say about this. so I'm gonna try and make it fast. But so first of all, Staxium, um, when you were talking about shades of moral grayness when it comes to like people versus people and country versus country, I agree with you. But we're not talking about people. We're talking about gnolls and goblins, and we're talking about monsters. And what you said is entirely.
That is a very telling statement. Oh wow. That could be a whole thing. That could be a whole setting in a tabletop
Yeah,
thing in itself. Because they're
let's
not
listen
human,
to
they're
her whole. Yeah,
monsters.
let's listen to her whole argument. I'm
Entirely true
interested
when it
what.
applies to humans, but these aren't humans, and they're not meant to be humans. And there is room for existential evil in gray storytelling and in
Okay.
very good storytelling. Let's go back to the example that
Do you
someone just brought up. Wait, I gotta finish this thought or I'm gonna lose
No,
it.
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to go back to an example that someone just brought up of A Song of Ice and Fire. And I actually might be in the minority because I enjoyed the books. I thought they were quite good. The ending of the show was bad.
Wait, hold on. Everybody liked the books. I might be in the minority for liking this super popular book that everybody read and liked, but how you know, I'm just an individual thinker.
I never read it.
Yeah,
I
sure,
never
but
read it, and I'm not
like it was a
interested.
super popular thing. Come on, let's not pretend that the Song of Ice and Fire is some niche book that nobody has ever heard of or liked. That she's so unique and not in liking it actually. You know, everybody just keeps complaining that more or less legitimately that the author is slow to write the new books.
Everyone thinks the
But-
books are good,
but-
but yes, you're not the minority. That's
has
just
shades of moral grayness throughout it, and that's a really good thing. I mean, you get to see all sides of the war, but there is the existential evil of what exists beyond the wall that at first to us is a mystery. We don't know much about it. We don't know exactly what these White Walkers are or why they're coming. We don't know what they want. To us, they just seem like
They're coming. Okay, never mind.
an existential threat to humanity, an evil. And you know what? That's what the player characters are going to know in your game. They're not going to know what the White Walkers want or why they're coming, or like maybe they just want hugs. They
But
don't
this is
know.
not
They just
true.
know that the
This is not true, and this is revealing lazy storyteller attitude. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because when I'm telling a story, if I would do it my way, I want to try to personalize the threat. Okay, so the threat is not just because there is some inherently evil that is cosmically evil and there, and this is in Dragonlance too. Dragonlance novel starts in a small village uh, where there is the attack,
Right.
and
But
the heroes started to be involved not because they know about the existence of this
but
cosmic evil.
the
Stuck is this.
thing the
But let me
thing
finish.
yeah,
Let
okay.
me finish. So they don't started to be involved because of this cosmic evil, but they started to be involved because their own little community with an with a small army, which they didn't even know that is part of anything, destroying it.
Right.
So her argument that oh, players won't know this white whatever group, right?
Yeah,
But that's not true.
the
You are a
whole
lazy storyteller then.
the whole Song and Ice and Fire thing with the White Walkers that are approaching and we don't know why and we don't know what they want, etc. Well, that's the mystery. But no reader of Song of Ice and Fire or watcher of Game of Thrones is like, oh yeah, I'm fine not knowing. I don't really care. I don't really care about why they're coming and where. That's the whole thing that the viewer slash reader is expecting to at some point learn these things. No, is it part of the
Yeah,
big
okay.
mystery
So
of the books?
what's her argument? What's her argument
Her
that the
argument was
people
that the
doesn't
White Walkers are coming. They're this
and the
evil things that are
these
coming,
white
and that
walkers,
nobody
yeah,
knows why, and it's just fine.
but these
But
white walkers are the cosmic evil, right?
sort of, there's sort of like the
Okay,
zombies.
so
There's sort of like zombies
okay,
that are like there's this. I'm not big on Ice and because Song of Ice and Fire is different a bit from Game of Thrones. The Game of Thrones changes a
yeah,
lot,
you explained it why
and
because it's
there's
yeah,
this interchangeable battle of the elements of ice and fire, like the title sort of implies like the White Walkers represent ice and other entities represent fire, and you have this, interplay
You
between
have
them.
this symbolic of
Yeah,
elements,
yeah, yeah,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
yeah. But I think one of the guy on so-called woke side was talking about lazy storytelling, and I think when you use the cosmic evil or creatures of evil, because she was talking about the trolls, something is evil. So you can use something of a cosmic evil as a great tool of storytelling.
Right.
But when you want to remove the complexities of political groups, of kind of faith going against each other, competitive groups, uh, to replace it with the cosmic evil, that's lazy storytelling. That's
Right.
you know you you open up the monster manual, you pick up the orcs, and everybody knows that you have to defeat and you get
Right.
7 XP.
Because like there's a lot more to this whole White Walker thing, and the viewer definitely expects to have some sort of payoff to them. That's more than just, oh, they're evil and they're coming. you know, that was a lot. That was actually a big
By the
part of the
way,
disappointment that the viewers had with the whole thing. By the way.
oh the yeah that it was not too complex as the okay, but I think you remember the other guy who Vic summoned in the orb debate. So he was talking about little bit of these issues of how you can use these cosmic evil, how you can, how the chaos. He was defining the chaos, right? That the chaos is not because of chaoticness; it is because of the destruction of something you care,
Right.
right? He was trying to define the evilness of the cosmic evilness. The cosmic evilness is not evil because of anything evil.
Mm-hmm.
It's because it's inherently uh, bound to destroy you,
Right.
right? So his definition was really interesting. That guy should have been in this panel, by the way, because that guy had something to say. So
Well,
that's
oh, the one that talked to me.
yes,
Well, he
yeah,
was
yeah, the
talking
war
more
debate.
about what is perceived as evil versus,
Yes.
that anything
So
that
he
would be
was
perceived as
explaining that
dangerous, yes, can be,
yes.
yeah,
So he was presenting a interesting argument that how the cosmic evil, the cosmic evilness is not evil because necessary about you are writing down in the character sheet that it's evil
yeah. It is
because it's a
because it
it's
can
a
harm
threat,
us and kill us,
it's
and
a harm. Yeah.
yeah,
So that was a more interesting approach. That guy was actually presenting some interesting argument you can
yeah,
engage with.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. Right. Let's see.
White Walkers are coming to kill everything. And that's the storytelling right there. That's the most compelling part to me of Game of Thrones. And there's lots of
Well,
cool stuff.
no, because there's a lot of mystery behind it that is revealed sort of bit by bit.
But you see
Even if
that
the
it,
show did not end up revealing it, the books
but her
actually
own
delve into
definition of
this.
evil here is something that is destroying us. It's a
Yeah.
threat.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So she's thinking of the same kind of line as this guy, the other guy introduced you in the debate with Vic, right?
Yeah. Well, sort of not necessarily, because he said that you can discover something new about these destructive forces, and she says that it doesn't matter why they're coming. You understand,
I
right?
mean, in a sense, she's right. Okay, so let's defend her position. In a sense, when you are in somebody wants to destroy you,
Yeah.
in relationship of will I be destroyed or not, is irrelevant what their motive is, right?
That's true,
Because I'm in threat.
but it's
Uh,
sort of,
there might be a complicated motive, and that
yeah,
might be interesting storytelling to explain that what's happening behind of it. But if I'm in only in the scope, and I think this will be my argument
yeah,
that she's very much want to stick in inside of the people who are threatened, right?
right,
So I'm sticking with the good people, with the good forces, because I want to feel this threat.
That's
I want to
true,
be
but
threatened.
then it's
I want
not.
to have my fantasy game that I'm always threatened by an evil force that I don't need to understand. I just need to fight back, or I just need to escape. That's what they expect from a fantasy storytelling.
I guess, but that
I
even
mean,
that goes a
that's
bit.
their argument.
I guess. Let's listen some more.
Stuff between like the moral grayness and the and like the everything from Ned Stark's death on is great until the end. The end sucks. But the most compelling part is when shades of moral gray combine in order to defeat evil.
Well, they don't combine in the show actually. A lot of them don't care, and then so they don't even combine.
They have to put aside their differences
Oh, they
because
don't in the show.
there is an evil in that world.
Bef-
And that's
yeah,
what we're
before the response, I just want to read these super chats because he's bugging me in DMs. Pondering
Make some money.
politics for $10. Speaking of villains, Wick asked the panel, but especially Staxiums, if we can all agree that ultimate villainy was reborn Emperor Palpatine.
Rise of Skywalker.
Rise of
I know it's always about Rise of Skywalker.
$20 from
Fucking guy.
Stug to
Jesus
say,
Christ.
yeah, $20 from Stug to say it is indeed 5 minutes in. He said if Lord of the Rings would come up within the first 5 minutes, I'd get $20. Thank you, Jack. I did not say that. I want to make it clear that Jack was not made aware or prompted for
I'm
this.
gonna get my split from that, right?
No. And then $5 from Gelatinous Rube. We know about MRA goblins, but has Confluence asked Harmony about the ongoing situation with mind goblins?
Nice.
Mind Goblin these nuts.
Yeah.
Hey, okay.
Nice.
Staxiums, you
guys
had the
not get that?
response.
Okay.
I was go ahead.
First off, to Josiah, shut the fuck up about Rise of Skywalker. I am so goddamn tired of you jizzing all over that movie. Okay.
Okay.
Second, I will respond to Harmony. Firstly, I could be wrong. I'm not the Lord of the Rings buff here. Is Lord of the Rings not meant to resemble other people? Like these other races, these like goblins. I like.
Tolkien explicitly said that in the letter.
I want to
that
be
the-
clear.
that the orcs were based on, I think, Mongolians.
If you say Mongolians, I'm going to correct you.
Okay,
I mean, I can read the quote.
Okay.
You
What the
can.
hell?
You'll get it. You can, but without the context. I'll tell you what
I
you said
can't-
there. You
let me
said
read
the.
Okay, I don't care.
Quote:
Hold-
The
He
orcs
told
are
you
definitely.
Hold on. Whoa. One at a time. Read the quote.
Whoa.
Then we can
One
get
at a
the
time.
correction from Jack, and then we're gonna get finished Staxiums.
Oh,
You
God, I
guys
don't
gotta let
care.
Staxium finish.
So,
Again,
so
not even saying
let
Tolkien was
make
racist,
a
but
quick
this
comment.
is a quote in a private letter.
Yeah.
Most of the fantasy setting I encountered always basing of some real life historical resemblance. Every fantasy setting I encountered so far. So most of them using things which we already know, right? So Mongols, hordes. So Mongol hordes are quite often appear as kind of threatening force, right? And you also don't need to understand them because they will come to destroy you.
Right.
So you never need to even think about their
Right.
side. Yeah.
The orcs are definitely stated to be the corruptions of the human form seen in elves and men. They are or were squat, broad, flat-nosed, sallow-skinned, with wide mouths and slant eyes. In fact, degraded and repulsive versions of the, to Europeans, least lovely Mongol types.
Base.
Now
That's a little sus, if you ask
no,
me.
it's not.
It's
It's
a little
really
not.
not.
Hold on, let Jack
Steel
respond.
man
Jack.
that, yeah.
Wait,
go
wait.
ahead.
I would like
Okay.
to finish my thought though.
Yeah, we'll get it to you as soon as he responds. Jack responds, and then we're gonna give it back to
The
Steph.
only way to respond to something like that is if you want to put the suspicion on Tolkien, put words in his mouth, then you are more than welcome to, sir. However, anyone
direct
who will
quote. I'm not putting any words in his
anyone that
mouth.
I can direct quote many things and make things sound quite bad. Anyone that would take Tolkien and the entirety of his work would know that he is using descriptors to help someone understand what an orc would look like. You'll note.
Wait, hold on. How does that change?
It doesn't make it better.
Wait, what? How? What? What? Well, he's just describing how they would look.
So when
Like, he
I'm
just happened
coding,
to
when
invoke the
I'm
Mongols. What?
when I'm coding my threat, my evil, which is destroying me as Mongols in many games, and I don't even try to depict them as something which I can understand, but I'm using real world examples, yeah, it might be a little bit problematic in my opinion, especially
Maybe.
if you are a Mongol, right?
Maybe.
Maybe you don't enjoy to be depicted like a
Maybe not.
raider who will inherently destroy and you didn't, you know, maybe.
Who knows?
He said the least lovely, which means there must be most lovely. So
Oh my
Oh, come
god.
on.
Okay.
Are you for
It's
real?
Okay, nope, nope. I'm gonna nip with this.
no.
This isn't. This
Oh,
isn't. This
dang,
isn't a
someone
Tolkien debate.
bend the knee. Oh no.
This isn't a debate on whether Tolkien's racist. We can have that another day if you'd like. But
Bendene.
today we're talking about storytelling. I want to.
would be
Yeah, I
very
want
wrong
to.
to
I want to
think
make sure
Tolkien's
Staxiums gets a chance to finish his
So
thought, and then I want to address.
Here's what I would
Harmony.
say.
Yeah.
I think that Harmony, you are. I don't think you guys are. I think for some reason, like D&D means something to you that it's not to me, which is fine. Like I'm not trying to shit on you guys, but like for me, it's a facility for storytelling and world building. I fully use the mechanics and I ignore the lore. And in every single world that I build, I find monsters the least interesting part of the story, and I always have villains be human beings. Now, you can not like that. You don't have to be a part of my DM sessions ever. You don't have to be a part of my group. You don't have to be a part of my campaigns. But like, if I want advice on how to build a constructive world with human beings as villains who are empathetic and make sense to the characters and you can understand their motivations, I don't know why having a guide is so awful.
But they're not saying that though. They're saying in the guide, don't have gnolls say gnoll bandits. They're specifically talking about monsters.
If I could jump in,
Well, hold on. Give it to Richard. Give it to Richard.
It's not a thing you
So,
have to
so
Hold
you,
on. Hey.
you
Richard's
went back,
trying to
you went
talk,
back
and
the
Richard gets to talk when he
publication
wants
of
to
this
talk.
third-party publication that is a monster manual, third-party monster manual, okay? And he has a problem with this. Why? You don't need to use it. It's not it's not even an official D&D. And even in D&D, you had a couple of different monster manuals.
Moho
Even
always
in
comes
second
with the...
edition, you had really different. And by the way, again, second edition D&D, you can already play goblins. You can already play even good goblins in many of the official settings, like even in Faerun, Forgotten Realms, because Vic was complaining that, oh, in orcs, in Forgotten Realms, there was no orcs who were good. Zakara, Arkadim, is a place inside of Faerun, inside of the same Toril. Toril is the planet name, and Faerun is the main continent name. And south of Faerun, there is this Zakara, which is like a Arabian Night inspired setting. And there you could play goblins, orcs, were part of the society. Maybe your trader, maybe who's selling you the magic lamps or the magic carpet, because it was a little bit, well, 90s, so it's a very narrow-minded explanation of Islam culture or Islamic culture, because it's, the religions are kind of based off Islamic religion.
I think Moho comes in with the interesting comments, as always. I'm kind of
Yeah,
like
let's
the opposite. I think monsters are the most interesting things, since there has to be a reason they are like declared monsters. Like that either means non-monsters have to be put on some pedestal by something really important in society, or the monsters have some trait that makes them monsters to us. And it isn't just intelligence. In like fantasy, since we don't call bunnies monsters.
Yeah, agreed.
Or we have it. Let's continue. It's good
Yeah,
comment.
for me, I'm really fascinated by the mind flayers. By the way, I had a couple of my own kind of setting in my mind, playing around with um, and how to develop it further. What kind of society they created, right? Because they inherently need to reproduce in a way that is destructive to other people.
Yeah.
Because they parasite, they eating brains of others, and that doesn't mean that they are they might have complex thinking about other beings, So they might even care of the cattle, right? They see maybe the people, other species as cattle, but there might be cattle, human rights activists within their society who want to care of the creatures they will eat eventually, right? Who knows?
Yeah.
You can play around with these things. You can
Yeah.
make it more complex. You can make it interesting enough.
Yeah. Mm. All right, let's listen.
So Richard, go ahead and talk.
Richard.
Oh, I'm just trying to jump in.
Oh, for the first time, we're gonna hear an opinion. Mind flayers are really interesting. There's fun new ones there, says Moho.
I've been waiting.
Yeah, go ahead. Now's your chance.
So like I said, I'm coming at this from like a game developer point of view. So what I see is several different products. So you have mechanical books, that would be like the player's handbook, the monster manual, things like that. Those tend to be light on narrative. Now, those are generally, you're thinking a lot of new players will use these books to onboard themselves. So when you're kind of not nuanced there, it's because of that audience. You're sort of like, dwarves live in the mountains, elves live in the forest. This is your starting point. This is your setup space. When you move into another product, which is an adventure or a setting, then you can get into nuance. And you can have subsets, for example, the drow. Like the biggest culture of drow is not a good culture. But there's a subculture of drow who follow Elistry who are actually good, right? So it's like, okay, there's nuance in this setting. That's great. Those mechanical books are just meant to give you the starting point. And then, so it's mechanical books, which...
I think you sort of agree with this, no?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And he brings up the mechanism of how the hobby works, right? So
Yeah.
this is how, and this is what we didn't understand. Vic was using the monster manual. By the way, to Vic, the monster manual in second edition stated everybody's alignment
Yeah.
in the elves. The elves appeared in the monster manual as chaotic good. That doesn't mean that all elves were chaotic good. You could
Yeah.
create a player character who was evil elf. You
Yeah.
had even NPCs evil elves.
Yeah.
But the monster manual was presenting a basic mechanism for you.
Right.
And sometimes they had one or two lines already there to complicate it. But like a drow, they described it as chaotic evil in the second
Right.
edition,
Yeah.
in the monster manual. But Drizzt Do'Urden was not chaotic evil.
No.
Drizzt Do'Urden rebelled against the society. Or
I guess you
this
could
guy
call
is
him.
mentioned
You
the
could
goddess
call
as
him.
well.
I guess you could call him chaotic in a way, no?
Drizzt Do'Urden.
Yeah.
I don't know what was the official alignment. Maybe I think was neutral good, I believe.
Because he,
Not
I
chaotic
mean,
good.
because technically speaking, if you were chaotic, you rebel against order, and you rebelled against
Yes,
order. That's
yes,
that
but
specific kind of order.
this is the problem about the alignment restriction, right?
Yeah.
And they were when you are opening the books like the complicated, so not the basic books, what this guy is talking, not the core books. So when I'm opening up the first Mesoberanzan second edition setting,
Yeah.
you already have to make a complication because these drow society in Mesoberanzan had their kind of order,
Yeah.
had their own
So
rules.
technically speaking, if you
They
align with their
enforcing it.
society, you're lawful.
Yes, and that was even kind of punishment for breaking some of these rules, right?
Yeah.
So already you see the limitation of your character sheet,
Right.
and this
I
is
mean, that's
also
where
important.
the whole that's why that's the beauty of tabletop. There's a
Yes,
limitation to the
but
sheet itself,
this
but you
is
have a game master, you have a living interaction. It's not a video game
yeah,
where you have a
exactly.
set rule and you just cannot break it because it's coded into the thing.
So for me, and that's for me. Not everybody has to play like me. The character sheet is a tool. It's not your Bible. You don't need to even stick with what is written to your character sheet. That helps you to describe something which is interesting after that.
Yeah.
So, by the way, Planescape as a setting emerged because of the trying to bring the extreme, this 9 alignment system which D&D developed.
Right.
That because the 9 alignment system started to develop as a cosmic order.
Mm-hmm.
So the Planescape creators are thinking, okay, let's try to create this cosmic order. And it's a kind of some aspect of Planescape is very silly, exactly because there is the kind of trick into this 9 alignment system. If you take it as a cosmic order,
Mm-hmm.
there are things that is breaking apart. So you find demons who are supposed to be inherently chaotic evil becomes not chaotic evil because even they have a shift between these poles, these extremes, cosmic, coded whatsoever. So yeah, it's
Yeah. All right.
these people try to essentialize the evilness and not making it very uninteresting to talk
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah. That's true.
Lack nuance because they're just to start you out. There's the adventures and settings where you can add the nuance in, and then there's your home game where you can customize it to exactly what you want. So to me, that's kind of how I see it.
How does this apply in the
If you
context
wanna-
of the discussion? Just real quick, Richard. When it comes to the discussion of this third party supplement, what kind of which niche does that fill, and do you think it, from what you've read, fills it well?
I think from what I understand, it's sort of a mechanical expansion book. So to me, and I think that may be why some people are seeing it as out of place, because it's addressing sort of a nuanced way to play the game, but it's also outside of the game. If you took that sort of thing and said, I'm going to make a setting and it's not going to have colonialism in it, I think people would say, oh, that could be cool, right? But to me, it's sort of like not in the right place. And I see Sly Flourish as another person who's trying to make games, and I get no pleasure in them being drawn in to like a mess. But I've thought a lot about, you know, like I said, I've worked on some big brands, and you're always nervous about, will the audience take this right? I don't want to make anybody feel shitty, you know? So you think of those things, but you also think of like, what can I do in the different spaces?
Okay. I do want, just for everyone's, and then I'll let you go, Staxiums, but I do want to read a quote from the anti-colonial play section that might help frame this a little bit, and we can kind of maybe discuss that.
It feels like the creator guy just talks about how things work, but doesn't really throw his hat in the ring of the whole.
Yeah, because he cares about the hobby itself. He seems to be a nice guy, I believe. So I kind of agree with what he said.
You must judge them. You judge the book by its cover.
Yeah, I mean, what I said that it could go either way. That's what I said in the beginning.
And it's from the third paragraph in, and it says this. It says, the ongoing legacy of colonialism is the foundation of a great deal of what's wrong with the world, and a book like this clearly is not the venue to try to fix what's wrong with the world. However, as gamers, we can, should, and must think about how our experience of the real world feeds into the worlds we create together. We need to understand the ways in which the traditions of colonialism hardwired into common culture and media can easily make us embrace potentially hurtful ideas, even without meaning to. Why?
I mean,
nothing wrong with this, by the way.
I mean, it's true.
Nothing wrong, and nothing wrong with this kind of statement in books. Okay, so
like
people might know vampire, werewolf, the white wolf games, the vampire, the
werewolf?
masquerade, the
Werewolf.
werewolf, the apocalypse, right?
Yeah.
So these were 90s, the new wave of role-playing games.
And the
So at,
Wild Fields, of course, the most important
they
of tabletop RPGs.
which one?
Well, the Wild Fields, of course.
No. I want to specifically talk about the White Wolf
Oh,
books. Okay. So
okay.
these vampire, changeling, mage, werewolf, 90s. They had section in their publications. So, for example, there was a werewolf apocalypse rule book, which is the setting was in 19th century America. Okay,
Yeah.
and they had a separate section within the book which was talking to the player, similar way as like this, talking about the historical problems emerging of with the historical slavery, not within the setting, to the player talking about this is the result, or they talking about racism against Chinese migrants working in railways. Okay, and this was talking to the players to understanding there is a historical complexity here.
Yeah.
So this is not new,
Of
and it's
course.
very fine to have a publication of role-playing game that addressing players like this way. I don't know what's the issue
Of
with this.
course, it's like basically to distill it in one sentence is to be, uh, I don't know, engage in your hobby consciously or something. You know?
Yeah, like imagine you running a 19th century uh, werewolf Wild West game, okay, and you sit down in US with people whose family was back in the time slaves, and you want to run a story which there are slaves in there.
Right.
How you address this? You have to address the real life consequence of these things,
Right.
right?
Right.
And the moment you open up in games to play orcs, goblins, trolls, whatsoever, then you open up the conversation about this kind of races within, right?
Yeah.
Because maybe that person wants to play a good goblin
Yeah.
or a good orc, and even the second edition AD&D let you to play a good orc.
Yeah.
So it's not out of order to play these good characters.
Right.
Then you have to address the players that maybe be sensitive with your players, maybe don't be a racist asshole, right?
Yeah. Let's see.
Why is this a bad paragraph?
No, see? Wick also disagrees that it's a bad paragraph. See?
Go ahead. Whoever wants. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's a bad paragraph, so
Sure.
I'll turn it over to them.
It goes off the rails, right?
Paragraph.
Yeah, it goes off the rails at the point where it says, "This probably isn't the place to address this, but here I'm going to try to address it." So I'd say that's, that realization of this is a long.
Well, no, it didn't say that actually. I feel like reading comprehension has failed this creator, you know? That is not what it said at
Maybe
all.
I don't remember.
No.
It's too late for me now.
He said that the thing says it is not up to us to address the harms that colonialism has caused, but it is worth understanding these things. That is what the thing said. It didn't say it is not up to this thing to address the harms of colonialism, but we will try anyway in this.
Yeah,
That
maybe,
is not
maybe. I'm
that
I'm I'm
is
I'm a little bit
just
more sleepy to understand, but I
yeah.
think you are spot.
That's no.
Nuanced conversation, but I'm going to try to fit it in a sidebar. And if I was an editor, I'd be like, that sounds like a bad idea. If this isn't the spot for a nuanced conversation.
No. They didn't say it wasn't. They said the opposite. They said it's not a place to fix these problems, but we can still have a nuanced conversation about it. That's what's
Maybe take it somewhere else.
See, I read that
So
as
I have a
just saying
question.
there's no way to possibly fix it in this one place.
There you
But
go.
we're each responsible to decolonize our own lives, and if we can do that in our
That's
games
also
and
that's what's
fight
being
against
said.
bioessentialism and race realism and make people feel more comfortable, then why not? So I don't think it's saying I shouldn't
There
even be
are
Not
talking about
exactly
this.
what
This is
was
just
being
like this is a
said.
small part that I can
Okay.
do.
I have a
in
question. I have a
in the right
question. Can I-
direction.
Your
Can I jump in?
buzzwords made me cringe, and I'm on your side. Can we move away from the buzzwords
Can I
and
jump
we'll
in?
talk about the ideas behind
I
it?
agree. Could I jump in?
Staxiums, go ahead.
Do you want to come over here, man?
Okay, I have a question. I have a question for Harmony and what do you want me to call you? Lost Lord, Scholar?
God, really
Jack's
pay
fine.
attention
Jack.
fails
Great.
people
Jack and Harmony.
sometimes.
Question. Do you think there's any fantasy or fictional stories that are destructive in some sense, where it's like that was racist, homophobic, bigoted? It doesn't even have to hit those buzzwords. You can say destructive in some sort of sense, where it's kind of on our responsibility as human beings to say, let's not do that. Do you think there's any examples that like
In
that might be the
fantasy?
case, or is it fully a place where you can shut off your brain and it doesn't matter?
In fantasy
Sure.
specifically?
I fictional, anything fictional.
Oh, anything fictional? I mean, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I've certainly read something before where I thought, this is probably extremely inappropriate and probably should not have
Right.
been published. I'll give you an example, actually.
Mhm.
Here's my example, and this can be a controversial example because I used to actually really love this author. He was one of my first fantasy authors that I really got into, Piers Anthony. Um, I really do not like Piers Anthony, and I think that a lot of his stuff maybe should have gotten another editor because a lot of it does broach themes of that we probably can't talk about on YouTube involving children. And it
I was going to
was
ask for
marketed,
elaboration,
yeah,
but okay, fair.
no, there's some really gross, perverted stuff in there.
Right.
And he had like hundreds of books, and they were all on like they were brightly colored under the A section and the sci-fi and fantasy aisles, and it was and I was drawn to them as a teenager, and I thought they were incredibly harmful to my development. Yeah,
Yeah.
I look back, very gross, but
I agree with
yeah.
that.
I also
I would
give an
put, like,
example.
I think of like Song of the South, like
I will also give an example, and this is
Okay.
specifically role playing. There is a person called, this is not his born name, Varg Vikernes. He was in heavy metal scene, neo-Nazi, had been sentenced because he murdered another musician.
No.
He is now released. So he made a role-playing game called My Farog. And this is kind of Scandinave, Viking coded and a neo-Nazi role-playing game. Yeah, so that's probably you shouldn't have. I'm not sure that I would ban it, but I would, whoever publishing it, I would tell them that you have to put down that who is this person and what is this game, right? So the mechanism itself is racist. The mechanism itself is the war weakness tried to code inside the neo-Nazi worldview about spiritualism. So it's an interesting thing to read because it's revealing how they think about certain things or how they want to present a role-playing setting, a fantasy game.
Yeah.
But it's a harmful thing. If I wouldn't give it to teenagers to play it.
Right. Yeah.
like almost immediately. It was like a
Okay.
Disney movie that
That
was
was the
like
first I thought of, but see,
celebrating a
mhm.
fucking slave, and he's like zippity doo dah, I fucking love to be a slave, and it's not all that
yeah.
bad. Don't listen to all that propaganda about from the north. It was crazy, and that was made by Disney. And I think that
And the weirdest part, that is really, that was a really weird one for me, because when I was a kid, I've had Disney tapes, and there was always at some point this song, and I just always assumed that it was just a very happy song of some guy that's surrounded by cartoon animals. and I did not know the context at
And
all.
I'm not sure that I've seen it.
I saw it many times as a child. Just they didn't show the moment when like he goes home or whatever to be a slave, but they always show that to you know the moment that part they've always shown in fragments, and I always as a child assume, oh yeah, that's just some happy guy that just sings a song and is walking in nature or something, you know? So there you go. You've learned the perspective of the little ignorant Slav child on this problematic movie slash thing.
We can collectively say, hey, that's probably not good for public education. That's probably not good for what it means to be a human being. And we can't just say art is accepted. Sorry, I think if we take art seriously, which I think is a good thing, we should also say that art can impact the way that we view other people.
Just to ground this in the discussion we're having now,
Mm-hmm.
give us an example that you would say that is destructive from D&D.
I think that calling races is fucking crazy. Like completely different species that can't interbreed, that have like their own mind of their own, and some of
Except they
them
can.
I think calling them species, one, biologically actually correct, and two, just like I think that it kind of feeds into ideas that some races like exist with a specific morality and understanding and culture that's like completely distinct and biologically distinct from the others. So I think it's fine to go, hey, why are we calling this race, by the way? One, that's wrong. And two, we don't need to do that. That feels bad too. So let's
I
just
wanna
change
get the other
species.
side to
Yeah.
response. Go ahead.
So, when it comes to races and species, this is kind of a moot point for me. Like, I don't particularly care. Races has kind of been long used, and you could probably technically argue that elves and dwarves are races because they can breed with humans, or at least elves can. And I mean, there's that. But when it comes to species, dude, I have a game behind me that has like blobs and calls them races. Like, we know what it means. I don't particularly care about the wording.
This is exactly what I brought up in my video on this subject. In that we don't need to be talked down to about this.
Oh, there's a whole video. I mean,
We should cover it one day.
we should.
And it's very interesting that he is talking about talking down on people when he started the very beginning, talking down on people who
I
are not
know.
agreeing with him.
And I think that a lot of the things that the setting has tried to push forward was not really the focus on race, but rather on cultural societal organization, if that makes sense. But maybe I'm wrong.
The genre is well developed enough now that race is an accepted term, and people realize that, by the way, when we say race, we don't mean different skin colors of humans. We mean elves, dwarves, blah
think-
blah 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 blah.
Hold on.
I think you
hold
do
on.
a weird double talk here where you're essentially saying, hey, look, we've been playing with it for 20 years. Not everyone has been playing with it for 20 years. I play with kids at work.
No, I said the
my
genre
work-
was. I said the genre was well.
It's well
developed.
established. I understand, but I
Yeah.
play with kids at work
Also,
at a treatment
if-
center, and
okay,
those
but
kids.
if you want to take species, I'm going to assume you're talking about sci-fi. You can think of the children, I suppose, but if you say species to me, I think you mean a sci-fi game.
I'm just. Can we not update it a little bit and just say, hey, it's weird that a
if-
black.
I. What do you think? I want to hear your thoughts.
I mean, this is kind of the meta element of the gaming. What is in your character sheet written down on how you
It's
define
like
it?
I'm
But
not,
it's kind of
I'm gonna be honest.
kind of
I'm fine either way.
kind of irrelevant. That's
Yeah.
my opinion.
Yeah.
It depends on how you describe these within the game itself.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
it's like.
So yeah, I'm okay with species. I'm okay with. I don't use races now to talk about it, but I'm not going to, you know, that's not that's not the big issue. Not the word usage,
Yeah.
wrongly or badly, is the problem. Is when you started to, for example, I was talking about my Farog. The my Farog system, uh, the game mechanism is like you have reincarnation there, okay?
Yeah.
And the Nordic people can reincarnate into higher beings,
Right.
and they have kind of black coded people, African coded people who cannot reincarnate into better beings. They spiritually inferior in that system, okay?
Yeah.
And they are coded by real life cultures.
Yeah.
So that's no matter if you call them separately species or races, it will be a racist piece of shit
Right.
still. Doesn't matter how you call it.
Philip
That
August.
system is bad.
Philip August says I prefer species, but is there a more old-timey word to use for it in a medieval D&D game? Um.
You can call them people, you can call them whatsoever. It also
Yeah.
depends on what kind of and if I would create a book, right? I would try to create it first to talk about the players, or maybe I would want to set these terminologies within the word, so how they use it, right? So they maybe have a terminology again towards each other,
You know what I
and
would
they,
say? You know what word I would say? What we would use?
yeah, tell me,
Creatures. There
yeah,
you go.
creature, feature,
Creatures, and that includes humans, by the way.
yeah,
Creatures.
it's
You have different creatures in this old-timey
yeah.
world of ours. There you go.
And by the way, it's also setting based how within D&D. So different D&Ds a different way of explaining what was the relation to each other, who was created first, who was created second. I was a little bit talking about Dragonlance. Dragonlance, in theory, most of the goblins became kind of after a cataclysm, a kind of punishment or change, and the other people were changed into goblins.
Yeah.
Some people say punishment, other just the cataclysm itself.
It's like
Uh,
in it's like in Blade Runner. It's not called execution. It's called retirement.
okay, but it's yeah, a bit different. But yeah, okay. And there is Darkstone, for example. In Darkstone, the halflings were the original species. In Darkstone setting, there was no other creature, sentient creature before. And
Thank
then
you,
all
Red
of the
Rules.
other creatures, sentient beings, stems from the halflings themselves. So every different D&D setting had their own play around with the pieces, with these.
Yeah.
These lot of times inspired from Lord of the Rings from the start, but they changed it because they wanted to make their own.
Yeah. You could even use the word beans.
Yes. So Earthdown is interesting. Earthdown calls them name givers. The name givers, because what they say that every creature who can make a name of their some kind of name, give a name to an individual, became a name giver,
Like
became a
Adam
sentient,
in the Torah.
became a sentient creature. And because of these, they are threatened by the horrors, by the way, because the horrors can take away their ability
Right.
of this sentience,
Right.
this name giving.
Alright, let's listen to Steve.
Oh, well, let me ask.
This is a
Hold on.
race?
Let me
Oh,
ask.
and
Let
if
me
you wanna go ahead and
just
call
real quick.
species too.
Just real quick. But what would be inherently wrong? Just to answer the question to Jack there. What would be inherently wrong if they just changed it to species? Didn't they
What's
actually
wrong?
do that in WotC?
They did.
Yeah.
They did. It's wrong because you
wrong.
even you said that
It's whatever.
they can't interbreed when they can.
It's
hard.
wrong.
In fact,
Why it's wrong? Who wants to control the game? Who is talking down to others with this? Huh?
Yeah. It's like whatever.
In order to be anti-racist, WotC exterminated the half-breeds. So,
This is just stupid argument. I've never heard.
Actually, I believe that you can play half-elves in 5th edition, right? I don't know about the new ones, but you could play
No,
people.
that's not his argument. He's trying to apply biology, real life biology to the game and say, you know what, if you're gonna call them species, then what about the fact that different species cannot just interbreed and elves and humans, etc. can? So you're trying to eliminate those from the game for the sake of your anti that's the argument. And ironically actually. That is what he just proposed, put
It's
forward.
kind of stupid. By the
yeah,
way,
it is.
By the way, this is there are a lot of problems about how to what you categorize as subspecies and
Yeah, I
species
know. There's
in real life
there's
as
a
well.
whole
Like
big.
the
I know.
whole big topics that with elephants, for example. I know about elephants that some part of the African elephants, so how it's related to each other. Can I call it as a species? And it's not. There is not only one kind of biological definition. What is a species? So there are competing or different kind of understanding.
I love
So
playing.
yeah, it's a bit more complex than people
Red
understand
Rose.
it. And it's not.
Yeah. Red Rose says, I love playing half elves. In so many systems, it's rare for elves to be brown for any reason. So I love the addition of half elves as a sort of countermeasure for inclusion. It just sucks that it so
Yeah.
happens to be that magical species have a tendency to be green, gray, or Caucasian. I mean, it's sort of like it
It can
harkens
be absolutely a
back.
problem. Imagine that you are a black kid from London, right?
Like,
and you want to play something which relates to you,
right.
and you like the elves, but you
Like,
can't play the elves you want to be.
even if don't, like I remember when I used to work on a comic when I was working at the office, and I've made animations with my idea for a story, and I would show it to my coworkers, and my character is a dark skinned girl, and without fail, the coworkers would be like, "That's cool, that's pretty neat," but hey, why does this character's skin have to be so dark? I've always gotten this question without fail. Like, they didn't even pay attention to the fact that my character's eyes were red. No, that was an afterthought. The main thing was, why is this character so dark? Explain to me. Tell me why. I would be like, I mean,
It's strange, yeah.
because I don't know.
It's
You know?
strange. By the way, I really like that Wizard of the Coast editions. They don't stick with so much about representing elves only a singular skin color. I like that idea because I had the similar problem. So one of the problem why I never could get into, and this is more gender based, I never could get into Lord of the Rings because I
Right.
don't find any character fascinating. I can't get into. I don't want to follow them. It's uninteresting for me. And one of the reasons why I find it as a teenager, the Dragonlance Chronicles, as a really interesting because I like the female role, and that was really important to me, and that got me into role playing game in a sense. Stick with it because I enjoyed it. There was from the start very strong female characters.
Right.
If there wouldn't be, I wouldn't read it.
I didn't.
So the Dries the Wooden series is different. In Dries the I might be wrong here because Dries the Wooden also had one of the sisters which I was really liked. Fadre or
I don't.
something
I'm
was her
sorry. I will
name.
not remember the names. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but there was a sister who was also kind of rebelling against the
Yes.
society, but
Well, she
le-
was not exactly rebelling as much as she showed kindness to the
as much
protagonist.
as him.
I think
Yes, but
she was important in teaching him kindness even.
yes, and she expressed a kind of care towards
But
him.
I think she died.
Yeah, I think she died, but she was something I remember because I could get involved. But the Order story itself was strong enough to stick with at
Yeah,
least
but
the first two books because I couldn't read the third book.
that was the big appeal to me in this story. Not even the rebellion against wider society, but finding kindness in this sort of brutal environment.
Yeah, I think a lot of people can associate with that that you are in a brutal society, you are punished, you don't nobody cares about you and how you try to survive and how you keep your humanity, how you
Yeah.
keep your kindness still. So yeah, that was a really strong story. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I didn't mean to derail the conversation to me, but when people talk about fantasy races, you can very quickly see how their opinions translate to how they think of people in real life. I don't think it's a derailment. I think it's a pretty important part
It's
of the
pretty on,
conversation.
yes, it's and on topic, absolutely. Because these people wants to restrict, they talking about saving the hobby, right? And this is
Yeah.
going back from the start that we have to understand what is the context here. And they talking about, oh, we're going to save the hobby. And what they do is gatekeeping. It's not the woke who are gatekeeping. It's not this woke mind virus.
Yeah.
They gatekeeping it often by racist standards, and they want to restrict the to include and young people. And I'm a little bit really sorry of the new generation in this sense because let's talk about the role playing game as what is the activity? It's you gather together with friends in real life,
Yeah.
if it's a tabletop or virtually nowadays, and you make it your own space. You make your own stories. You bring elements in your life, or you might do wargaming, whatever, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But you're creating your own
If you can
spaces.
afford it.
But that's the problem now, right? There is spaces disappearing. People cannot go to free spaces to meet each other and play.
Yeah.
It's
Although
getting
Poland
harder
is
and
not
harder.
so bad in this. Poland is not as bad in this at this rate. We
Yes, and
have
even
cultural
Hungary.
centers,
Yes, that's what I
even
wanted to
yeah.
talk about. We had our cultural centers there we will play and
Yeah.
public library.
And
So in the
even
90s,
like even I have to answer like even private stores that technically speaking focus on comic books and stuff like that will sort of say, oh yeah, we have a room at the back that can be used for events and gatherings.
yes, but the problem is with those, especially I think in US, in UK it's a bit different than other places. But I think in US a lot of these places are very much depends on Hasbro, like the Wizard of the Coast, to maintain
Yeah.
their ability to rent out the places. So there are, and
Yeah.
this is not
But
only
I'm
the
talking
role playing
about
issue.
I'm talking about I bet
Places are
there's
disappearing for young people to practice hobby without spending money,
right, because
and this
I'm
can be
talking
gym as
about
well.
because there's not many stores like that in Portland, but in Warsaw, like there's this comic book shop that sells comics, manga, or what have you, and they've organized meetings, gatherings at the in the back room, and it was not even those meetings were not even related to what they were doing as a business. They were meetings about Go, and they have nothing to do with
Nice,
Go, you know.
nice, yeah,
So
nice.
it's that's sort
Um,
of
uh, in the 90s, we went sometimes in Burger King, so everything was closed down. We occupied the restaurant, and they
yeah.
kind of accepted us. Uh, we needed to buy sometimes something, but I never had money. That's why I was into role playing game because I never had my own money, and I don't want to accept people inviting me because often that's kind of you need to repay it back for some other way,
Right.
right? And you
Yeah.
don't want to do that. Uh, so role playing game was a free way to engage in almost equal uh, uh, status with others. So it
Yeah.
doesn't matter if you were rich and poor, but this is changing and this is destroying the hobby that is became digital. And these people, instead of recognizing what's the problem, they talking about the problem is that it became more inclusive. The problem is that the material itself trying to appeal not to only white males. It's
Yeah.
stupid.
It
It's
is
stupid. They
stupid.
don't understand the strength of this hobby.
Yeah.
They don't care about it.
Yeah. Let me hear what they have to.
In a game, gang, they didn't actually wipe out anyone, but yeah, fair
Look,
enough.
we are well off the reservation though. We've gone from let's talk about monsters and it's okay to
Oh.
have
Red Rooster. There are a lot of comic book shops in America, but their attendance is fluctuating, and I feel like people are slowly avoiding those shops in favor of online experiences, which aren't bad, but they're not as inviting or friendly. Yeah.
So the bad thing about online gaming, okay? I mean, you can use Discord, and Discord is relatively good. But the bad thing about it is how easy they can destroy online spaces. In fact, it's probably more easier to destroy online spaces like real life, because in real life, if you already have the connection, you might meet in another location. So, like us in the 90s, we gathered in a cultural center where we had the role playing club. When it was closing down in that day for some reason, we went to somewhere else. But we already had a connection to reorganize the space. When you are in social media and that social media starts closing down for some reason, maybe they ban the server, there is some problem with it or nuked, then this social connection disappears. By the way, this is a political organizational problem that when you only organize your political uh, party online or online relationship, this can totally disappear. All of the addresses can disappear. And the same thing about virtual gaming. So in virtual game sites, maybe they will close down. All of my data, what was in there, will be disappearing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is it's nice to have virtual. I from the 2000s I started to play online gaming a lot, like Moods or Mooksies, Moochies. These were text-based, very old school role-playing games,
Yeah.
and they were great. But all of my friends, what I gathered, they're mostly gone because the sites were nuked, it disappeared.
Yeah. It's that's a wider problem. Yeah.
evil existential threats to make things go bump in the night to, by the way, if you don't agree, we're going to imply that you're a racist.
Yeah, I was trying to take us back to that. So I'm going to go against your argument. 52% of violent crimes come from the 13% of Middle Earth's orc population. Real quick.
What?
So
Hilarious.
Is that an American thing?
Yeah. So
okay,
you are still framing these.
He's
groups.
calling you a racist. Just
Yeah.
I mean, I got
okay,
that.
get
That's
to
all
your
you guys
point,
really
Tyler.
have.
Come on, please.
Yeah. So you're looking at these groups. They're still forming the monolith. You're still saying that they're more inherently evil than the others, and that is this.
The orcs
undynamic
of Middle
evil.
Earth were bred to be evil killers.
That's. I was going to make that point.
I would also like to say,
from the
while
movie,
we're back
actually.
on orcs and the Mongol comment that was made, because I kind of got cut off there. If orcs are Mongols, why aren't they on horseback firing arrows? That's because they're not.
They
when
ride
people
dogs.
Oh my
In some
god!
setting
Really?
they are.
Oh my
In some
god!
setting the earth down.
I mean,
The orcs
true,
are horse
but
nomad.
not all sort of comparisons are one to one. Okay.
And that's the other thing, right? Yeah.
Like, why aren't they speaking Mongolian then? You know, come on.
A lot of early 20th century science fiction, by the way, use this threat of the yellow invasion, the Mongols, the China, Mongol, all these
Actually,
people are one, by the way,
Red
and they are
Rooster.
invading us. Yellow fever,
Yeah,
this
true.
kind of language. And you can see even the enemies like Buck Rogers, the enemies like kind of Mongol coded, Chinese coded clothes. The eyes are made with cosmetics to look like closer to what they imaged to be Chinese at the time. So yeah, a lot of real bad things there.
Aren't the orcs in the Lord of the Ring too big to be on horses? Asks Red Rose. And Moho says, well, they don't have this specific form of tactical education that listens to Confucian critique. Obviously, they're not Mongols. Like, come on. This is so silly. If they're supposed to be based on Mongols, then why aren't they speaking
Oh yeah, but
Mongolian?
and the reason why I was talking the science fiction a little bit, none of these science fiction racist tropes in the early 20th century used horse nomads, okay?
Yeah.
But you still know that kind of
They are
based on Mongols.
nomadic, yeah. Like horses and carts. Remember about the carts.
The Mongols in European history have a cultural significance of the destructive force.
Right.
And
And
often,
also, well, there's
often
also a big historical significance of basically showing European incompetence when it comes to warfare. But
okay, but that's happened before. That's happened with the Magyar tribes. Magyar tribes were
right.
similar, destructive, or before the Magyars, the Huns.
Yeah,
But
but
what is
there's
happening?
at least as I was taught about the Mongols, because
So
you are
what the two difference?
yeah
What the two difference here with the Huns and the Magyars?
yeah
Both the Huns and Magyars settled after a while. So the Huns is also settled a little bit in the Pannonian basis. So Attila is somewhere in Hungary, buried, but they are not related to Magyar tribes. What's the difference is that Mongols didn't settle. The Mongol invasion stopped because they went back because there was a fight who will be the next Khan, right? You
right, because
remember
he
that.
died, yeah.
So they didn't interacted of a lot of places where they sagged.
Yeah.
The experience is that they were like a force of nature coming in, destroying
Yeah.
very much of the population at the time. So Hungarian
Well, apart
kingdom
from
lost large amount of population.
apart from fortresses, of course.
Yes, I mean some fortresses, but it
Castles,
depends on the
etc.
area if you had a fortress.
Yeah, of course.
So
Yeah,
some
yeah, yeah,
areas,
of course.
yeah. So it depends
Because
on
there
the
were those
kingdoms and the
safe
region.
havens from the Mongols because
Yeah,
they didn't have the means
but
to
the
siege castles.
different experience was not only that you are beaten by horse nomadic people because that's happened before, but these horse nomadic people didn't remain. So they went back.
Yeah,
So
but
the
there was
Mongols remaining in historical memory as a kind of uh, force of nature, animalistic people,
right.
like
Well,
something which is not human totally, right? But
yes.
beyond.
Well, as I was, because you get taught about, obviously you get taught, like there are lessons about the Mongolian invasions at school during history lessons, right? How were you taught
Yeah,
about it?
how you call it in Poland that time? What's the name in Polish?
Czasy inwazji mongolskiej? The time of the Mongolian
The,
invasion?
yeah, we call it Tatárjárás. Yeah. And it's in Hungary it was very significant. So I don't know about Poland how
And
much the
like the,
population.
the, the, the main thing that I remember from being taught at school at history was that it showed this great difference in military strategy between European way of waging war and
Yes,
Mongolian.
and in Polish perspective I understand that. But that's happened before. So in Hungarian schools, you learn it that the same thing happened when the Hungarians were more nomadic and started to sack European cities. So when they settled down in Pannonia, they still wanted to outraiding because for a couple of hundreds of years they still practiced the similar kind of tactics, uh, like archery, horse nomadic archery, stuff like that. But just to understand for people, and why in modern literature, why perhaps Tolkien was referring to Mongols when we're talking about orcs. So a lot of times in European history, it was so tragic. So in Hungarian kingdom, the population destroyed by Mongol invasion was
Mm.
greater than the Black Death as a percentage. So the
Right.
Black Death was less destructive in Hungary than the Mongol
Right. I
invasion.
mean, the Black Death was less prevalent in this area of the world a bit than the
Yes, we had
in
less.
general.
In Western Europe, it was more important, and the Black Death was changing a lot culturally. So, changing how people related to children after. So, there are some anthropological work which gets through this that how people changed attitudes towards children, that
Yeah.
became less caring of children because they could die,
Yeah.
right? More
Yeah.
easier to die. So, they don't want it to attach emotionally.
Yeah.
Uh,
And I
so, a
remember
lot
the
of
big I remember the big thing that was stressed on the Mongol thing, that in the typical European war, the leader would sort of charge at the, together with the troops, and the Mongolian armies would just keep the leader in the back, sort of managing the armies, which was treated as this bizarre, novel idea.
and that was ambushing tactics. So what's happening a lot of times, you had a kind of ambush. So these were light horses,
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
started to skirmish, try to get the enemy forces to follow them, and then the larger force surrounding them and finishing off. So there was a lot of different and novel tactics. Uh, yeah.
And
So that's also
I
true.
remember my history exam where the person before me uh, proudly started talking about Mongolian armies. He didn't know anything but decided to take the exam anyway and said, "Oh, the question was what were the tactics and the military strategy of the Mongols?" And he said, with a straight face, "Oh yeah, they would use their heavy siege machinery to, of course, attack the walled castles. Obviously, I still remember that.
Yeah,
I think I will
but okay,
remember that
but going
forever."
going back to the role playing game, this is why a lot of times these racist trope remaining, because there was a historical recording and a specific relationship to this event, and sadly, this remaining kind of why so many fiction coding the enemy, the inherently evil, those which uh, cannot be dealt with
Hmm.
as Mongols.
Moho says at this time, Chinese strategy was considered kind of advanced, right? And the Mongols exported a lot of those to Europe. I'm not super versed when it comes to this, but to my understanding, the Mongolian Empire conquered China. No.
Yes, yeah. But what's happening with the Mongols? Okay, this is a complexity a little bit. So he's not totally wrong. But I don't think so that the European horse nomadic attack was specifically the Chinese uh, stuff.
Yeah, I
But
think
what's
there is a
happening?
bit more.
Yeah, yeah. But what's happening, because the Mongol Empire created, and this is the false narrative about Mongol hordes, or how people try to. In a sense, it was destructive, but in the other hand, sense, it created a kind of new emergent relationship, interaction, new inventions, interaction between China, new interactions, because there was existing interactions, but new interactions between China and these regions. So sometimes because they conquered China as well, and they started to implement, they invited advisors all around the world.
They
So
couldn't get
they,
Japan though.
hmm?
They couldn't get Japan
Oh yeah,
though.
yeah, they couldn't get to, yeah, yeah, but it's an island place. It's a little bit harder than, yeah. I mean, even when the Spanish want to, Spanish Armada was attacking UK, right,
Mm-hmm.
or England at the time, they were beaten up very badly because uh,
I think when
tried
it comes
to.
to the Spanish Armada, there was also a big element of the weather being quite unlucky
But
to the
that's what I'm
Spanish Armada.
telling. The sailing and technology there is very dependent. So even if little bit of differences about technological inventions can be very detrimental at this time of the history, if your army is defeated or not.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, we are very far away from role
And
playing game. We should go back,
yeah,
but
and but last
there is
thing
a
that the military strategy thing is considered significant because, as I understand it, a lot of it ended up being adopted. Like the understanding that maybe the leader should not just be put forward and die, and then we have no one to sort of command the army anymore.
but I think a lot of them is disappeared as well immediately. So the same thing, Hungarians used the Hungarian tribes was using very similar tactics just a couple of hundreds of years before the Mongol invasion, even maybe just 100 years before that, and this totally disappeared. So the leadership at the time couldn't understand the same tactics.
Alrighty, let's listen to Jack.
That's for real.
When people,
that's a real comment you made.
Well, hold on, stop.
Oh no, let's all act outraged so we can't get a word in edgeways.
Lost Lord
Stop it.
Scholar, I've muted them. Go ahead, finish your point, but then we'll unmute them.
I'm going to say that when people create a fantasy world, the orcs in my world are atrocious monsters. They rape and they pillage, and they come from a deity's blood that means they are biologically predisposed to being brutal monsters. The first book in this series I'm working
Wait, hold on. He just defeated his own thing, didn't he? Did you pay attention to the lore master's wording? He said
Tell me.
predisposed. Predisposed doesn't mean they are. Predisposed mean that they have like a leaning towards a thing. I'm gonna check.
Yeah,
if
yeah,
I'm failing
and
in my English.
and by the way, that carry the blood of the god, which is destructive. This doesn't even mean that you necessarily
there
have
you
to
go.
stick with
Predispose makes someone liable or inclined to a specified attitude, action, or condition. Doesn't mean
and you can fight against it. So like there are tales like this.
Like if you're predisposed to something, you're heading in that direction already. You already have a tendency to develop it. It doesn't mean that you are.
There are some stories like this, right? You are created as an artificial soldier or kind of destructive element, and you're fighting against that.
And you can
right?
learn to be different.
So
That's
modern vampire stories.
That's a common thing, and yeah.
Yes, modern vampire stories like On Rise.
Like there's in Japanese RPGs especially, that's a thing when there's like a robot character that was created like as a weapon, but then along the way the character learns emotions and learns that they're not just a weapon.
Yeah, so it doesn't even necessarily even in his setting. Okay, but he wants to create easy, destructive. You can destroy it without any moral consideration, right? This is the thing. I want to create something which I can destroy it without. I can enjoy being aggressive, being destructive, or maybe even being just. Some story it's good that you have this kind of force, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like in Alien. In Alien, the alien itself is destructive. You can't make diplomacy with the alien.
Alien
itself,
is
right?
alien. Right?
You don't even understand it, but you know that it wants to destroy you.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
And it's still a great storytelling. You are still but there you don't want to explore necessarily about the alien itself. You explore about the fear.
How people react to it.
Yes, that makes it interesting. Not that you have this kind of
Right, but technically speaking, orcs are sentient in their way of that we can understand them, and they're like, yeah, we're just evil, I guess. We're just evil.
I can.
Like
so I'm not against that. Somebody is telling that in my own setting, I want to create some force like this. I want to create orcs like this. But it's important what kind of story you want to tell.
Right.
If you want to tell of fear and how people reacting to danger, it might be an amazing setting in the end.
Right. Yeah.
But just because you want to stick orcs because it's orcs, and orcs was always evil, Lord of the never been good, and only the Vocal. No, we read it that time. I'm going back. The first D&D was stating that orcs can be neutral.
True.
One is called the Blight of Savagery because these things are objectively evil in the cosmology that I have read.
Wait. We
The
didn't
blight of
mention here
yeah, the blight of savagery.
savagery.
I know.
That the other thing what people coded as evil usually is the barbarism, is the savagery, is
Yes.
people who are not civilized.
Yes,
and they are threat of
we
them.
are brought back to the words of Netanyahu when he says that he is representing civilization versus barbarism.
Yeah.
Want to say that's this, that, or the other thing, you go right ahead. But I'm going to write a good versus evil story.
So the orcs were created as a parody of the dwarves.
The orcs were created as a parody of the elves.
Oh, the elves. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I misspoke. So the orcs are created as a parody of the elves to be that good and evil dichotomy. Yes.
Who were they created by?
Was it Morgoth?
Kind of. They were sort of taken as elves and tortured into orcs.
Okay, whatever. You know, like it really is not necessary to quiz people on the details of Lord of the Rings when discussing the broader tabletop thing. Right?
Yeah.
By
the Lord of the Rings role playing game. If you are so interested,
come
there are
on.
a lot of different editions. Buy it. Play that and polish that one.
And this person complained about being talked down to? By whom? Tell me.
Some say. Tolkien changed his mind a lot about this.
There was,
He also actually said that there is redemption for the orcs should Eru will it, but we don't know if Eru wills that. So
I wanted to focus more on the Uruks because we're talking about the Holy Trilogy more than we are the books here. So the Uruks were created. They were created and incepted into. They're the victims in this story. If they weren't created,
tell that to the farms they're raising and the women they're killing and the men of Rohan they destroyed.
From birth, from their inception. They're the victims. They're the ones that need the care. They need to be rescued. They're child soldiers.
Jack, do you actually not see the value then, even from what you guys are saying, that there have been circumstances that led these evil creatures to be evil? Don't you think there could be depth in storytelling in unpacking that and talking about the moral luck of it from a philosophical point of view? If you're born into these environments?
In-depth storytelling that you get out of the orcs comes toward the end of the Return of the King, where Sam is trying to rescue Frodo from those two orc captains whose names escape me, and you can.
I'm angry now. I'm very angry. Weak paneling, right?
Yeah.
Vic was stopping before when they talking about Tolkien races that this is not about Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Why he's not stopping this guy when he's all of his examples about talking D&D is Lord of the Rings?
I have no clue.
Why he was policing only one side?
Well, you know.
Talking about maybe we should run away together. Do you know what they want to run away from the war to do? To rape and pillage somewhere else.
Right, but I'm saying we're not like confined to that being all of our stories. Why not tell more complex stories where we focus on the fact of why these people are in that position in the first place? Why do we have to? I don't want to trigger Tyler again.
You gotta let him
have
finish.
A race realism aspect to this. Can it just be that culturally these orcs could come from a bad place, but then maybe you have some orcs that surprise you? Like storytelling is all about reversing expectations.
Go and write it.
I mean, that's been already written. That's the whole point of playing as an orc.
Yes, that's the whole contention of yours because it's already written and you complaining that it's written.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like a DM guide, and then everyone makes fun of it on. It's like, what the fuck? I'm just doing the thing that I'm doing. Like, don't try to pull the isolationist route. Like, we can just do our own thing. And you can do your own
are allowed to do your own thing, but
I will muck it.
It's still open to criticism. If I read it,
that's stupid. That's stupid. Stop being stupid. Why? Why would you? Don't you have things to do in your life rather than criticize the way people spend their free
Look,
time?
this is an economy, right? So you just need to create. It is the content. You create anti-woke. Oh, the woke is coming and destroying X, destroying Star Wars, destroying the. Is the content. You
I'm
can
gonna
talk
be
about ages without even preparing anything.
I'm gonna level with you. I'm gonna be honest. If you feel the need to criticize the way some people engaged in tabletop, video games, or whatever, how they spend their free time, it just sort of makes me feel that that person's extremely insecure.
Or maybe he's enjoying destroying teenagers' hobbies. Maybe he's that
Yeah,
kind of
but he's
person.
talking about about like this to an adult as well. It just feels like
Yeah,
insecurity
enjoying to
speaking. It
destroy
feels
adult.
like,
Look,
oh my god, if my way is not the only proper way,
enjoying to
then
destroy and enjoying to destroy anyone's hobby, but
maybe.
especially
But
children as well.
that still feels insecure to me.
It's not necessarily. It can be just interesting, inherently evil.
I
I
mean,
can't
it could
pronounce
just
it.
be cruelty, you're right.
Yes,
But
it
it's
might be born this way.
it feels like very
He
stupid
it
cruelty.
might be his species. He might not be. It doesn't mean to be cultural. It's not.
And
Maybe it's not
maybe it
an
was just
upbringing of
you're right. Maybe
insecurity.
he was just born that way.
Maybe it's carrying a blood of a god which is
True.
evil, right?
That's true. That's possible. That's certainly possible.
And I think it's silly. I'm gonna go. That's silly.
Of
And I
course.
think this.
I'm sorry. I don't even know how to engage with this sort of. I don't even know how to engage with this. This is just ridiculously silly. Oh, you're having fun uh, in your spare time in some way that I don't approve of. Haha, I'm gonna spend the time to criticize this and what? It's so oh stupid.
I think if you go into this hobby specifically, sort of the milieu of it, and you call everyone that's playing a certain way colonialist, which has some
Well,
very
that's nobody did that though. Am I missing something?
It's good that even this book haven't called this, right? It's
Yeah.
talking about there was reverse
Nobody
colonialism. Yeah, nobody was.
did that.
stark implications behind it, then I think we have a right to go, you're silly.
Yeah, but who's doing that? Who's calling the
Exactly. Nobody's. What are you doing?
players that are playing colonialist? They're
the
saying
bloke
that
who
the
wrote the
framework
book.
is colonialist. Which
That-
it undeniably
the
is.
weasel words from that.
That's not weasel words. That's just facts. Does the article say the average
Okay.
player base are a bunch of racists?
I
It
do
doesn't say
want
that.
to. I do want to dial it back, and I want to get back to kind of like the storytelling aspect of this, less from a culture war perspective and more from a on the table.
By the way, the thing didn't even say that the setting is colonialist. The thing said that there are many cultural aspects that we take for granted that might have roots in colonialism.
Yeah,
And that we
the
might
Mongol
sort of
accent.
see certain
Yes,
things as normal or whatever, and that they are actually pretty harmful, and that we might
yes.
start thinking about it. It doesn't make sweeping statements about the whole setting, actually.
Yes, and Mongol was an example of this. How a cultural uh, coding develops from history and how it's harmful, right?
Yes, I feel like there's a bit
So it,
like I feel like there's a failing in reading comprehension.
I mean a lot, but people doesn't. I mean, yeah, people doesn't need to do these things, right? So it's like you can be big, massive, and totally uncaring of whatever you engage. You totally need to uncaring about the hobby itself. And look, reading D&D books, understanding it, or knowing these things is not the academic high culture stuff, right? It's
I
just a
mean, true,
hobby.
but
But they don't even care about that.
it still worries me
They
that
claiming
basic reading
they don't even
comprehension
can
is
read that. I mean, we couldn't even read what the alignment section of the monster manual means.
right. I just it worries
do you expect
me.
them to read an academic stuff
No.
properly?
But still, it worries. It's worrisome, especially since uh, like there's a difference between reading and actually understanding what you're reading, and we are seeing examples of that in this panel, unfortunately.
And look, we have an excuse. We don't speak our own language, right? They are
I
they
mean,
are
I don't
speaking
treat
their own
that as an
native
excuse,
language.
but
Yeah, I mean, but they speak their own native language.
yeah, but
And they don't engage with it.
there's a big problem within native speakers. This is a big problem in Poland as well. There's a problem of reading comprehension.
I mean, generally,
Lacking.
yeah, there is. Generally, in Hungary, there is a lot of problems about reading comprehension as well.
It's a
Because
skill
of
that
the
needs to be
yeah.
taught, or at
And
least you need to hone
by
it
the way,
in some capacity.
role-playing game was also good because it made people to read. Maybe not an allied literature, maybe it's just fantasy books, but they still engage with something, and that was good.
Yeah.
So it's for me it's really tragic to see that how it became more dominated by digital, and I'm not against. I love digital stuff. It's just that how it's linked to money. To access, you can only access stuff through money or illegally, right?
Yeah.
But that's you shouldn't do that. Okay.
Just look, the culture was fun, but right. Richard, you were trying to get in here, but I do have a question. So.
Yep. Yeah, just a quick thing. Like we are talking about games, right? So I'm not a fan of extortion and murder. But if I sit down to play a gangster game, I don't think I'm into it now, or that it's gonna make me into it. It's just a
That's completely missing the point. I think this argument is completely missing the point of the
So
entire
yeah,
conversation.
I told you this is a double-edged. He can go either way.
Like that's not what's being discussed here.
fantasy. So like some of these things model back in history. D&D's sort of core setting is actually not colonialist, which is probably 15th century to mid 20th century. It would be more like feudal medieval, like by default. So, and I don't like feudal medieval. I don't want to live in that system either, right? But you're pretending to walk around in this world. That's just the default thing. The same as if you said it's a sci-fi setting and it's on a communist space station.
When
it's
you
like,
play,
okay.
But the problem with this is
stop. I have a question for everyone, and I would like to ask the question, just to kind of again set this. And I know you guys want to fight, and I'm here for it. I love the energy.
Wait, didn't he just sort of contradict himself here? The creator, didn't he say that they are books that are just outliers, mechanic settings to get you started, and then there are
And
settings.
I mean, there was explicitly, and there was explicitly settings which were addressing colonialism.
Yeah.
So the red steel.
Didn't he just contradict himself from before? Before.
Yeah, kind of, but I'm not sure that he understands. So okay, so in Forgotten Realms, which is one of the most popular at the moment D&D setting, right? All of the Baldur's Gate are in there.
Yes.
So there is a new continent there, the true continent or true land, called Mastika. And Mastika is absolutely Aztec Mayan coded, and there is with second edition AD&D there was a full campaign book for this, a setting box set, and it's absolutely modeled by Cortes' invasion of destroying the Aztecs.
Right.
One of the, and you can play the battles as well, both sides of the kind of Aztec coded people and kind of Spanish coded. I think they come from Amn, the kingdom of Amn. That's part of the south from the Baldur's Gate, more south. close to Kalimshan. Kalimshan is like a Turkish or kind of Arabic coded country inside of Forgotten Realms, Faerun.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is absolutely colonial, and they were even talking in. I just read it today before I came here that they were even talking. There is a kind of solution that they eventually they fight against a greater enemy, right?
Right.
So you can come from both. You can create a character from both of the uh, Mayans or Aztecs,
Right.
and you can create for this Spanish invasion force.
Also, I
And
will
they have to
say,
fight.
I will say one thing as a little
Yeah,
bit of an insert. Wick is not when it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wick is not really good at distributing people speaking evenly.
yeah,
The
I
upper
know, I know.
right person has not spoken for a while.
Yeah. So back to this, but they state in this book that what will be in the future, that is, if this will be kind of expert, they don't use this word, but if this interaction between the old kingdoms of Faerun, like the Europe, right, and this new land is up to the future, it might be a very bad relationship with exploitation or good developing some kind of understanding. And this is up to you. So they absolutely addressing the colonialism, absolutely modeled in the colonial time of Earth history.
Okay.
So he is wrong, the creator. He didn't
Yeah.
read his own ex companies publications. Well, it wasn't Wizard of the Coast that time; it was TSR, but
Right.
they inherited the same.
All right. Let's listen.
But I want to do a little productiveness. Harmony, you mentioned Game of Thrones and the White Walkers.
I was responding to. Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the threat beyond the wall, right? Basically, and how that was the overarching evil that aided the story. And fair, right? It does work for the setting. It does help tie the story together. But there are, I would assume you would just agree with me here, and maybe you won't, that there are plenty of stories that could be told without that overarching evil. And in fact, that for some people, they're tired of it. They're just tired of it. They're tired of like, oh, there's the big bad supervillain that's always, it's like the Brandon Sanderson Mistborn books. Are you familiar with them? Did you read them?
I read the first one.
Well, at the end of the first one, right, they kill the bad guy, and it turns out the bad guy was holding back. Oh, spoiler, gang! But it's like this book's been out like 20 years now, so you'll be fine. It turns out that the Empire guy was his death unleashed an ancient evil that was much more complex, right? And that is, it's just a story that's been told so much. What is wrong with the Sly Flourish thing saying, we're going to tell a different story? Is that insulting to you?
So there's nothing wrong with telling it.
Yes, it is. How dare you? We're gonna mock it. I mean, one of them basically answered that, didn't he?
Different story. There's nothing wrong with not having an existential evil in your story. I am defending the idea that having an existential evil in your story is not necessarily bad storytelling, and in fact, it has precedence from the beginning of time. It's that is like all of human history. We've been telling these stories, and also it's important to recognize that.
I mean, it depends.
Yeah, I'm a bit angry about this interpretation of mythology. This is very much is that Campbell, the
hero's journey,
stuff, the Jordan Peterson, these modern kind of archetypes, that one kind of interpretation of all of these stories. And by the way, when structuralists try to categorize,
even the hero's journey does not have to have an existential evil.
That's but it's not Campbell is not great, by the way.
Yeah, but even this sort of arc.
Yes, and but
does not need
and this is where I want to try to defend that they totally misunderstand these tools. So when structuralists try to understand mythology or folklore, what they try to create is kind of not necessarily kind of archetypes, and it's not about exploration of eternal truth. It's about to try to track how these stories might be exchanged, right?
Right.
So that you might find the same. So, for example, Hungarian folklore or folk tales, you might find kind of elements that specific to one area, and maybe you can track interaction to another area by tracking these elements of the story, and this might be a magical egg or something like that or whatever, and they try to define this kind of elements, structures of the stories, elements of the stories,
Like
and
there are
how
many
can I
different
put them.
types of stories. There's like I think my
Absolutely. But what I'm telling, this is not about understanding the deep meaning of existence.
Right.
This is about tracking a historical record of the storytelling of these tales, how it's emerged. So when she's talking that the mythology is always telling these stories, which mythology?
Yes, and where?
What are you
And
talking
when?
exactly?
Yeah.
Which element of the mythology is what you try to define as we always told these stories.
Yeah.
The only thing I could tell that probably since we are able to talk, that we were probably always talked stories, some
Right.
kind, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I can make that statement, but
But the
she's
stories were
not
not
saying
always the
anything.
same.
Yes. I need to define what element is the same. So there might be some elements which is very similar in every culture because we are facing similar things in life, right? Birth, right?
Yeah.
Because
Or death.
most of us had birth or death. We encounter these things, so we can track some kind of similarities along these lines.
But
But
then the stories can tackle these topics in different ways. So
it's a totally different way.
Yeah.
And probably these elements, what is very universal, is for a lot of people who are folklorists or kind of tracking mythology is not even interesting. The reason is why, because they want to track that how these different mythology was interacting each other,
Right.
right? So they're using mythology as a tool to understand human history.
Right. Yeah.
And okay, this is my sideline, but she's not saying a lot here that we always telling this. That's saying nothing, and she's using it wrongly.
Right. But yeah, technically speaking, the hero's journey can be about a person deciding that they want to learn how to cook and go to a cooking school. Sort of. You could make it work. All right.
Dungeons and Dragons literary history is not just confined to Lord of the Rings, while Lord of the Rings is a fine trilogy. I mean, there's also other authors that it was inspired by, like, we're not even mentioning here Lord Dunsany, A. Merritt, or Paul Anderson. Like, these guys, there's plenty of old fantasy literature, and lots of it has some good versus evil in it, and there's all sorts of existential evil in these stories, and it inspires D&D as it is now. Like I said, it's much broader than just Tolkien. And the idea that we're tired of this and we're going to tell something new. Okay, tell something new, and people are telling new stories.
Yeah, but then people get mad and make panels like this. Right? No?
Yeah, sadly.
Of course,
But then they get dragged
people
on it.
will always. I don't think anyone's dragging people for telling stories without evil. People are dragging people.
Well, what do you mean? The panel's happening. Case in point.
For saying you can't have an existential evil in your stories, or
Nobody
saying that
says
gnolls
that.
or goblins are evil.
Yeah, hold on.
That's
No, but implying
that's
you're
the
racist for
that's the
having
problem.
existential
Hold on.
threats.
good and evil are a theme. They're in everything. Even when there's this argument that we're making, we're still arguing that good and evil be present. We're just saying that an entire race, an entire civilization of people that look a certain way are evil by default. Like, if you look at Game of Thrones, yes, there was this overarching good and evil theme that showed up in season 7 and 8 when everyone says the show sucked. The dragon showed up season 5, 6, 7, 8 when everyone said the show started to suck and sucked. What got people with the first 4 seasons, where there's almost no magic, almost no dragons, almost no mysticism, and it was a very deep political, intellectual story where in the first season, the monolith, the archetypical good guy, got his head cut off. And then everyone else from that point on was...
I mean, the book delved into the spiritual things and the magical things from the get-go. So, like, the show is different from the books.
Gray area character that could have been
Jon Snow.
Yeah, it was a sympathetic. Well, yeah,
also, had magical wolves.
Off to the other side, but I'm talking about.
I'll be honest, I
Winterfell.
didn't like Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I'm just in King's Landing. The whole thing was a bunch of gray hero anti-heroes or sympathetic villains, and it really did well. There's a lot of nuance to it.
Yeah, let's go on this Game of Thrones. And the books will never complete because George R.R. Martin doesn't know how to tie that up. But we've had since the very beginning, the first scene in the first book was a guy fleeing the wall from existential evil. There was always this overhanging of existential evil over the whole story. Like, there was always this idea that these fights between the Lannisters and the Starks, they don't matter because whoever wins is going to have to deal with the White Walkers.
She's wrong.
That was a theme in the...
She's wrong. She's like always. So I can make a setting, a storytelling tool, but I introduce something.
Wait, why was she?
Because she's saying this was always in there. This was always in there.
Right.
So I want to attack because she's linking back that most of the fantasy, like this is her argument, that all of the fantasy is basically using this, right? The good and the evil. But it's not necessary. You have to. You can create a story where the existential evil is always there in the beginning, and you are really afraid, and you learn it that maybe that's not your real enemy. Maybe your own fear is the real enemy, or maybe there is something. So it doesn't necessarily have to. So there are stories where
or alternatively, maybe you learn that you're the bad guy, huh?
Yeah, even that one, yeah. That how you reacting to the threat makes you act very cruel and very destructive way.
Are we the baddies, like in the David Mitchell and Robert Webb thing? Alrighty. Robert Webb disappointed me a lot, but let's not talk about that right now.
The story since the first bit, that was like the prime theme. Like, why do we care about this when there is existential evil overhead? Anyway, I'm sorry, I've gone on too long.
Yeah, well, I want to jump in on that because I think, I don't want to speak on behalf of my panelists, but I think all three of us are fine with there being a good versus evil on a more abstract level. I think the problem is when you enter a game world, you're dealing with characters that have agency and are sapient beings, and then to apply those broad concepts of good and evil completely onto them is when it becomes lazy and hackneyed. So it's totally fine to have good and evil. I'm not saying we need to have moral relativistic D&D.
Lisa says hello to you.
Lisa, hello.
Games, but I'm saying that if you have goblins that have free will in the D&D world and appear as normal and humanoid, then they shouldn't just be cartoonishly evil. I think it's a better story to explore what their motivations are. So I don't think any of us are saying you just can't have good and evil on an ontological level.
So
can I throw in on that for just a second?
Yes, but then I want to give a chance for Harmony to respond, and then Jack's had his hand up, and I have a quote. But go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I think entertainment is a sine wave. Sometimes it can be a really short sine wave with one person, or a broad sine wave across a big audience. So a game like Baldur's Gate 3, which is great, it's got a lot of nuance, it's got in-depth characters, all that. Love it. And sometimes I play Doom, right? And these are just 2 games, and I might go for a long time doing this, and then go for a long time doing the other one. So it's sort of a sine wave that comes and goes. And when you're making games, you want to kind of see if you see that people are bored of this. I would say, for me as a creator, that's a time to make something, right?
Sure.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah, but the problem here, and why we're having this discussion, is there seems to be not only a I don't like this, but a more of a I don't like this and no one else should like this either. From both sides, in my opinion, right?
No, that's not true. Wick. That's not true.
And I think that drives a lot of the animosity. It drives a lot of the
The
conflict,
D&D
interpersonal
centrist.
conflict among creators, among players. And I'll just say it. I think it's bad for the hobby. I think we need to stop being so I don't know.
Let's go back 4 bus bed to the
About
hobby.
what someone else is
Because
doing in their own.
we have some new people joined, right? So let's go what bad for the hobby. That D&D is the most well-known role-playing game.
Yeah.
The company have a lot of relationship to physical spaces where these hobbies are practiced. And Hasbro have a lot of control. Virtual spaces, offline spaces.
Yeah.
And at the moment, they sold off some of their D&D brands to a gambling company.
Yeah.
A gambling company, which this game is targeting children as well. So from the start, TSR also had there was a D&D cartoon in the 80s,
Yeah.
right? You remember that. So these are brands that explicitly also want to be inclusive of children, and now it's sold to a gambling company. And Vic is talking about destruction of the hobby, this opposition, while he's ignoring this issue.
I can sort of already tell you where this could go. Imagine having this digital platform on which the system is compartmentalized to the level of you actually don't have all the skills listed in a
Loot
book.
boxes.
Well, not
You will have loot boxes.
imagine if you didn't have all the skills listed for classes, races, or what have you. Imagine
by
if
the way,
they were
they did.
sold separately.
Yes.
And they were.
They already did that kind of there was the online D&D was like this model what you are talking.
Yeah, and do you
But
would open a random box and maybe you'd have the skill that you want. Maybe you wouldn't get the skill that
that's
you
the
want.
important. So the new introduction might be loot boxes. So buy enough loot boxes and you might get it. By the way,
boxes. Oh my, said Chum.
Yeah.
No,
there is
like it's trying to say that you're saying loot instead of loot.
No, loot, like looting,
Yeah.
like
I know, but Chum
a
Guzzler
pirate.
is being a pervert.
Okay,
Hello,
doesn't care
Palm
about
Dad.
that. So this is appearing in the, by the way, in the industry. The BattleTech started to get salvage boxes, they call it, and for me that's not as harmful. But that for me is less harmful for how they do it. So you can do it less harmfully, and it's even a little bit fun for me. So they sell individual model mechs in a box which is randomized. But you don't need to buy these. You can buy them separately as well, which you know
I'm
exactly
talking about
what to buy.
something very different.
Yeah, but what I'm telling that there is this tool, like marketing tool, that you are selling a product in randomized way. So it's like a gambling, right?
Yeah.
And the problem here that might be emerging if it's a gambling company telling that the value within the system, the gaming system itself, it might be also randomized. So I might need to spend a lot of time to have a high valued within the system loot. So I might need to, if I want to pay a bard, I might need to spend however much money, real world money, to eventually unlock it.
Yeah.
And that's really bad.
Oh yeah, it's the worst actually.
Yeah, and Vic is complaining about how people play differently. And that's the real thing that is destroying the hobby, according to him. Not the disappearance of physical spaces or virtual spaces where you can play relatively free, or not that it's a gambling addiction will be. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's listen to some more of these people. We have a big audience now.
Own home at their own table. You're not at the table, right? Why does it bother you that someone is having a goblin men's rights activist attacking a village? What's it to you? Go ahead.
It's more like I think you're kind of mischaracterizing the argument of the people that want to get rid of it. They're saying that this thought process and thought pattern of labeling an entire race of people based on this evil monolith of forming the worst characterization of them as you can forms bad habits that could be carried over into the real world about other groups of people. And I mean, it's tribalism. We see
And
that
from our perspective, we just want to kill some orcs and not be called racist.
Yeah,
I
but
wanna-
there's nothing that you think that you do at a D&D table that's going to transmit at all to the outside world. You think that fully
let me say
everything that
this.
you do-
I have written some incredible...
I think that whole argument also misses the point, to be quite honest with you. You know?
Yeah. I mean, a little bit this argument that whatever you do in role-playing game that can carry over. This is a little bit like the Satanic Panic against the
It's
role
like,
players.
it's almost like violence in video games will make you violent in real life a bit.
But there could be an argument about having an entire hobby with all of these books very narrow-mindedly addressing issues, right? But this is changed even in the 90s already.
Because
Even in the
keep in
80s,
mind,
90s, you had
by that argument, you could say, well, okay, but even if you have those nuanced characters and nuanced scenarios, you still sort of can be, you still can be exposed to racism as part of the narrative. So, you know.
Yeah.
So
And
still...
this is my problem, by the way. How the Wizard of the Coast, even good people who creative there, they don't want to address certain settings. Which my favorite setting is Dark Sun, aside of Planescape, and Dark Sun is a very cruel setting with slavery in there, and they don't want to introduce because they're afraid to talk about slavery.
Right.
But the whole Dark Sun story was about fighting against slavery. So there was the first module about you escaping from slavery. So it doesn't present slavery as a good. In fact, it's presented as something which is murdering people, murdering your character eventually. So you need to escape from it. You need to change. And one of the great narrative element of the whole meta narration of the stories that they eventually change one of the city states political structure. They killed the sorcerer king and they became a free city where nobody can be slave. So this is happening inside of the story. But the Wizard of the Coast creators told that they won't touch it because it's too problematic for them.
Right, and that's a problem. Alrighty. Let's listen to our favorite content creators.
It'll be dark stuff that I have shocked myself with.
Sure.
I would
But that's
never
not
do
what
that. And
No,
yes,
that's
that
not-
is
that's not
exactly what
That's
you
not
are
my
implying.
question, Jack.
The
That's not my
question was, do you
I've
think
written
that
about
anything
murder.
I would
I've written
do
about
at-
suicide. I haven't murdered
Yeah,
or
okay.
killed myself.
Okay, I have written
Thank God.
about racism, sexism, and all
But
the
that-
rest of it. It's something I would never do.
As have I. But what I'm trying to say is, do you not think that there's any sort of moral implication that we get from the stories that we consume that translate into the way that we treat other people? You think there's
No, that's the argument of the paragraph read was actually the opposite, in my opinion. You know, it was that there are certain elements in our world, in our culture, that are results of things that happened in the past, and we take those attitudes and we translate them into our stories, not the other way around.
Yeah, and that's more important in my opinion. So the publication, what they're talking about, what they organized this meeting, is a third-party publication who had an introduction about colonialism, right? And it's a very good, actually very good, nicely written what you told, that how historical past uh, have an impact of how we tell stories, and that's undeniable.
Like, of course, you could
We are affected. Yeah, it's completely true.
I mean, you could make the
And we,
argument that the stories themselves then perpetuate certain things, but it's not stories create our thinking. It's our thinking that creates that. That's the whole point, no? And that the paragraph said we should examine our thinking before creating the stories.
yeah. Like engaging how we end up having the Mongols as a symbol of total destruction, a horde that cannot be diplomatically engaged with, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Why we have these tropes inside of many of our stories later on.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Excellent.
There's nothing.
Now, you're putting words in my mouth there, because last I checked, what I was trying to say was if I want to make an evil race of beings, such as demons, which are cosmologically, objectively evil, then that does not translate
Not
to
in
me thinking
AD&D,
that actual...
not in D&D, not in D&D. If anyone played Planescape Torment, there is one of the playable character companion you pick up is the Succubus. Succubus supposed to be these demonic female creatures who murder people, right? Sucking up their life. And this particular character is a good succubus.
Yeah. Succubus. I am a good succubus. Alright, let's continue. Let's
people based on certain immutable characteristics are certain ways.
I agree with
all.
you.
Now, I will make sure that I'm very clear with you. I think you can get moral lessons from the literature that you consume. However, I also think that those moral lessons can be wrong.
I'll put something
What
in
is
both
that?
your mouths.
Well, a lot of people. Hold on, a lot of people went in, but yeah. Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean, Jack?
Let's take a thief character. He's stealing from the rich, giving to the poor, blah, blah, blah. Robin Hood. Isn't that a lovely story? Stealing's wrong.
Oh my god! Really? Oh my god. Really? I did not see that coming. Honestly. Did you?
Okay, but wait. Murdering is not wrong.
I guess according to his logic, yeah.
Because if you're talking about that,
I guess not. I guess it
he's
isn't.
talking about that this act of the theft itself is an act which is always problematic, right? So
Yeah.
sometimes he didn't
no
finish
matter-
his argument, but this is something like that. This is morally a bad story because the theft is morally wrong, but the murder is not.
It's not, because if the creature is
Because
evil,
you
then
can
it's not.
kill orcs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, can you steal from orcs? Somebody should ask.
No, that's what you cannot.
I mean,
Robin
should.
Hooding from orcs. No.
Yeah. Should you be able to Robin Hood from orcs? Somebody should ask this question. Don't steal, chat, or murder. True. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's my cue to tell you all to come to the page and consider donating or subscribing to help me go to Ukraine. Isn't that right, Carasso?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay, let's continue.
Base. Base.
Okay, no, let him elaborate. Let him elaborate. Go ahead. Stealing is
So
wrong.
the moral lesson there isn't that you should steal. The moral lesson there is that the wealthy should not lord it over the poor.
I see
Right.
what you're saying. So to kind of get what you're saying that people can derive the wrong moral lesson from a
Of course.
story that's trying to give a more
And
overarching
to
lesson.
try and make it out as if art does not impact the human experience or any way, or try and make out the fact that I would
Well,
believe.
okay, then I could make a very well. Then I could counter with the argument that in this case, Robin Hood's not really stealing, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
it's just taking back what was taken from the people, that what's stolen from the people. There you go.
That is quite silly. to be honest.
Apparently, the whole Robin Hood thing is a bit more complicated for different reasons, like poor. The good king is not as cool as depicted in Robin Hood. Just went to crusades, got captured, bankrupted the country to get rescued from the captivity, etc.
You have to.
Hmm?
You have to be rescued. You have to be ransomed on your way out, right? You
Yeah.
are the king. You are the God-given ruler of the land.
Yeah, and
So
the
that
the, the evil
without you,
prince was apparently not as bad as depicted in Robin Hood. So there's a bit more to the whole thing.
Obviously, it does. I mean, the whole point, the whole issue that I take with this anti-colonial gaming, one, it frames colonialism in a way that is very beneficiary to
The colonized, and it shouldn't, right? It's. I almost expected this person to say it frames colonialism as bad, but was it really that bad? Didn't we breed civilization to the lands of India?
Wait, what was his argument?
Let's go back. I almost expected this to go to go in that direction. It almost frames colonialism as if it's bad.
Left beneficiary frames colonialism in a way that is very beneficiary to the modern American left. Being a Brit doesn't really bother me too much.
What do you mean?
But also,
what do you mean? The Brits were the biggest colonizers. What? What the hell do you mean? What is this?
I think his argument that there is a political recent movement about talking about colonialism, right?
Yeah.
And this is in US. It's very strong, and talking about that in games, this is benefiting directly. Where? How this third
I don't
party
know, but I know one
publication
thing.
of a bloody monster compendium, how it makes the Democratic Party elected.
Men in Tights was actually a pretty cool movie, yeah. But like if there is a country that should be deeply entrenched in talking about colonialism, it should be England, okay?
The other point, absolutely, yeah.
It kind of says that if I was to play my game in a certain way, then I'm a bad person, and I think
No, nobody said that. That's stupid. In fact, in reality, nobody says that he's an evil person, but then he openly says, if you play the game in a way that I don't like, I will call you a silly person. He already said multiple times that he just mocks it, so
fuck you. That's how I read it.
Okay, I want Stacks News to
I'd like to
respond, and I want
rephrase
to go to
childish.
Harmony, and I want to go to Confluence.
I'm actually looking for a reframing, and I kind of want to pivot a little bit. So if we want to stick on this, if people have something to say,
Oh yeah,
you could skip.
Go
me.
ahead, Harmony.
Pivot.
I just wanted to respond to Confluence from a little bit earlier. He was talking about having a, good goblin, or having the goblins, or whatever the existential threat is, have some
Just really
moral
quick.
nuance.
Thank you
to
for the
them.
50 memberships, J-Mac, and I'll get to the super chats soon. But really appreciate the money. Give me more of that. It's always morally good. Anyway, continue, Harmony.
Right. But he was speaking of that, and I think it's very important to consider that while these evil creatures might have nuanced reasons for attacking, like the player characters, from the perspective of the villagers, of the player characters, we don't know why the goblins are sacking the village. They just know that goblins are attacking. They will fight off the goblins, and perhaps later they find out, oh, they were in a cult that was mind controlling them or something, or they were, or there could be a variety of reasons. We don't know. Because when goblins are attacking, when White Walkers are coming, when there's an existential threat to your existence, you don't care why. And the player characters won't know why. And
That's true, but that's a
I,
completely
I, I
different.
called you that this is her argument,
That's
right?
true,
You
but
remember before.
yeah, you did, but that's a completely different argument from these creatures are intrinsically evil.
Exactly. So she's mixing the two a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So she's talking about this creature is
She's
inherent
talking
evil, but
about not knowing the motives of what's attacking you.
what no yes, but what she's really arguing that I want to tell a story when I'm afraid I have a
Right.
threat
The
that will can destroy my existence, and
or
I
even
like these kind of stories.
or even I wanna tell a story of incomplete information. Like the players don't have complete
Yeah, but
information.
she doesn't care about if it's incomplete or not, right? She doesn't
Right.
care. For her,
I mean,
she's even
she
telling that
sort of
from the
does,
players' side, no,
because she
she
did say
tells that
that the
from the
players may later learn what was the
yes,
choice.
but that's an option. She doesn't
Yeah.
care about that, right? So
Right.
she for her the main storytelling is about this existential threat,
Threat.
the
Yeah.
fear
Yeah.
that I can be destroyed. But this is only one kind of storytelling.
That's
This is
true.
so narrow-minded. This is this is like totally throwing out all of the Miyazaki movies,
Yeah.
like the Nausicaa, totally thrown out. The Mononoke, totally thrown out as a tale because all
I
those
watched it in
tales.
the cinema.
Yeah, I watched. I'm not sure that I watched Nausicaa in cinema, but
Mononoke
actually it came.
watched in the cinema.
Mononoke I watched it in cinema, but the Nausicaa came in the 80s. For some reason, Kadar János let it in. The leader, the communist
Okay.
leader. He let it in. So we had anime in the 80s in Hungary, in the theaters. Yeah,
Moho
so that's a good.
says, I also think a good DM would give hints to what the goblins are thinking and doing.
Yes, yes. And by the way, a lot of these settings traditionally, I told you, Dragonland.
Oh, yeah, wait. There's this amazing example of what is being talked about here. There's this game that I've been playing on stream sometimes, translating because I don't think it's ever been translated from Japanese properly. Tales of Fantasia. It's about a young swordsman whose village gets raided one day because he has a pendant and the other person has another pendant, and the selfish soldiers that raided his town use it to revive an ancient evil king called Daos who can only be damaged by using magic, and the protagonist gets sent back in time when magic still existed because humanity destroyed the tree that produces magic. And throughout the whole game, the Daos character, the main antagonist of the game, is treated as intrinsically evil, the leader of the demons, the bad guy. And at some point, one of the characters asks, wait, hold on, his actions don't even make sense. Is he actually really evil? And the other sort of protagonist stuck her down, saying, no, of course he's evil. He's done all these evil things that are evil, so of course he's evil. And at the end of that game, when you actually defeat the antagonist and he dies, they actually ask him, so wait, what was your goal all along? And then it turns out that he was actually good all along because humanity was destroying the tree and he came from another world that was dying before because it didn't have the equivalent of that tree and he needed a seed from that tree, but because humanity was killing that tree, he couldn't get it, so he tried to reason with humanity at first, but then went to war to protect that tree that humanity.
I mean, the the Miyazaki story of the Mononoke Hime, right? That's
Sort
pretty
of, yeah.
amazing. It's very similar in a way that
Yeah.
the rider, the girl who riding the wolf,
Yeah.
she is protecting the nature against the humans. She's protecting the
Yeah.
forest creatures, the spirit, which is
Yeah.
corrupted by some activity. And the person who corrupting in the region is a person who's making an industry and elevating oppressed people. The and I can't say any of the sides are evil here, right? And they are grave uh, competition against each other. They are wanting to destroy each other, wanting to
Yeah.
murder each other. And it's an amazing story. So you don't need to.
You don't need to
And
have this evil. That's evil.
yes,
Yeah.
and I think that this is the problem with her argument. She going back to the mythology, and she misunderstanding what exactly mythology is, what we can talk. So she's a very Eurocentric, European centric,
Thank
and
you for
very
the 10 pounds. Passa shock. Stealing is a fine hobby. Thank you. You're right. We should make this like into a regular thing, the RPG thing. I feel like it's working. I feel like it's really working.
I mean, you know that I like RPGs.
Yeah, I feel like this is working. Like, I feel like we could do this into a regular thing. We could just pick a day in the week and just dedicate a whole stream to this. All right, let's continue for a little bit longer.
Until later, probably.
Did you cheer when
but,
Jordan Neely died?
Oh.
They are not politics
No,
guys.
what?
They
No,
don't know.
no.
I'm
That has
sorry.
nothing to do with that.
There is actually an example.
I don't
Harmony,
cheer when anybody dies. That's
I'm sorry. I was being an
that's
asshole.
an asinine question.
There is an example of what you're talking about, Harmony, in the Legend of Drizzt. When Drizzt first exits the Underdark and he goes to the surface, a village that he wants to help sees a drow, knows when drow appear, people die, and try and fight him off. And they hire a mercenary that chases him to the ends of the earth. And if that village hadn't scared Drizzt off, then they wouldn't have been killed by gnolls and other monsters. But also, on the same flip, in that same adventure, when Drizzt first exits the Underdark, he meets two gnolls, and these gnolls try and ask him along, do you want to come and kill these villagers with us, Drizzt? Because you're a dark elf and we're gnolls. So, it's like two separate groups of both evil and good-aligned creatures look at Drizzt and misinterpret who he is
But
based on his...
Wait, hold on.
not
That's
an evil
that's
drow.
wait, hold on. He just defeated his whole thing with this. Because if they can see that he acts different, then they can reflect on their own sort of thing, no? That's also a potential outcome of this whole thing, no?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
How did Jordan Neely get in there? I don't know. Like, this is silly. It's just, he's like...
his race, which is great. The Legend of Drizzt books are
Wick just got bloodlust.
good. If you want a nuanced dark elf, go read the Legend of Drizzt.
Can I just say that Wick called me the virgin of the panel?
You are.
And that is such bullshit.
Harmony.
Like, fucking listen.
You're speaking over women right now. Harmony, finish your thought.
My other point was that there is the reason a character like Drizzt or like Zaknafine or Jarlaxle or someone is extraordinary is because they are raised in a society that is very evil. Like if you've read about the Drow society, it's an incredibly horrific place to be raised. I mean, they're almost universally evil. But the reason that you're able to have these characters that buck the stereotypes, that actually come out and become extraordinary characters, are because of that.
No.
Okay.
No, that's not. No, that's
wait,
not.
Wait
no.
a minute. So just a little bit of detour. The Drow culture is a little bit inspired also of the Elric novels. The Elric, the Melbourne, I don't know how to pronounce it, a British writer.
Yeah.
a quite interesting science fiction writer, and yeah, there is a lot of cruelty going on, a lot of torture, right? So
Mhm.
yes, the drug culture, the underground drug culture, because as the game designer was talking, there is a in Forgotten Realms there is a surface drive culture that was never became evil. Uh, so they serve a good draw goddess, the Dark Maiden, and they have a total different set of values. So yeah, that's a little bit
Yeah.
of that of
But
information about
but
Drava.
this is a cultural thing, not a quote unquote racial thing.
Yes, it's not. Though a
It's not
little bit there.
intrinsic, in other words.
Yes, and a little bit no as well, because what's happening with the drows that they are have a curse upon them.
Yeah, but that
Uh,
also makes it not intrinsic, technically
no,
speaking,
so
because
it's
it's
an
a
event. There is a historical event in the story, which determines that they have a little bit of uh, I cannot even say it's inherent tendency. This demon goddess called Loth have a power upon the drow.
yeah. So it's
But
an
that's a
outside
little bit different.
influence,
Yes, that's a little bit different. That's an influence. And by the way, the influence became that because there was a bad decision made uh, back in the days when the elves were fighting against each other,
right?
and the drow were followers of one of the contestants of the elf kingdoms, and they were punished. They were exiled to the underground.
Right.
I do agree with what you're saying, Harmony. I think that was one of the things I disagreed in the article is the whole when it says don't just say goblins attack the village, say refugee goblins or men's rights goblins. But the truth is that can be immersion breaking because you just see goblins attacking. You might not know that they're men's rights goblins, but I think it can be interwoven into the story. So maybe when you capture the goblins, maybe you interrogate them, maybe you find signals of something and it can tie into a higher story plot because all this is constructed. So I think the DM can go out of his way to make these examples more interesting. You could maybe kill a bunch of gnolls and then go into a next room and see a bunch of gnoll babies, and now
And
you're
kill them
forced
too.
with that moral weight of like, should I kill those too? Are those living
Yes.
creatures? Like you can do all these reversals. You could have an elven village that seems like
What a strange character.
What a disturbing
Yeah,
person!
I
Yes,
know. It's just like what? Whoa,
totally
whoa,
disturbing person.
whoa! Oh my gosh.
And by the way, this is so. Let's talk about how these kind of attitudes have a kind of real life effect, right? Because if you start to and a little bit of a genocide talk, right?
Yeah.
So when you start to categorize people, dehumanize them enough. And he was the person who told that why they are the orcs are inherently intrinsically evil because they are savages. So
Yeah, exactly.
you code some people like savages, the savages of uh, German Jewish people, right? Or what?
Right.
Or the Roma people, the savages of Roma
Right.
people. You cannot change them. They became always like this, and suddenly you have the reason to murder even the kids. So yeah, it's disturbing. It's a disturbing attitude. Not because of these tales will turn you. I think this person will always been like this, or like grow up intrinsically evil. Maybe it's in his blood.
Yeah.
Very disturbing.
Yeah. It's like that reaction was a bit. Oh gosh. Oh.
they're good, but then you find there's a
Like in the Breath of Fire free game. I'm not sure if you've seen me play Breath of Fire free. Have you?
No.
Like there's a part near the beginning of the game where the three young protagonists are sent to slay a beast, which isn't even humanoid. It's a hybrid of like this lion, Medusa, like lion, snake head thing. And then the characters when go deeper into the lair when they kill the monster and see, oh my gosh, the thing was just protecting her cubs that have been dead for a long time, and she just didn't realize, and it just hunted for
Yeah.
things to try
But
to feed her cubs. And then
yeah,
there's
but
this moral dilemma about a thing that's a monster that's not even humanoid, you know? Like that one of the protagonists is
Baldur's
like,
Gate. Baldur's
yeah.
Gate has a moment like this as well.
Yeah,
So
the one
if you
like
will
what
continue
for me too.
eventually, yeah.
Like one of the protagonists asks the person that sent them, "Wait, you knew that was the case, and you still send us to kill the thing?" And the person's like, "Well, you know, if you knew that was the case, would you have spared it?" And then there's this dilemma left in the air and unanswered. And you have humanoid like little kitties here, and the person's like, "Yeah, you just kill it. Yeah, sure." You know, it just feels very interesting. You know?
It's disturbing. Honestly, it's
Yeah,
disturbing
it's a bit.
basically.
It's like, oh, okay.
Subterranean world of slaves that they're running their whole system on, and realize that they're the bad things. Like, I'm just saying we should have more of these kind of flips of expectations that'll make better story worlds. We don't have to play like that, but I think anytime we add nuance, I think it's going to be like a better game and a more richer experience.
Also, Lisa, you should not be white.
You're
I have a question.
suspecting. What's sorry, go for it.
No. I've been talking way more.
Someone go.
I was gonna say,
What sort of modding style is this? Someone go.
So I was gonna say that's what you just described there. Totally agree with. That's entertainment. If I tell you the goblins are attacking the village because they're trying to protect their babies, then that is the only thing I can tell. That's the only story I can tell. If I say the goblins are attacking the village and they're trying to kill us, and then you fight the goblins, you kill some of them, drive some others off, then you find out later they were just trying to protect their babies, and then you're like, oh shit, how do I fix this mess, right? And then you go through the whole story. And D&D, I found anyway, a lot of it is characters making a mess and then fixing their mistakes. They piss off the town guard, they piss off the thieves guild, they piss off the merchants guild. They mistake shit. They let a demon out by mistake. They do all that stuff. You let them do that, you let them make the mistakes, and you walk through it. And to me, that's super fun.
See, that's the problem though, is even your compromise is still guilty because you're presuming guilt based on race.
There is never enough purity. There is never enough purity.
No, not really, because it could be goblins, or it could be somebody is attacking me and trying to kill me.
Not even attacking. They were talking about interrogating. They see somebody that you just happen to be this race. Let's interrogate.
Can we do a quick thought experiment on that?
Fair enough.
On
Go
what
ahead.
you've just said.
No, go ahead,
let's-
please. I'm
let's
curious.
say that you are a young man, just come of age. You're due to be married to the love of your life, and let's say actually you've already knocked her up. Let's keep that quiet. The wedding soon. We won't worry about that too much, okay? You are on guard duty in a little hamlet in the north, just on the borders of Icewind Dale. It's a very dangerous area. All right? All of a sudden, you see a gang of goblins in the context of this world go by you into the town. What do you think they're going to do based on the fact that you have been raised on the borders of Icewind Dale? You've got a fiance who's going to become wife and baby on the way.
Okay, but now he's shifting away from the argument of intrinsic evil with this scenario, actually. He's talking about assumptions.
Yeah, this is a perspective of somebody and how assumption is baked on.
So is he switching sides now? Or does he not understand his own argumentation? Moho says, I feel like that wouldn't hit at all. Like I have to make a conscious mistake to feel guilty. That is why you let people make trade-offs.
These goblins, you know what goblins usually do in these sorts of situations.
There's no answer to that, but the one you're forcing me into with
That's
the context of this world.
No,
we're trying to
there you
change
go.
that.
Well, not the context. There's a simple answer to this. we have certain assumptions based on experiences, but it does not make the group inherently good or evil. Boom. No? Am I crazy?
No.
We're trying to smash that context and the glass ceiling and the patriarchy.
No, because here's the thing.
Like,
Here's the thing. You can reframe it in a really interesting way where you let the players fucking fuck up these goblins and it turns out they were just looking to go drinking in the pub. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
Except then
Thank
you
you,
break
Stacks.
you
And then you
break
go-
the
and then
rest
you
of
go,
the
"Oh,
world
Solution.
Wait, shit.
Wait, no, you don't. You don't break anything, actually.
What the hell happened here?
I mean,
And
sure,
then
in a
you
s- in a
branch on whole
setting in a setting where goblins are socially accepted creatures that aren't going to ransack, sure. But in a setting,
No, that's stupid. What did you just know? That was. He didn't understand his own argument, it seems.
I don't think so. He understands a lot. Okay. Lucy,
Because
I
he
will
says
need to
that
go to
assumption
sleep.
equals reality.
I will soon need to go to sleep because I'm struggling. It's 6 a.m.
Yeah, it's
7
7
a.m.
a.m.
for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me it's 6 and I need to wake up later. I need
We've,
to get some sleep.
We've been streaming for 6 hours, 40 minutes.
Yeah, for this content. But I think we addressed a lot of things what we're talking around orcs as well before. The same. It's a bit annoying these kind of attack against
I
woke
didn't do
in
what I
the
was
hobby.
planning to do, but I guess I'll just do it tomorrow.
Which one? The
Elon Musk, AFD, Alternative für Deutschland, and that's a crazy conversation. I want to cover it.
yeah, I'm a bit afraid of that. My sister lives in Germany. So
You don't all
it's,
have Lucy's energy. True. Support
I
my
don't.
work.
I'm very weak. I
Support
need to
my
go to
work,
sleep.
please. Thank you. Support. It's an immutable characteristic common to all Polish, Jewish, trans, political streamers, especially the biggest ones. All right.
Okay, thank you for the conversation.
Thank you. And
We will
we'll
talk
continue
next time.
it. All right. Thank you.
Okay, good night. Night.
Bye. I will disconnect. All right. That was fun, wasn't it? That was cool. So I guess I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna raid into somebody. Should we raid into? If any of you want to join the page or do any last minute donations, I'm gonna be happy. We're gonna use this momentum and we're gonna raid into. Is anybody streaming? Philippe Auguste, tell me who to raid into because I don't know. I don't know who to. I could raid into Riverboat Jack. Yeah, Riverboat Jack. Vegcom is not online. Vegcom has stopped streaming. I'm gonna make sure. No, Vegcom is not online. Alright, let's go Riverboat Jack. Alright, I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna see you soon. Good night. Bye-bye. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.